Alright guys, good morning. How's everybody doing? Another day. It's the last day. It's Friday. The only day that matters. Because you got 3 days off this week. Anyway, what's up guys? I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. We're going to start off this stream with the overall markets. We're going to see what's trending and what news do we have. If you would like to hit that like button, subscribe. If you make any money with us and you'd like to give back, you can donate to the stream. Links in the description. It's greatly appreciated. If you have questions, if you have tickers that you would like to cover, throw them in the chat as well. And yeah. So yesterday I ended off the day. I put on a position on ARM. It was a small position. I had to use some of my... It was a really small position, so it really doesn't matter. It could go to zero. And I mentioned this yesterday, that I wanted to have something on in case that it happens on ARM. So at the end of the day, I tried to get filled, and what you guys will see here, if it's still up, if I go to ARM and I go to these 145 puts here, you guys will see a 19-cent bid and a 27-cent ask, and the last fill at 30 cents. I tried to take profit yesterday, and what's funny is I have a 29. I think I have. It's not. I think I'm pretty sure I have the whole position at 29 cents. It's not. It's not a big position. It's only a few contracts. So I'm kind of curious on how, if there is a person that we saw here on level 2, as you can see here. The size I think was 1 yesterday. Somebody was trying to sell one contract at 27 cents. I'm at 29. We know there's people at 28. Why are we not getting filled? Why are these orders not getting hit? Even if you bundled them together, right? I don't know the size of this fill at 30 cents. I just think it's really funny. So I did try to take that off, and that was actually like an 80% gain on that. If we could have got filled, and it was like they purposefully did not want to fill us. So ARM ended up getting introduced. ARM is to replace Cirrus in the NASDAQ 100. All right, I can't say we didn't see that coming. I don't know why this keeps getting moved around like it is. All right, so I tried to take profits yesterday, and I wasn't able to. So that was yesterday. We'll see what happens today. I would like to leave this on, but I think that, we'll see. If it goes to zero, it goes to zero. But maybe we get something here off the bell. Maybe we get a bounce, and then we get this bounce attempt, and then we can pull it back going into the bell. But we'll see. Let's go ahead and start it off with the overall indexes, and then we'll jump into, after we go through the SPY and the Qs. Then we'll go into what's trending, what is the news, and where do we want to possibly be as we look. My phone is literally typing everything that I'm saying right now. And it's been doing it, and I can't believe it's got this whole thing here. So I'm just trying to backspace this. Anyway, you guys can see here on the ES, you have some room down to 538. Just give me 1 second. I'm still trying to let this. I'm just holding backspace down. I guess it was recording me for a couple minutes because this is insane. It literally recorded the whole time I was talking on the stream. I can't believe it even saved all that. That's insane. But anyway, you have some support down here at 538 on the ES. Feels like, you know what? I don't like this.
Interested in safeguarding your investments with gold? Alamos Gold is a growing Canadian gold producer with a long track record of outperformance. Alamos Gold. Invest with us. Our growth sets us apart.
They ignored your potential, mocked your ambition, but it's not the critical counts.
All right, sorry about that. I had to delete that. It was literally recording and trying to text somebody what I was saying, and it did it the whole stream. So anyway, I don't like that my computer already is trying to go slow. It felt like there when I was putting this. You guys can see, look, see how the where my mouse is. You guys can see that plus there. It's lagging. Usually it's nice and tight, stays right there with it. That sucks. Alright, so we'll have to bear with me. I may just have to, I'll try and turn it off. I'll try and log out and log back on, but I don't know if that'll help. Alright, so we have this double bottom up here that you could look for possible resistance. Your resistance is really at 54, 5442. Alright, 5442 to 544. So we can see here on the ES you have what we thought was support. You had this rip up, support, resistance. It tried to get back above, failed, resistance, and I'll put this right here for you. It's at like 540. Alright. But really, we could, you know, let's just not even try to get cute with it because your resistance level is up there at 545. This is messing with me. I'm sorry. The mouse, it's look, it's going crazy. So you guys can see here is what I was talking about. The support, right? It breaks it. Resistance. Restoration Hardware. I can't forget about that. All right, so we'll look for that from the Fed day. So we have taken it back. We've taken back. Bro, what is going on? I might have to close this down and log back in. Like, it just started out of nowhere, going really, really slow. That sucks. All right, so I would mark out yesterday's low and the Fed day, the low from Fed day from Wednesday. And I would use that area. Really, this would be the area I'd watch. Is this pre-market double bottom at 54.30? All right, 54.30 area. But let's be honest, like this whole, we're putting in new lows, so we can see that, right? We're putting in low, 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 new lows. But even if we bounce today, so. You recaptured this yesterday. Bro, I can't do this. I can't do this. Could look for this whole area to possibly be. See, I don't think this will be the case, though. See, I wouldn't even put that with the low from yesterday in Fed Day. Because, to me, that's your resistance zone. It's up there at 540. So if I'm using anything on the ES, I'm using 540, right? That'll be my psychological level. 540 to 545 would be your resistance zone. I don't like this, that this thing just started slowing up on me, so I'm sorry. It caught me off guard a little bit here.
diabetes. Enter Trinity Biotech, symbol TRIB, on the NASDAQ, a global diagnostics company preparing to commercialize an industry-changing glucose monitoring device. Based on its already approved European
NUE
technology,
Newport
in
without
discussions
with
with a
guidance
global pharma
out.
giant for distribution in India and
Uniform
China,
Echo.
Trinity Bio, stock symbol TRIB.
Nucor announced for the second quarter ending June 29th, it expects earnings to be in the range of $2.20 to $2.30 per share.
Okay, so yeah, so the Qs are still really strong here. You can see that the Nasdaq is still above Fed Day. It's still above that when the Fed meeting started and the FOMC summary of economic projections was released. So 19.5. I'd look at that 19.5 level. It's a pretty nice area of support right there at 19.5. That's now a double bottom you've put in there. If you break that, which I don't really use the Nasdaq that much. Let's go, or at least I should say I don't use futures that much. I mean, I do look at them from time to time, but I like to. I would much rather look and use the divergence between. So that's our range there. I would much rather use a divergence between where the overall markets are at intraday versus where the other ones are, right? Are the Qs up and the Dow is down? Because that in and of itself tells me a story on what side of the trade and where I would be taking it. All right. So lately we've had banks pulling back. So the S&Ps here, I would just watch this level from yesterday's low. Let me actually go to TradingView because it's a little bit cleaner here. We do have a little bit of data today. Yeah, so we could use this level here. So we'll use yesterday's low as a bit of a reference point. And then our resistance would be up there at 543 on the SPY. So 543, 543 yesterday's high. That's what we would use, or what we could use to. Well, dude, what is going on, man? Like, I swear to God, what is going on? Alright, so you guys can see here, it's a little bit clearer now. Alright, 543, it's a major level of resistance. You have some volumes stepping up there between 544 and 543. So we'll just go ahead and put a box right there. Hopefully the volume isn't trash today. Hopefully the volume isn't trash, which we can look at and kind of find out early roughly what it's going to be like. 539.
Yes, and we've been having some early talks already about these big cliffs that are coming next year because of budget reconciliation. A lot of the tax cuts that we were able to put in place under President Trump in 2017 are on the table again. President Biden has made it clear he wants to raise those tax rates, which means if you raise the corporate rate, for example, to 35-40%, which President Biden's talked about, that hits.
I would like to try and get a pullback back down into 530. I just don't know if it's going to happen. I really don't. Let's look here and see if we have any volume today and comparable to yesterday, really this week. What is this?
You saw the president, as you touched on, when he was in Nevada recently, talk about
Bro, are you kidding me?
The taxes on tips. I think a lot of people recognize, do all tip wages really get reported anyway? Can we address that?
What is that, 7 o'clock?
And I think that would be something that would also help the economy. It would surely help a lot of people who work in the service industry to have more cash in their pockets.
Unfortunately, do we have?
I don't understand why tip income would be different than W-2 income. Somebody who maybe a blue collar worker getting all their money on W-2, to say to them, you've got to pay
That
all of
sucks.
your money that you
All
get,
right.
all of your income and taxes, but tips.
Let's see what happens the remainder of the day. But right now, guys, the volume is just it's just a little bit sluggish.
Is that it's gotten much easier because people pay their tips on credit cards now. All of that is tracked through the restaurant or beyond. It's not as fluid of an economy as it was way back when. Where
Okay, so we have 5:33. Let's see here. What do we do here?
Right. Well, and if you think about a tip worker, they're getting hit on both sides. They are getting W-2s, and so they're paying taxes on W-2. Plus,
That was a mean downside move just there.
that you make, and it's below minimum wage. It's below minimum wage that they're often paid.
well, for some,
Maybe
not
$5 an hour, and you make up for it in tips.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, you have, let's say, two sets of accounts you need to keep as a worker, and one is partially tracked through whether it's Venmo or credit cards. And the
Just trying to see where the reference point would be here. Like, this is just an ugly range, and I think you got to use the range as your outlier and pretty much understand, hey, it's going to be an area, and that area could be every bit of $1 to $1.50. I mean, you have a pivot low down here of 539.60, and the support is like 540.50. So you're talking a full dollar there on the SPY just as a support zone. So as I thought, see, it hasn't really done it the past few weeks though, or the past couple days. I was gonna say, because if the ranges, the support and resistance is getting wider, then I wonder if the VIX should be going higher. Alright.
Lower the numbers that you're bringing in. If you're lowering the tax rates, it definitely boosts the economy.
So the Qs closed red yesterday. Let's look at the SPY.
Back all the revenue. Maybe you make 10 to 20%.
Closed red as well. The SPY actually has 2 days closed red. Qs, the first day it closed red in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. The Dow was green yesterday. Nice. I wonder if we can get a nice pop out of the Dow today. Even though banks didn't really participate yesterday, which, wait, I think they may have. They just pulled in lower, or like JP Morgan, I think, pulled in lower early morning and then bounced, which we'll look at. Got a couple things you're battling here, right? Like, look at the Dow. There's your 50-day moving average. 50-day moving average right there.
That's being looked at. Reducing the size of the federal workforce. That's something we've looked at in the House. When you look at the massive explosion, especially since COVID, in some of these agencies, they jacked a lot of these agencies up. Many of these workers aren't even showing up for work anymore. There's been a report that over 70% of the federal workforce are still working remotely, and that work isn't even getting done. Passports, for example. Biggest calls members of Congress get right now are things like passports not getting processed. IRS.
So if we look here, okay, and we have the Dow, double bottom, prior resistance, support. I would keep an eye on that level there at 385, 386 to 385. I would watch that level.
Income tax. Are you in favor of that? Does that seem like a plan that works to you?
Well, if you look, this is something that we discussed 8 years ago when President Trump was in office. You saw back and forth, and ultimately tariffs were put in place in very specific areas. The steel industry is one where we were losing our steel industry. China would undercut a lot of
385, 385. So watch that 50-day and see if you can start to gain any ground, because if you do find support at yesterday's close, you could see a nice little bounce, and I think it has room. And I told you guys yesterday and Wednesday that I would like to be there for it. Like, look, it's making a new low today, so Like, you just completely cracked yesterday's low. So this market, and if you're noticing it, for anyone that hasn't paid attention, if you look around at the other markets worldwide and you look at European names, they're down 2, 3, 4%. They've been down all week. Every day you look at it at this morning I was up at 4:30 this morning, and those markets are down. Right, those markets are pulling back a bit for a few different reasons. I don't know exactly why. Maybe fears. You guys can see here. Look at this. All right. Um, I don't think it's one thing in particular. Like, they're below the 50-day. So it feels like this market's just like running out of strength, and it's not like it's just I think we're just at the point where no one is going to be in a hurry to put their money to work here at these prices. Um, they're okay with because we're on the back end of bonds. It's like it's giving the sentiment of the market being where it's at right now would give a fund manager or institutions more of a reason to put their money in yield, pretty much in treasuries. Now there is a couple things with that. I talked about a couple of days ago, which I watched a video from Oxbow Capital, which they made a really good point, was that Class D, C, B debt is not paying much more than treasuries are paying right now. So it's not paying to take, that risk. But with the market being at highs, with us being on the back end of yields, of being able to collect this yield, you could see money come out of this market and go, see a flight to that yield. Possibly because, just understanding, even when I say we're on the back end of it, it could be 2 months, it could be a month, it could be 3 months, it could be 6 months. All right, that's still a small amount of a time frame if you're looking out 5-10 years from now. All right, so I mean, when was the last time you had yield, 2 years paying what they're paying? 2008. And it didn't come around again until 2022, 2023. So you could see a late flight to there, taking some of the profits and putting it in treasuries and kind of building up a rollover barbell effect of 6 month, 2 month, 2 year, or 6 month, 1 year, 2 year, so on and so forth. You could start to see some money leave the market, and maybe that's what you're getting here. They're starting rate cuts, so you may, But anyway, there are a whole lot of other issues going on there, but just wanted to point that out. Bitcoin, all right, Bitcoin's still above the 100-day or 50-day moving average. We're watching 66, 65,000 area to see, we're obviously not breaking out, and the consolidation is okay. We have eaten up a lot of time here. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4. We're on our 4th month now up here at these highs. So that's Bitcoin. Let's see where it's at this morning. I mean, I know it's sitting right there at the 50-day at 66. Just give you guys the levels I'm looking for here. Watch 67.4 or 67.35. Because we need to see if we can get back above and out of this box and try to make some ground. I'm not sure if we're going to. I think I feel like that we can. I feel like I just don't understand what's holding it back. Like, I mean, like if there is just like you have this Ethereum catalyst that is there. It's like Bitcoin's not overbought, right? Bitcoin's not overbought. I'm just wondering why people are not buying the dip, even at highs, right? Because if you're looking out 5, 10, 15 years from now, this will be, today's highs are tomorrow's lows, right? That's what they say. All right. so S&P's, let's just do a quick check-in, and I'm going to start going over the news, and we'll get our watch list together. And we'll go over GameStop. So the SPY right now looks like it's trying to reject this pivot low from yesterday. Now, pay attention to, I talk about this all the time, you have a little double bottom here. So we'll use this area right here. Let me see. Alright, we'll use this little pivot there off of this double bottom to show you what I'm about to show you. Like to locate where the other indexes are. Because it's important to understand, because that's going to show you, right? So the Qs are below that, right? They're below it. The SPY is right at it. The Dow is well above it, which is good. Relative strength there. The IWM is bouncing off of it. Okay. So, still looks like we want to remain looking at some down names if we're going to have some outperformance during the day. We'll just keep our eye on it. I mean, overall, I will be honest with you. Like, it all depends on how you want to look at it. I'm looking at it through the lens of right now, just today. Not 3, 4, 5, not like the past week. Which you still want to take in, right? Relative strength in semiconductors, just outperformance in semiconductors. All right, you're starting to get banks pulling back here. I want to see if we can find support here at this level, because the Dow could go on a monster run, I feel like. You know, like the Qs are just continuously making highs. But as far as today, you know, I'm kind of just looking for that rotation. We're starting to get it, like the volume's starting to pop up higher on the sell side, but again, it just is what it is. I'm not, you know, I'm just repeating myself, I feel like, and alright, so let's go into it. Let's get right into it. Alright, so let's go through we'll go through GameStop, we'll go through Apple, we'll go through pretty much the Mag 7. Adobe had earnings last night. Obvious outperformance from Adobe this morning. Alright, they beat earnings, or at least I don't know what. I can't tell you that they beat earnings. JP Morgan upgrades Adobe. Their guidance must have been on par. Let's see here. Yeah, strong guidance and better than expected Q2 earning. Better than expected Q2 earnings and strong guidance. So let's go look at Adobe. Where are we trading at? Okay, so Adobe's pulling back to 520. Is that 520? Yeah, she broke 520. 520. Give me 1 second here. Hold on 1 second.
Experts from the private sector, academia, as well as the federal government. They were researching an intrusion by Chinese cyber threat actors last year into a Microsoft product known as Exchange Online. They were able to get into email accounts for a number of different federal government agencies, including the Department of Commerce, as well as the Department of State, and access emails. And the report was fairly damning and detailed a number of security failures inside Microsoft. And Brad Smith, the President Chief Legal Officer, stepped up and showed up in front of Congress yesterday and answered a number of questions from the members of Congress. And I think, you know, in typical Brad.
All right, a whole bunch of nothing. All right, Apple. Pulled back a little bit yesterday. Crazy 2 days on Apple, guys. Crazy 2 days.
This year, information on the Russian SDR, the same group that got into SolarWinds back in 2019 and 2020, they was able to access accounts through very basic
All right.
techniques. And Microsoft, frankly, was not transparent according to the cyber.
Let me go up here. Let me do this real quick.
Information to government
Let me
partners,
refresh.
as well as to private sector victims, as well as the public in general. And that was a key
All right.
attention yesterday.
So here's some of the pre-market stuff that we have,
Plus delay.
and then I'll go right into the charts. Okay. So we have the range for the overall markets. Adobe stock soared 14% after the software giant raised its revenue forecast for 2024, expecting more demand for its artificial intelligence-powered software. Tesla stock is up after the electric vehicle manufacturer shareholders voted in favor of a controversial $56 billion package payment. CEO Elon Musk, as well as company's reincorporation in Texas. I mean, why is it controversial? It's only controversial. Yes, we did it. We finally made it to 250. God, I love you guys. Thank you all so much. I just seen it. We made it to 250. Awesome. So we'll check. We'll continue. We'll check out Adobe and Tesla. Speaking of this Tesla, like I realized something, like, and I'm seeing what I saw with what I'm about to show you guys or say. In this statement here, manufacturer shareholders voted in favor of a controversial 56 billion. Controversial. Who is the controversial? Who says that this is controversial? A judge wanted, the judge obviously wanted to do something about it, but why is it controversial? Why is it controversial? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, is it because you don't like Elon? Is it because you don't, you know what I'm saying? They like, so what I'm saying is, if you look at this submarine that's going to Cuba, you would know, or at least if you were to just look anywhere and just go to Google and type in just anything, right? Why is Russia there at Cuba? And you just get what the story really isn't. And the story isn't what it should be. And that is, they have been going there for a long time. And they do numerous trips all the time like this. Right? So this is nothing new. This isn't, obviously, with the Ukraine war starting and stuff. But this isn't anything new. And if you think about, like, I looked at like BBC and stuff like that, like what they were saying, and you could tell that like the reporter was talking in a way to fearmonger, but kind of knows that this is something that goes on. So anyway, let's move on. SiriusXM fell 2.4%. Obviously, there is news that ARM Holding is going to the NASDAQ 100 and replace the SiriusXM. GameStop, GME, fell 1.2% after the video game retailer postponed its virtual annual shareholder meeting without any business being conducted due to technical difficulties. Restoration Hardware slumped 12% after the furniture retailer reported a bigger than expected first quarter loss and forecast second quarter sales that were below expectations. Wells Fargo, I talked to you guys about banks and the Dow. Stock fell 0.7% after the country's third largest bank fired more than a dozen workers for alleged simulation of keyboard activity. What is that? An attempt to fool the firm into thinking they were working. Hasbro. Stock rose 1. So why would the stock price fall over that?
Time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time
More than a dozen workers.
their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog. Made by
A
vets
dozen.
and delivered right to your door. Precisely
I don't see how 12 minuscule workers, not anyone on the board, could. That's weird. I mean, I get why it's news, but for the stock to actually pull back off of that, like, Johnny took a shit in the urinal and the stock's going to go down. Like, what? But the stock shouldn't go down over that. He just gets fired for doing something he shouldn't have done. It shouldn't affect the money that they bring in. It actually should go up from saving them money for the 12 people that aren't there. Anyway, Hasbro stock rose 1.2% after Bank of America upgraded its investment stance on the toy maker from a buy from neutral, seeing a lot more upside for investors to play with. Zscaler rose 1.7% after JP Morgan upgraded the cloud security company to overweight from neutral, saying it is well positioned for the future. ZS. All right, so let's go have a look here. So first things first, we're looking at Apple here. Let's go to a 4-hour chart. We have this range here that we have yet to break. So we're watching ARM 213. Yeah, 213. Watching that 213 level on Apple.
Which is just maddening. And so we set out to try to bring the benefits of artificial intelligence and technology to diagnostics by essentially contextualizing the laboratory test result around the patient.
I'm curious if we get another test up here of these previous highs. This was a low volume consolidation. So play the range 213 on Apple, 213 to 218. That's your range there on Apple. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. All right, let's move on over to Microsoft. We have to start with the daily chart, look at the bigger picture, and look out, and look in, I mean. Nice breakout on the weekly chart. Told you guys there was a nice looking wedge here. You guys can see that wedge right there, and there's your breakout. Beautiful wedge right there.
Our ability to use AI has changed. But we've been thinking about AI in diagnostics.
Oh my gosh, come on.
The advent, if you will, of generative AI, has that completely and fundamentally shifted your business, or is it actually not?
All right, daily chart. Just screaming above the 20-day, 50-day. I would look for pullbacks on Microsoft. I think. I see this thing is still doing whatever it wants. It should have not done that at all. It should have not moved the volume in MACD at all.
And so that technology is essentially like ChatGPT for a laboratory test result.
Okay.
This will work for a blood test.
Yesterday looks like a consolidation day here on the daily chart. Looks like a bit of a low volume consolidation trade. You know, you guys could have been long this, and I felt like I did a disservice to you guys by not swing trading this and saying, all right, guys, I'm going to take it. Like, I'll take the leap forward like ARM. But it's all good. You know, I like to be able to trade momentum and be on those days where it runs and not just sit and chop, you know. So you're getting a bit of a pullback here. I would look for...
I mean, it's going to take private companies. Like, there's just no way the system can bring innovation without capitalism. And it's impossible to fund this. Like, if you think about it, this is directionally right. The NIH invests something like $35 billion across all diseases to make us healthy. Google probably invests 3 times that just in making search work. Right? So there's a reason that search is like really good and patients are still suffering. And we just have to switch this economic model.
It's a nice double top.
That are able to basically bring technology.
It's a nice double top there. Personally, I would watch this level here at 438. If you continue to hold 438, look for bounce back to previous highs. Look for previous highs. That's a nice break, retest. Let me pull up this. I mean, I don't like that you broke this level, but this is the level I would watch for. Is 438. 438.
But for this business specifically, it's
438.
Unfortunately, it's still a money-losing business.
Like most technology companies.
Like a lot of technology companies, it's a money-losing business. Now, the money-losing is less than it used to be.
Yes.
But it's still over $200 million.
Yeah.
So what do you need to do to get to to at least even, if not massive profitability?
Yeah, I mean, we're on a really good trajectory already. If as our revenues have been growing pretty quickly, and they're still growing pretty quickly, we're not investing all that gross profit dollar growth back into the business. So we're generating improved leverage every quarter. And if you just kind of trend line this out, we expect sometime in 2025 to turn the corner and be both cash flow.
And we'll jump right into semiconductors here. See, this is all chop. I'm not going to waste my time on this, but if you guys want to look and trade this, I'd watch that 438 level. That's what I'd be watching for. Let's move on, because there's a lot better stuff out there than Microsoft. So let's bring up NVIDIA. Let's start there. Let's start with NVIDIA.
We should go public or we should sell. I spend a lot of time thinking about the problem. The problem's unsolved. There's still about 1.8, 1.9 million patients diagnosed with cancer a year in this country. 600,000 still die. 600,000 died 25 years ago. Right? So this problem is still massively unsolved, and I believe that technology and tools like Tempus can help route a significant percentage of patients to the right care.
I got to ask you a question about history for a second, which is that you were one of the co-founders of Groupon, which was one of the great darlings of the internet for a hot minute, and then it wasn't. So what was the lesson for you as a business person, manager of a business, and how does that relate to this?
Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Hold on 1 second.
I mean, every success and
Come
failure
on.
you learn from, and they're all lessons. I think in the case of Tempus, we took a very different approach. We decided to grow this much slower. We're predominantly focused on cancer, predominantly focused on the United States, and that's been our focus for now. We'll turn 9 in August, so almost 9 years. In the case of Groupon, I think by the time we were 2 or 3, we weren't in one country, we were in 50 countries. It just grew very different. And that business model kind of, I think, required that kind of growth because it didn't have the same barriers to entry that a company like Tempus has that's in genomic sequencing and applying AI to complex disease areas. And so it's just a very...
Be careful for VXRT. I'm seeing here that
some go well, some don't. You learn, and you hope that you just get better at it.
they're selling. They were awarded $483 million at 80 cents. At 80 cents. So be careful. All right, guys, be careful. You could see some major selling going on here with VXRT.
Among our top stories this morning, shares of Adobe are sharply higher. Earnings of
Yeah, see, they're...
share beat the street's expectations. Revenue in the current quarter earnings
That's
guidance
funny.
also came in better
All
than
right.
expected. Check it out. That stock is up by almost 14% today. The company also raised its full year guidance as more customers...
All right, let's keep it moving. Let me go here. Boom.
An analyst about this in just a few minutes. The Bank of Japan holding its short-term policy steady as expected, but it did say it would start trimming its bond purchases and would announce a detailed plan next month to reduce its nearly $5 trillion balance sheet. That did put some additional pressure on the yen this morning. And shares of RH are also falling in market. The company formerly known as Restoration Hardware reported a wider than expected first quarter loss. It's now forecasting current quarter sales below what the street was expecting, and that stock is now off by 12% this morning. Future so far.
All right, so NVDA. Sorry about that. I was just doing a little looking here on the scanner, kind of seeing what's going on with
S&P is down by 18, the
just seeing what's going on. That's all.
Both indexes set new highs yesterday.
Dude, fucking semiconductors are still screaming like it's insane.
225 points. So
It's crazy.
the biggest loser. In the treasury market, you're going to see right now yields actually coming under more pressure. We saw yields come down after we got inflation data this week, higher than expected jobs.
All right,
Jobless
NVDA.
right now, the 10 years below 4.2% at 4.1.
Where was our?
Is at 467. Let's get right over to Mike Sanders.
Where was the stock spike? Because this was our.
And it has been an interesting week, Mike.
It has, absolutely, Becky. And some of those things you mentioned are very plausible
Wow.
in terms of the trend being a little bit fatigued. Also, a couple times this week, we have had to absorb sort of a selling flow from overseas markets in the mornings, and then the U.S. market has found its footing. Eventually, you see the S&P 500. This trend is very, very solid. If anything, it's getting a little bit extended beyond its 50-day average. That's this other line right here. So it's due for a rest at, again, the headline market cap weighted level. As everybody's been saying, it's been a very top-heavy.
Did you guys watch that hockey game last night? There's nobody here. I'm just gonna continue to do what I gotta do. I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff here.
For now, though, not really hurting index investors directly. Part of that, of course, is the AI theme. Times this week, we have had to absorb sort of a selling flow from overseas markets in the mornings, and then the U.S. market has found its footing. Eventually, you see the S&P 500. This trend is very, very solid. If anything, it's getting a little bit extended beyond its 50-day average. That's this other line right here. So it is due for a rest at, again, the headline market cap weighted level. As everybody has been saying, it's been a very top-heavy rally this last little phase. Fewer than half of the S&P 500 companies themselves are even trading above their own 50-day average. So on a technical basis, it's become a bit of an uneven market, and people are very focused on that. For now, though, not really hurting index investors directly. Part of that, of course, is the AI theme, where basically investors continue to be dazzled by any sense that some companies are participating. Take a look at three of them right here. This is a 3-month chart. See if you can guess where each of these companies had something nice to say about their prospects in AI. So this is Broadcom, Oracle, Apple, all happening in the last week or so, and then you get these vertical moves. Now, does it all make sense? Is it all really pricing in genuine economic value? Who knows? But the market for now is very willing to assign a pretty good premium for those companies well positioned. You mentioned the yield move. Something different this week has been yields down, and then the majority of stocks also down, meaning small caps down, industrials down, banks down. That suggests that there's a little more sensitivity to what it might mean in terms of growth prospects, or at least softening up of the trend. Maybe some confusion about the Fed's reaction function. Here is crude oil and U.S. 2-year Treasury yields over the last year. You can see they've kind of gone in a very similar cadence, and now we have this sense of sort of a disinflationary flow. That's good news, obviously, as long as it doesn't come with a breakdown in the overall growth trend.
All right, Mike, thank you. We'll see you a little later.
Meantime, following Tesla's shareholder meeting and the approval of Musk's record pay package, what are investors looking to next now for the company? Our own Phil LeBeau joins us with more this morning. Phil.
Andrew, if you watched that annual meeting, Elon Musk gave you a lot to be excited about if you are a Tesla bull. I mean, he didn't give you a ton of specifics that you can hang your hat on anytime soon, but boy, was he optimistic about the future, and he came out of the gates rip-roaring happy.
I just want to start off by saying, hot damn, I love you guys. Yeah.
Oh, and it was an hour love fest between Elon and the Tesla shareholders there. So what do the analysts think about what he talked about? And we'll get some specifics in a little bit about what he talked about. Garrett Nelson said we wouldn't be surprised by a sell the news reaction on Friday. We've already seen shares pull back a little bit relative to the spike that we saw yesterday when they were up 7-8%. Tony Sacconaghi at Bernstein out with a note this morning saying the shareholder meeting was unusually and at times uncomfortably promotional, even by Tesla standards. All right, so what did he talk about? Autonomous drive technology got a lot of time from Elon Musk. He says that the technology is accelerating. He's incredibly bullish about how quickly it's coming together, but he didn't give us timelines in terms of exactly when he expects to see this fully autonomous robo-taxis, completely out there. Cybertruck shipments, 1,300 a week. And what about low-cost car progress? He didn't say a ton about this, but he did allude to future products.
So obviously we've got some new products that we're working on under the covers, and I think these are I think these are going to be pretty special. So some of them I think people maybe at first may think, oh, it's not going to be that amazing, but just wait, it will be.
All right, so when's the next moment when we will get some data from Tesla? It's really coming July 2nd. That's when we will get Q2 deliveries, and that will give us a sense of A, how much the EV market has slowed down, and B, whether or not they have to adjust their full year guidance in terms of what they expect or whether Wall Street will adjust its guidance, guys. And then finally, Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley out with a note this morning, and he summed it up for those who are looking for something tangible from Tesla to hang their hat on. He said shareholder votes are important, but they won't get consumers to buy EVs. That's the issue right now. You've got a slowdown in the EV market. Doesn't matter what you say about Optimus robots. Doesn't matter what you say about AI. A lot of potential there for Tesla, no doubt. But in the near term, it's about the EV market.
All right. Phil LeBeau, it was quite something to watch. Is your sense, by the way, that, I mean, is it smooth sailing ahead? We had two different opposing views this morning legally, both one from Jay Clayton, who actually brought that case originally against Elon Musk, by the way, when he was running the SEC, saying that this should moot the point that the judge had made in Delaware, and that he expected, I think he was just saying that he expected her to accept this new vote. But then we had Ann Lipton, Professor Tulane, who said, no, there's going to be a lot of problems.
She's been pretty vocal about this, Andrew. Yeah, she's been very vocal about this. Who knows how this is going to shake out in the courts in terms of whether he finally gets the pay package approved? Because this vote, while it's important, it ultimately, this entire thing will be settled in Delaware courts, likely at the Delaware Supreme Court, is what many believe. In terms of smooth sailing, Andrew,
I want to know when that is.
Business,
I might go to that.
He gave you a ton of things to be excited about if you believe in what Elon Musk has done and where he could take this company. But you also have to have huge leaps of faith in terms of how many people want to buy an Optimus robot, the price that it might generate, the profits it might generate. He said the company could be worth 20 to 25 trillion. You know what the whole market is worth right now, Andrew? 45 trillion.
Yeah, right now.
Phil LeBeau,
gives you some sense of his optimism. You bet.
Have a great weekend. If we don't talk to you before then.
Market's up 200% in a couple years. Who's to say
When
where
we
it's
come
gonna
back,
be at?
Senator Kevin Cramer will join us to talk about his meeting with Donald Trump. Plus, Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester on the Fed's rate path, inflation, and much more. That's coming up at 8:30 a.m. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
Didn't mean to do that. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. All right. We'll check back in on this.
Sophisticated investors, beginning investors, I'm always like.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Delaware Cadillac is the area's #1 volume Cadillac dealer for the last 4
It's at
years.
125.
Choose from over 300 new Cadillac vehicles in stock and on the way with incredible offers. Go gas or electric.
I still can't believe just the rally that semiconductors have been on. All right, you can see NVIDIA just pulling right back into yesterday's highs and just repeating the process. I think you see a bounce here. What I want to see is if, I mean, again, you had Adobe earnings last night, so you had this nice gap up. ARM getting introduced to the NASDAQ 100, so it's got still has good news yesterday. If we use this to go back, let me do that, and I do this, you can see we did have some nice volume. It did get bought up, but at the end of the day, you know, we can look at things however we want to see them. I think that I said this yesterday. I think NVIDIA looks better in prime for a pullback than any of the other ones. At least if you're looking at it from a chart perspective. But you keep pulling back to these previous highs and holding with volume. You look to climb higher until you get under this level here. Really, this is the level I would give it.
Calm.
Right here on NVIDIA. That's the level I'd be watching. 130 on NVIDIA.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Former President Trump back on Capitol Hill this week talking to Republicans in both the House and Senate. Joining us right now with what his message was to Republican senators. North Dakota Republican Senator Kevin Cramer, good morning to you. What did you hear from the former president, and what did you think?
Well, first of all, I thought he sounded great. He looked great. He was very upbeat. Obviously, he was among friends. And day before his birthday, we had a little cake to celebrate. But I was most impressed, frankly, just with how gracious he was. The unity theme was more than just a bumper sticker. He was passionate about it, and he called on us to be unified and laid out a really obviously a high-level message, but the message focused on policy, which I always appreciate. That's why I like your show. I like my politics in the context of policy. And of course, we have this grand opportunity that the voters this year of being able to compare two people who've been president and who we've experienced. And so I think this is an election about policy. But the unifying message was, I think, the best part of the day and the most important.
But just to clarify, it was a unifying message, I imagine, about unifying the Republican Party behind him in many ways and behind these policies. Unless I'm missing it, this was not a unifying message about bringing the Democrats and the Republicans together, was it?
No, listen, it was a preparation for a campaign, obviously, a general election campaign. We were at the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
What do you say if
we were trying to get the
Republican
majority back in the United States Senate.
What do you say about
we talked about the presidential election in the context of policies, mostly the economy, and how he can be helpful to us as we can be to him in helping us achieve our goals of a Republican majority in both the House and Senate, as well as the presidency.
What do you make of some of the polls which suggest that while it may very well be true that he could ultimately win the presidency, that he may not actually be good for the Republicans down ballot?
I don't buy that, quite honestly, and that's where I think he focused a lot, and that is how he can help us being Republican senators, given the fact that we have a couple of very high-profile, you might even call them low-hanging fruit, Republican pickup opportunities in places like West Virginia and Montana, even Ohio. He talked about the role he'd like to play in helping us get those next 3, 4, 5, or 6. There are good 8 to 10 competitive races where Democrats currently hold the seat, and we have very good candidates. And he talked about the role that both the message, which, by the way, isn't overly complicated. Again, the comparison between a Biden administration and a Trump administration, which is pretty easy to do, given that we've all lived through those two things and can compare them and contrast them at a very personal level. But I think for me, his willingness to do that, his offer to participate in our campaigns where we'd like him to participate, and the fact that he was, again, so optimistic about the election. He's feeling an awful lot of momentum out there. I think he's got a better sense in many respects of the national pulse than just about anybody.
So you don't see him even as a polarizing figure even within the party?
Well, listen, we've come through this entire season now of mostly of the primaries where he has unified the party. And again, the policies unify us. And he made that point really clearly. He said, look, when you look at what we are for as a party, that's what unifies us. The other thing that unifies us is a common opponent in Joe Biden and what he's done to this country. Yeah, is he polarizing for some people? Sure. But now that the primaries are over and he's the nominee, I think you're going to see Republicans come together. And I think that's proven, frankly, and he highlighted this point. It's proven by the fact that he has been on a record tear of fundraising since the convictions in the New York court. So all the things they hope polarize us, I think, are actually unifying Republicans.
Sorry.
Are you not troubled at all by
Sorry about that.
both the verdict and the number of cases that are still outstanding against the former president?
No, I'm not troubled by them because, of course, first of all, the verdicts are about a case that was litigated in 2016 by the American public. We are.
But are you
facing an
personally, as a human
okay.
being with hopefully some sense of character, troubled by any of this?
I'm troubled by the fact that an attorney, a prosecutor in New York, would take up a case that other prosecutors had declined because there wasn't enough evidence, or even really a crime,
By the way,
and fabricate one. That's very
Senator,
troubling.
we can totally. That's it. By the way, I think that's a fair debate, and people can have that. I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking you, as a human, as a senator that represents folks.
I agree with you. He doesn't. Does he agree? Because that's not what he said about 3-4 days ago when he tried to yell at Joe because he's a felon, convicted felon. He got all up in arms. Oh, convicted felon. So, like, what is it? This is what I hate. I hate the fake shit. I hate it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Sorry, guys. I had to get something to eat real quick. Let's go ahead. I mean, there's not really anybody here, so I'll just do what I gotta do. Went and grabbed a Red Bull.
What it means for the stock. We'll be back after a quick break.
All right. See, I like this because we have, I don't have many lines. I don't have many levels on it. I gotta go back and delete a whole bunch of levels.
Ukraine's foreign ministry says Putin's proposals are absurd and Putin comments are aimed at misleading international community.
Oh, they're absurd now. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so answer back.
It's standing up to all of nature's elements and all of our family's elements.
The cooking, the dogs, the kids, we've had zero issues with it. The other thing too, with us backing up to the farm,
All right.
we wanted it to feel like it was real money.
It looks like the real
Go
thing.
here. We'll do this. We'll do 5 minute. Okay.
It's an actual extension of our house.
I knew that something was different. I knew it, I called it, and look what I found today.
It's Blue Chew.
Blue Chew?
Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew.
Blue Brown. This is a secret. If you don't know, now you know. You can get it on a subscription model, so men can get delivered every month. And for the ladies, let your man know, and you're welcome in advance.
TSLA, Shanghai Street Trade Link Yang area is promoting 10 Tesla vehicles that carry out full self-driving pilot. That's from China State Media, Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
Symbol KDLY is one of the first companies in the nation to integrate medical cannabis recommendations to treat addiction to opioids. Kindly MD, 31,000 patients treated.
This is so stupid. I know. I get that it's a. I get that it's a stock promotion, so they have this thing on here, on CNBC right now, where they're like promoting a penny stock, saying that there's a marijuana thing that can cure, or not cure, or whatever. They're going to use it for opium addiction or something like that. It doesn't do anything. That's not going to do anything for it. Like, weed is not... There's only one thing that can take away from a chemical that the body wants and needs and has a reaction because it doesn't have the chemical, and that is the chemical itself, and or a synthetic version of it or something. Like, it's not going to... You know, it might help with the mindset of the body, but... Anyway, alright, so if you guys look here yesterday, we had some nice resistance on ARM up here at this 160 level. Alright, so we have a resistance level here. Sorry about the live stream today. What a monster move. We should have just went ahead and went long. I mean, I didn't expect this. We were talking about this Monday, going long arm down here, 116, 117 to get to 130. Last week. Like, we've been trading arm for 2 weeks now, and here it is. I should have just, put a swing trade out on this, and, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? So 150 we have here prior support. We pulled back into it yesterday. This was the previous close, our highest closing price. We pulled back into that like 149, 150 area. 165 looks to be 164 looks to be the previous all-time high. I don't know about, yeah, 164. So that was during market hours. So you can tell we can see we're getting a little bit of pressure in here. Again, I will reiterate, yesterday I entered a few put options with some of the green trades that we had yesterday, and I made it free. So I bought a few, not a lot. I did try to exit them yesterday, and I could not get a fill. It would not fill me. I talked about that this morning, and I'm not sure if you guys heard me talk about it or not because of the OBS and desktop not being on. Alright, so that is on. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Nice support level. So I would honestly like to see if we can get ARM back down to like 140. Like, seriously. I think 140 is a level that it hasn't really tested yet. If you guys look here at 140, what's that, 140.75? It feels like it never actually pulled back into it. So I went ahead, let's see, right, so 139.65.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, and I think that is only going to continue. You look at some of the advancements coming out of
Right there. Fuck it. I don't know.
The Sora video image generation, right? Or these text to image generation tools, even from Microsoft of all people, right? So it is going to be a race. I think Adobe is going to have more competitors. At the same time, there's probably a broader audience they can sell to. You and I
150. All right, so I'm gonna watch 150 today on ARM. I'm gonna see if we're able to hold that or if it breaks.
We could become subscribers over time.
Tyler, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate
So we have our all-time high up there. I'm gonna get rid of this level.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold. What straps bold to a rocket and hurls it into space? Boring does. Boring makes vacations happen. Early retirement's possible. And startups start up because it's smart, dependable, and steady. All words you want from your bank. For nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been brilliantly boring, so you can be happily fulfilled. Which is pretty unboring if you think about it.
What does it mean to be rich?
So it's a pivot high from yesterday.
Reaching a magic number, and more about discovering magic. Rich is being able to keep your loved ones close, and also send them away. Rich is living life your way.
It's just on a tear, guys. So I would see if we can get pullbacks, into this 145 level, guys. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see if we can get pullbacks into like 145. We ran a test up there at those previous highs, and I think we need to pull it back into 150 to 145. That's what I'm gonna look for.
You know what is an idea? Let's ask Markham. That's good. Now, lunch.
And look, you're still holding 157.45.
Weekdays at 5 a.m. Be first on world markets. First to the global business conversation.
50.45.
Investing day every day with
What's up, Anma? How you doing, buddy? I got to get you a nickname, bro, because it's so hard for me to say that. It's like a tongue twister. Start calling you Killer. Start calling you Killer. How's everything been? It's good to hear from you. All right, so we have a pivot low up here on ARM. Again, I feel like we need a pullback on. I can't get jiggy with this shit. I can't. It's just up there testing high, so I might just go ahead and look for something else to try and trade here. 140, 145, 150. Pretty much the areas I'll be looking at.
GME HQ. Happy Friday. Happy Flag Day. Happy Father's Day. And import-export prices for May hitting the wires. Down 0.4%.
Okay, so what we have import and export prices that just came out a little bit ago. Just because you're good at trading, that's all. No reason. This is the first word that came to. Just the first word that came to my mind. Killer is, a word that we use for someone that's just really good at something. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so export prices, import prices. I was just joking. It was just a joke. So import and export prices came in negative year over year and month over month. Year over year, import 1.1, export 0.6. So coming in just under expectations. And coming in below month over month as well. So 10 o'clock we have Michigan consumer sentiment. So I wonder if that's going to allow us to have a pop here going into the when we have going into like the bell, the first like half hour goes by, we get the bounce, and then maybe we look for a possible pullback. So on ARM, guys, I'm just going to look at, you guys have, I don't know if you guys seen this, but you have this level here from yesterday where we ended up holding VWAP like 156. So I'm going to watch 156 on ARM, and I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to keep an eye on 156. As you can see, we're pulling right back into that level right now, top left, with pre-market on. You guys can see we're trying to bounce back off of that level and possibly hold yesterday's close. If I zoom in just a little bit for you, you can see this pullback is right there at yesterday's close. Pivot low, recapture it. It's in the process of pulling back. Can it bounce now? Can it bounce off of that level?
Rick, thank you. Down 11% versus the dollar on the year. We'll try and get that chart up too. Steve Leisman has been looking through these numbers too, and he joins us with a special guest.
Yeah, real quick, I've been waiting for and wondering if we were going to get some kind of dollar effect.
Some mild support level there at 153. AMD, just want to cover some of these semiconductors real quick. Guys, I seriously just think ARM and everything, we just need a pullback. So if you get bounces, again, on ARM, if you get bounces, what's going on? Yeah, it's taking a while. I'm just going to keep it at that. If you guys see here, this previous high, 164, pullbacks into 150 to 145 is where I look for pullbacks into. That's all I got. That's all I can think of for this. I would ultimately like a pullback to 140, but that may not happen for a while. So you're just in this gap now, and that gap is from like 150 to 165. It's like a 15-cent range. So you could just sit up here, bounce, sell off, bounce, sell off, bounce, sell off. Say the MACD crossover on GD. No, I did not. Starting this, so I'm going to grind the whole night till the match starts. Oh, nice. So starting. Yeah, so if you guys, I don't know if you guys seen the Russian ruble at all. So, all right, so there's been a lot going on. Let's see. I haven't talked about it because I don't know much about it, and I wasn't really going to trade it. But with BRICS, news with the BRICS, they're finally dumping U.S. reserves as the world currency, trying to at least. Now, I will say this: there is a piece done by, let's see, reserve number. Bullard, Fed Bullard, okay? Fed Bullard had mentioned this. Fed Bullard did something on this. So the de-dollarization, BRICS building payments platform to bypass the United States dollar. They're planning the payments platform to bypass the US dollar, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot going on here. You have stuff going on with Putin and the ruble. If you look at a chart with the ruble USD, all right, ruble USD, I don't know how to spell it. Or is it RUB? Yeah.
That's the math question. I've had a nice correspondence with your former colleague Jeff Lacker, both online and on air. We had him on.
I mean, this thing is just, it had some strength and then pulled back, but they closed their stock market pretty much. I don't know. There's been a lot going on within the Western civilization. So what that all means, I don't know. Like, does it you know, does it head this way? I don't know. I don't know what that means for liquidity for us, for everyone else, Europe, Australia, United States, Canada. I'm not sure. But I would keep an eye on that, and that's probably why. Yeah, it might be. I think we kind of got past the big one already. Maybe it could. It very well could. Could come in, kind of crazy or just right in line. Then I would expect the market to kind of just chop around. The volume's already low today. But keep your eyes out for this news here and see what that does for oil and energy and natural gas. You guys see this double top here on natural gas. See if you try to hold this. See if you try to hold this level, which it looks like it's trying to break now. Let's go right into Tesla and Coinbase. I want to go into my trade ideas today. I think it was like 192. And you have to understand too, when you're watching currencies and stuff, is understanding everybody and their mother pretty much lowered rates or are starting to pull back rates, and we have yet to do so because we still had a stimulus that they were doing, so we can't, everyone else is able to start pulling rates back sooner because we were late to start it. Instead of doing it, getting it over with, they kind of lagged, so that's why we got to lag out of it because we lagged into it. All right, Tesla had a nice pullback day yesterday, and I said this. I said we had a nice consolidation day yesterday, and I want to see if we can try to bounce. I don't, and we already are. Fudge. We're up above that level now. Look at this hourly chart there. You guys see this? Look at that wedge there. Look at that hourly wedge. Beautiful wedge there. So that's the area I'm watching. If we get pullbacks into 185, I'd like to be long at 185 into like 190, 191. Anything past 190, I don't know. I don't know what happens. All right, because we struggled up there yesterday to close and get up through 190 level. If we do get through 190, you have a nice shot at 194, 195. All right, and then 200. So that's how I'm going to play that. And I'll go back over it again with you really quickly. I'm watching this 188. Well, really, I'm just going to say this. I'm watching 189 or 190 level. I think we have a nice opportunity just to test that previous high there. Let's go here. Let's do this. Take this off. I'm just not with it today. I don't know if it's because it's Friday or what. So if you guys look here, you guys can see all this previous, these double top wicks there. We sat right on it yesterday. All right, we sat right on it yesterday. So what is this for? So that's just a small minor level. That is a minor level there. We have a gap fill. There's a gap here.
We spoke to Janet Yellen yesterday about was the housing market, and given high mortgage rates, the lock-in effect that's happening. But as that also relates to the labor market.
192. Yeah, we gotta watch 192.
Investors said we were in a good position with monetary policy.
In the country, or possibly somewhere else, even in your own state. How much do you think about that? And as it relates to housing, how much do you think about? It's not something I think a here and now issue, but 3-4 years from now, depending on where you think interest rates are, do you think that there's going to be a problem for folks who have to roll out of them?
So yeah, if we can get pullbacks into this level, I like 182.50 for longs. Really even 185. If we can pull back into 185 and hold it. I'm just not sure if it gives you the extension you're looking for. You know what I mean? I just don't know if there's going to be like momentum, volume, all that good stuff. Nice. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. So there's Tesla. Let me see here. I have all these lines and I don't like it, guys. I have all these lines and I don't like it. I think I got to get rid of that. I think I got to get rid of that. I can save that one. I can save that one. So that's really the range that I'm watching, if you guys can see. All right, is this range right here, and you're starting to try and regain that that pre-market low there from yesterday. All right, so 186 to 185 is your pretty much is your level.
But some people are afraid you're going to
Let's see here.
You've missed it always in the past, and now you're going to miss it again.
And you know what's cool about this is that you don't have anything to stop you from testing the previous highs.
You guys, you missed the inflation target.
And I talk about that all the time.
You're even forecasting as a group.
Right? So if we get up here, we're up here now. Right? And you get a little pullback into there, you have nothing stopping you to test yesterday's high. Like, there's no resistance up here until 191. And that's what I like about it. So once we regain that level right there, that's the level I'm watching. All right, that's the level I am watching. So you guys can see that.
Around the table feels like we're totally out of whack with what's going on with the market. If you look at sort of where the market is and where our
Sorry, just give me 1 second because I was looking. I just seen something here. Now I know I should have said. Okay, I see what I was doing there.
and where the economy is going and the risk around our forecast influences our policy decisions.
But we kind of have to wrap, but I do want to give Reserve and 10
39 years at the Federal Reserve.
Well, I don't know whether I could say a best call, but one thing that I've learned over those years is that the Fed is a very strong institution. As I said, it's a learning institution. You come to the table with your best analysis and your views, but I've learned something at every meeting I've attended, and I've attended under 4 different chairs, so I've seen a lot. And the chairs, of course, all have different styles, but they all come at it with the same view that we're working for the American public, right? We have a very important job to do.
All right, so yesterday we held the 100-day on Tesla. What I'm going to look for is a rally back up to yesterday's high, and if we can get through yesterday's high, I do want to see if we can hold.
Concerning, though, that attacks against the Federal Reserve have increased over that period of time.
I do want to see if we can hold.
Questions about the Federal Reserve
Hold up.
from the political viewpoint through the political lens. No president likes to see higher rates when he's running for.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tired and beat. I just.
Have gotten more politicized over that time period.
Let's see.
Not really. I think this ebbs and flows. And the best thing we can do as an institution is to really focus on the dual mandate and doing the best analysis, bringing the best judgment to those discussions, and really putting everything else to the side.
Like, I don't like how this 15-minute, like, the volume is, and this RSI is just, like, so freaking, it takes up so much room.
Wants to effectively end, to some degree, the independence of the Federal Reserve.
Well, having an independent Federal Reserve in terms of our monetary policy decisions is very important. It allows us to actually set policy really focused on having the strongest economy we can have for the American public. So, the structure of the Fed has been preserved over, many years, and my hope and my...
All right, so we went through Apple, Tesla. Apple's still holding there at 213.50. Tesla, we're holding up here. Watch this. Watch for pullbacks. The thing is that I'm afraid of with Tesla, for anybody that's curious, is that that pop yesterday made it a bit overdone and overbought, and you saw the selling pressure come out immediately as soon as it opened up. So
Message said the labor market is still very strong. FOMC is doing good work understanding forecasting the economy.
I'm looking for pullbacks. I want to see if we can get a pullback into 180 on Tesla. More than likely. More than likely, that's what I'm looking for. Unfortunately. I don't want that to be the case, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Let me write this stuff down real quick.
A question can change the world. It asks if what we do today can be better tomorrow.
Oh my gosh.
Questions inspire. They dream. They dare to disrupt. The right question can create economic progress.
SCHW, Charles Schwab reported monthly activity highlights. Core net new assets brought to the company by new and existing clients totaled $31.1 billion in May. Total client assets $9.2 trillion at the end of May, up 20% from May 2023.
82.
That is SCHW.
182.
At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking.
Two retiring business executives turn their post-career mission to greyhounds, giving these
All right, so these are the levels I have. On Tesla.
From planning your future to pursuing your passions, a Raymond James financial advisor gets
MBY, Nova Bay Pharmaceuticals, announcing
the way you get back.
holders of warrants, certain holders of warrants exercising their warrants at a reduced exercise price of $2.50 per share.
NASDAQ company, symbol SNGX.
190.50.
That's from an 8K filing.
Right for patients with
T-cell lymphoma, a rare and chronic cancer where abnormal T-cells attack the skin. In its first phase 3 trial, showed statistical significance in its primary endpoint, working with leading scientists at Stanford University of Pennsylvania, MD Anderson, and the Mayo Clinic, and potentially de-risk path to regulatory approvals worldwide. Sologenics, SNGX.
Scott and Joe came about because we decided one day that we were tired of not living our dreams.
As soon as we became owners of this shop, there was an outpouring from the community.
The first thing we wanted
78.
was for this to be a
All right.
space for everyone, but really in particular for the queer community.
It's always been a pleasure of ours to kind of use food as a tool for breaking down barriers.
Pride is everything.
Everybody deserves that kind of love.
So we did hold 178. That is true. Yeah, so if I do this, and I did it on the SPY, we pulled back, held that. See if we pull back and hold 184. 184, which it looks like we did pre-market. Yep, look, 184, 183.55, 184.
That's MD1.
The toymaker's digital business is accelerating. They also add that the business has increasing upside overall for 2025. Shopify also moving higher, this time on an Evercore upgrade. Analysts saying the recent pullback in the stock, you see it right here, down 15% year to date. This is making an attractive entry point. They go on to say that Shopify is a best-in-class e-commerce play with the ability to sustain revenue growth right around 20% and free cash flow approaching 20%, bringing it closer to that so-called rule of 40 for SaaS stocks. All right, today, obviously, a lot of talk about EVs with Tesla. Stellantis, you can see it right here, down almost 4%, moving lower on comments.
SVMH, Subaru, 36 cents now.
Manufacturing issues at U.S. plants.
After that earlier press release, Sandy Victor, Michael Hotel.
CEO Carlos Navarro still maintained guidance and said there would be cost
Heavy
cutting,
volume on that one.
reducing headcount in an effort to be more competitive in the EV space globally. Again, shares of Stellantis down just about 4%. Thank you. Back over to you.
All right, Frank, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Let's see here, Tesla.
Coming up after this, a top Tesla analyst
TR.
talk about what he thinks of the approval of Musk's pay package and how it could impact the stock next. Take a look at Apple. Shares are up nearly 11% over the past 3 days, adding some $324 billion to its market cap across that span. That lifted Apple's market cap above Microsoft for the first time since January. Now, earlier in the week, Apple closed in third place behind NVIDIA. Stockbox returns after this.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking.
LYB, LyondellBasell expands PT compounding. Production in China, that's Lima Yankee Bravo, LYB.
Discover untapped possibilities and relentlessly working with you to make them real. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
So this is a nice little support level that you have here on AMD, and that is 160.50. 160.50. You've been holding this pretty well here. So that's a level that I would watch for on AMD, 160.50. Looks like it actually just broke it. Yeah, you just fucking broke it. Talked all that shit. Let's see here. I don't know, maybe 155. Looks like it tested 155 to 150, probably incoming. I was hoping AMD could hold out, but I don't know why it said here that.
Get started at longlivedogs.com. Why do I love the US Open? It pushes the very best to the very brave. And without the greatest challenge, you don't get the greatest triumph. The US Open on NBC and Peacock, part of the greatest summer of golf.
Where are they?
Is that a nice little head and shoulders there, possibly? We're back under the 50-day now. That sucks. 156. I would watch this previous high here on AMD, 156. I'd watch that level. AMD really hasn't been moving, so any pops into the 50-day, 160 or so, if we can't get above it, I'll look for that 160 rejection.
Yes, autonomy has many uses, and he believes will add to an enormous amount of market cap and shareholder value. Obviously, we're talking about a pay package, which he has now again been bestowed upon him as a result of creating enormous shareholder value over the last 6 years. Not so much the last couple of years, as we pointed out many times. Just to remind people, that pay package was at the time in 2018 worth some $2.6 billion on a $59 billion market cap at the time. Obviously, fast forward, we're talking around $50 billion, let's call it, on the current market cap.
But 8% of the company.
Yeah, it's going to be dilutive.
Yes,
now
it is.
You're going back to Delaware court to get this thing ratified, and it's not completely clear what Chancellor McCormick is going to do here, but with the reincorporation in Texas and the fact that you've put it to shareholders again and they have once again overwhelmingly approved it,
enough.
We'll see.
Right.
I mean, but you'd imagine it just say, okay, fine.
But what do you think about the energized, dancing, obviously very at home, love of Tesla, let's go beat the Chinese, that's my own.
What struck on any number of people, of course, to your point, Jim, was not just his discussion about autonomy. Remember, he's already famously said, we're not a car company.
Right.
What he does appear to be focusing on now, and I was at the annual meeting a year ago, he makes claims that, are long-term in nature, to say the least. But what he is focused on, it would appear, in terms of what may be the main driver of value at Tesla over, let's call it, the next 10, 15 years, is robots. And he basically said Optimus, and we've shown you videos of it in the past, and they continue to sort of advance in terms of what Optimus is able to do. He sees a world in which, you're talking about potentially as many as a billion robots a year being made. They have 10% market share. So just follow the math with me. 100 million robots are being made by Tesla. He says we sell them for $20,000. We make $10,000 in profit. Therefore, we make $1 trillion. And I'll let him pick it up from there.
I'm confident of the prediction that there will be more, like the ratio of humanoid robots to humans will be greater than 1 to 1. So that there'll be, more than 10 billion humanoid robots in the world. Probably 20 or more, and Tesla's going to be by far the leader in that.
Right.
He reiterates
what we
man.
were hoping he would say, and we have him obviously, is they're going to get a 20 multiple on $1 trillion in profit. So it's going to be a 20 to $25 trillion market cap opportunity.
Well, look, this is the missing piece of the puzzle about what NVIDIA was saying at the GTC. Which is it's robot. But no one's taking them up other than this man. And he has so many of the big chips.
I don't know where my pen
from
went.
NVIDIA that I have to believe that he is going to be the
Pullbacks
guy
in the
who creates the form
655
factor that Jensen dreamed up to begin
for
with.
here on Netflix.
It's very big.
Pullbacks in the 655 off on the bell.
Can you really imagine a time in which, again, there are a
bounces
billion robots being made a year? Maybe he talked about as many as 10 billion robots eventually.
Look, there's an element of
and
hyperbole
that they
there,
are a
David.
10% market share, and therefore they're making 10,000 on each robot. I mean, is that really a possibility?
Again,
Well,
sorry about this morning,
look,
guys.
I'm not going to rule it anyway. This guy.
Sorry about this morning. Like I said, I don't know, man. It's just one of those mornings. So, 655 Netflix, NFLX. I haven't been watching this stock. 655 holds. Pullbacks into 655. And then we're going to look for 666, $10 move to the upside on Netflix. Tesla, I am and was watching this level here. This is my level that I'm watching. 186 to 185.50. All right. I just want to have a nice red day. I'd like to have a nice red day today. 186 is the level. That was that pivot low from yesterday, and then we went back up, turned it into resistance now. Now the question is, do we hold yesterday's low? If we end up breaking it, which I think we can, I'm looking for pullbacks into. I'm looking for pullbacks on Tesla. I'll show you guys here. Pullbacks into 180. But you have a gap fill here, like your support. It's like 180 to like 178. Why does this always do that?
Yeah, that's right. The Chinese harder to operate. I mean, Chinese BYD, what they got a tariff under 20%.
There we go.
You can't beat the Chinese if they're subsidized.
We've made this point. The Chinese have lowered their price points. By the way, they're
180 to 178.
They're the leader in batteries. That's where all the stuff's made, right? I'm not wrong.
No, you're right.
And so they're able to incorporate the batteries, and I guess they continue to drive.
I mean, honestly, if we break 180, yeah, I think we have to look for 170 over the next couple days. So I don't know. It could just be an inside out day. If I were to like really look at the chart, I would have to say that any short-term bounces would probably have to be met with taking profit and or thinking about a possible downside move on bounces back up into like 186 to 190. All right. I think Tesla is a little bit oversold or a little bit overbought. You know, but again, as long as we stay above 180, you got to be bullish. We're above the 100-day moving average. I think that's the thing you want to look for. We'll see. We'll see if there's a trade there. I'm trying to find something that has continuation and movement today. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't feel too good about today. I don't. All right. So you guys can see the 100-day moving average. If you look on your chart, that 100-day moving average has just been a steady support resistance level, the blue line there. We're finally above it. We haven't been above it at all this year. You open the year up, the first day of the year, I'm sorry, the second day of the year, we broke it. So this is the third day this year that Tesla's been above the 100-day. Or yesterday was, so. Watch 180. Keep your eyes on 180. If you get pullbacks and you break there, look for that $10 downside move to 170. All right. You also have the 20-day there, so I would imagine even if you pull back in here, the 20-day is going to come in and the 100 days right there too. They're both going to act as support. You haven't quite got there yet, so you could have a day where you just kind of consolidate like you did yesterday. You get like that initial fall, and then you just stay there at 180, and it just chops around all day. AMD, just nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. I think this is actually, I mean, I don't want it up here because I'm used to the $75 to $80 AMD. And this is double that. So I don't know what I was doing to not buy this thing at 60 bucks, but like $70, $80, that's what it's usually trended between 80 and 100 bucks. So AMD, I don't know. I'm not really going to watch it. You do have a little double bottom here, but the thing is now we have this 50-day moving average here coming in. And we are below it. You're below it today. All right. So do we start turning that into resistance? Look for pops back into 160. All right, pops into 160. Yeah, like look at the volume. What time is it? It's 9:12. Right, 8 o'clock. Let's see. And then look here. Look what you had at 8. You had double, triple the volume. I would find something that has a catalyst, like Restoration Hardware or something. This level here, I don't know how liquid these options are. They may not be liquid at all. Yeah, there's like none. 1, 2, 3. Like, yeah. The fucking volume, the The options are shit.
At T. Rowe Price,
They're so
we ask
bad.
smart questions about opportunities like advances in healthcare and how these innovations will create a healthier world tomorrow.
Restoration Hardware, you could possibly look for shorts from 239 down into 220. I wouldn't just... That's so weird. May have some more room down to the downside. Wow, this thing was 800 bucks. I don't know, man. I think Restoration Hardware has fallen on hard times, honestly, if you ask me. You have a gap fill down there at 250. I don't even want to look at that thing. Amazon. We can look at Amazon and Google. Amazon pulled back yesterday. They've just been kind of sitting in this range here. 20-day held yesterday as support. The 20-day and 50-day held.
Putting hard pressure on someone, we're always trying to press, steal the ball, not foul. You're only as good as your next game.
The Olympics from Paris starts July 26th on NBC.
So now you have to watch to see if that rejects the 50-day. Where's the 50-day? I got to put that there now because it broke it. And what time is it? 9:14. I want to look at like JP Morgan and stuff and Goldman Sachs because and Coinbase. I feel like those are the trades I'm going to want to be in.
From sunrise to moonrise, it's all about the journey, the energy, reflection. Dare to take chances, or just take time. And Bon Appetit, where spilling is always welcome. And don't miss a thing. Cecil County, Maryland, just a daydream away.
Alright, so you have some support there. 1, 2, 1, 2. Come on. And then we have this little area right here where the 20-day is. Oh shit, that's why.
We've seen it affect housing markets. We've seen it affect growth rates. We've seen it affect and bring supply and demand in the labor market back together. So it's definitely having an effect. Whether it's sufficiently restricted, that's why we need to be data dependent and sort of assess where inflation is going.
I don't know. I think this chart's ugly, guys. But I would look. Your support level is down there at 180. Yeah, 180. 180. 180, 182. $2 level. $2 increments. Look for pops. If you pop back into 184 and can't get through there, you can look for a rejection at 184 to 185. 15 minutes.
Look, she served well. The new person's very good. But she did her job. I cannot say I agree with her very often. But her goodbye is very sweet.
NVIDIA bounced. That's crazy that we got that arm position yesterday and it would not get us out of it. Like, that's such dog shit. Like, talk about corruption. That was some bullshit. Now it's going to bounce here on the bell. And those like, that's so... Listen, I don't even know if I got filled yet. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. And I kind of don't even want to know. So I got GameStop up here, Tesla, Coinbase. Good luck today, everybody. If you guys need help, just, you know, ask your questions in chat. Post it in chat. What are you guys looking at? What are you guys watching today? What do you hope to gain from today as well? Look at this level on Tesla. So I did have that level there on Tesla. It's so weird. I had that level.
with Huntington Bank, which just said, listen, we're not. They went to Europe 2 weeks ago with UBS and said things are good, and then they came back at a rival conference and said, hey, we're sorry, got to cut numbers. And that, there it is. That's what everyone's worried about.
We do have about 17% of the S&P bank sector at 3-month lows. That's the highest since October. Although, Jim, B of A getting an upgrade over at KBW.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. They had some good things to say. That actually been a bit of an underperformer, but I can't get excited about this bank group because I just feel like, wait a second, we got to find out who else is Huntington. Huntington's a good bank. They're not you know,
If we can break through these previous highs at 250 on Coinbase, I think we could have a nice day here on some of these crypto names.
actually not bad. They're really growing, but it was interpreted entirely as negative. That the net interest income went from like -2 plus
AAPL,
to minus 1,
spiking here, $4.10 the high now, Kilo Alpha
Bank
Victor
instruments
Lima,
have been
KAPL.
very stable. So you can see all the banks going down. You know, and then you're supposed to buy at this point. There's a pretty good equity strategy piece by Wells Fargo that says, don't forget, when we had the downshift, you're supposed to be buying the drug stocks.
They have not performed particularly well this week. Obviously, the outliers, as we said many times, Merck and, of course, Lilly, shares of which are up over 51%.
You read that piece about Rex?
I did. And the German union about
All right, guys, be careful today. Remember, 10 o'clock we have some data, so don't get too crazy, and get too invested in a move unless you know you have volume and it's going to give it to you. Take your profits if you get paid. Again, I'm still in ARM because I don't know. I can't say that. Let me not say that I'm in ARM because from what I know, I'm in ARM. I don't know how. I don't know how the fuck I have a limit order at 29 cents and the last fill for ARM. If we go to ARM, top left, right? I don't know how you have the last price is 30 cents when I was sitting there at 29 cents, and there's somebody on level 2 sitting at 27 cents, and I'm at 29 cents, but the last fill was 30. Yeah, that don't make no sense. Should have split the orders up or something. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Is they went and bought a whole bunch of them and wanted to own it, which I don't know why. Because of the news that came out this morning that I did not know about yesterday. And again, I reiterate, this is off of a winning trade. I only bought a few contracts. So it's no big deal. This thing can go to 0 and it's not gonna hurt me. I'm still gonna end the week green. We've had a few nice trades this week. We have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
With Renewal by Anderson, you can have monthly payments that'll probably be lower than your cable bill. With another program, you can get windows and doors now and not pay anything for an entire year. No wonder half of our customers finance. Before we talk about the warranty, think about other things you've bought. Did it sometimes feel like you had to buy the expensive extended warranty to get the good coverage?
So what I'm doing right now is I'm just getting everything set to how I want it.
Installers are so talented. Unlike some other companies, our warranties cover the windows, patio doors, and the installation.
Why do we not have this double bottom? This double bottom is a big level here that we have to watch for. All right, ARM, you have to keep. I think you have to keep this 150 on watch. 150.50. I gotta use the restroom too. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what's going on with this, actually. All right, NVIDIA, Apple, ARM, Tesla, all on the list. I don't really know how today's going to go. I'm tired, kind of, and I just don't know. I just don't think there's much volume today, and I don't know. I think a lot of the setups already were, and you had to be already on them. And we talked about a lot of those setups going into the week. For the past 3 weeks, I would say. And they kind of finished off, earlier this week. Microsoft, ARM, Coinbase, Meta, right? We've been heavy on those names, long and short, because the setups were there, which we could actually... I haven't looked at it yet today. So, keep Netflix on watch for this pullback. If you get a pullback here, we'll look to see if we can take advantage of a possible entry long. BBL Drizzy. What the hell? Alright, guys, we got 5 minutes. 3-minute chart. Okay, I am on the 3 minutes. Alright. BBL Drizzy. JP Morgan, I did not look up yet. You guys see that? Support down here at the 100-day. It broke the 50, pulled into the 50. Look for a 195 rejection. Possibly. I think it's already overdone, so it's not going to be that easy. But look, another gap down today. You could probably look for longs on JP Morgan if you want. Could be a nice trade, but it looks like you're taking yesterday's low. You're trying to make that resistance. So I would be careful. CCJ is another one we've been watching. That's actually falling down now too. There was another one that I feel like I'm forgetting. I don't like that I'm forgetting it.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation provides mortgage-free homes to the families of veterans, first responders, and fallen police officers.
Alright, Shopify. You guys, I don't know if you guys heard or not. Shopify's been in the news. 65, 70. Let's see here. Of course, my cat's going to come in and try to yell at me and go feed her, but I'm not feeding her every day. Every fucking day. On the bell. Excuse my language. Sorry about that. Every day on the bell, she wants me to cater. I don't know what it is. I don't know how she knows. You're okay, love. I don't know how she knows. Literally at 9:30, she just comes in. Boop, I see the door open up. All right, guys. Good luck today. We have 2 minutes. All right, ARM, NVIDIA, Apple. Here goes Apple. Thought about breaking there. BBL Drizzy. Let's see. Coinbase. What I need to do is I need to go delete all of these charts. This is a nice support level here for Coinbase. I feel like really nice support level. You have a double top up here. I will watch to see if we try to break it today. If we do end up breaking it, you don't have really any support until you get down here. It's like pretty much this area, 235. That could be a really nice move. I would keep an eye on that. keep an eye on that, and Bitcoin. If Bitcoin breaks down, or if you get news, you get something. We have 1 minute. 1 minute. 20-day. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let me ease it. Why do I put that? I have that shit in my head all the time. Right. I know, I did drink a Red Bull. That's probably why. Good luck today. Alright? Chase your dreams. Go after them. Alright? You know one thing about the market? You can control how much you lose. Okay? You can control that. You don't have to lose a bunch of money. You can also make a bunch of money. The market doesn't say you're capped at, you know, 150, 200,000 a month. Good luck today, guys. Minor level, I am actually seeing a minor level down here at 2. See, I don't want to do that. I am so sorry about that. BBL Drizzy. Not sure why I have that song in my head either. That was really loud. That shit hurt. Alright, guys, good luck. Type in the chat what you guys are watching, what you see. If you see anything that has a lot of volume, please throw it in the chat. We're all here to help one another. Alright, we're here to make some money. Let's see if...
Diagnostics ticker CODX submits its NVDA 510K application.
Bro, why is this not pulling back? Bro, oh my god, I'm already getting pissed. I'm already getting fucking pissed, bro. Okay, so we come in with the gap down resistance. You guys can see right here. You have a nice support level there at 245. Nice support level at 245. Watch 250 for a possible rejection up at 250. Possible rejection at 250. We might not even get there. All right, what do we got, guys? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Shares popping at the open.
Yep.
After it was announced the company will join the NASDAQ 100 starting on June 24th.
They never filled me. They never fucking filled me. What assholes, bro. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. They never filled me on that, guys. You gotta be shitting me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Let's see here. I'm gonna try and get these fools. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get filled. I can still probably get out of this for a profit. Let's see if somebody will, Why is it saying that? So did I get filled or not? Bro, they're really dicking me right now, bro. Alright, I put out a limit order. We'll see what happens here. Look, they all jumped right to 26, bro. Look, did y'all see that? I literally just dropped my orders to 26 and then they all showed up. That's wild, bro. That's wild. That's wild. Because that's still a profitable... Bro, are you kidding me, bro? Man, fuck that. I'm leaving it. Fuck that. Sorry for the language. It's bullshit because they should have filled me yesterday. There's no reason why this thing was up 20 filling people at 30 cents. Look at Tesla to the downside. Coinbase pumping. Coinbase is pumping. GameStop going. I'm still holding on to this arm pull. I'm gonna wait and hold on to this thing. Give me Tesla here. BBL Drizzy. Da-na-na-na.
That our continued investments towards transforming our product and expanding our platform will generate significant long-term value for our shareholders. Every act of creation is first an act of destruction. Pablo Picasso. We have worked hard to destroy the former version of ourselves and are in the process of unleashing what we believe is an exponentially more inspiring and disruptive RH brand, inclusive of the most prolific product transformation.
That just sounds stupid.
In the history of our industry.
I don't know, man. Whoever gave that guy the mic, it's a bad. It was a bad look. BBL Drizzy. Dude, come the fuck on, bro. I'm getting pissed, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just getting pissed. At this point, I'm just pissed. It's a nice possible reject. That's a nice rejection there on Tesla. I want to see if I can try to catch a bounce. I would like to try and get a bounce here off of this level. It was support yesterday. I just think a bounce back, we may be able to pull Tesla back into 180. Alright, that's just my opinion. BBL Drizzy. I don't know. It might just trade sideways, guys. Be careful. Be careful. Be very, very careful. Apple, you have a nice possible rejection here. Hold up. It's got a little room to the upside. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom.
We got a top pick pins, and we got another upgrade of shop, second in the week.
Okay, so Hasbro, this is actually an extension of what was on the cost.
This could be one big pennant trying to be put in up here. NVDA. Alright, NVIDIA broke below this level, guys. You can look for a pullback on NVIDIA back down to 127. Pullbacks down to yesterday's low on NVIDIA. What the fuck is going on here? I swear to God, man. I'm just losing my mind today, guys. For real. Because I'm so tired of clicking the mouse to fix charts. It's getting old. It's getting real old. It should just be able to place them on there that's like somewhat seeable. I know because some of them have ran so much. It's like the charts are stretched. And then some of them, I don't know. They're just... AMD, guys. That's a nice possible rejection right there. Short. AMD regaining yesterday's low on low volume. ARM just being an idiot.
David Rosenberg's point today is that the market is calling the Fed's bluff.
Yes, they are.
And that even after import prices of the docs were maybe obsolete before they were published.
They're calling the Fed's bluff.
Look, there's a minor level right there. 183.50. 183.50. BBL Drizzy. Come on, what are you going to do, Tesla? Nice double bottom here? No, you're going to break? Because if we break, we have room to... See, it's not much room.
He's already in the Madrid airport.
He's thinking DSW.
If the shoe fits, wear it. I heard you, the whole thing.
Yeah.
I wish I could be like these old guys, just sitting at a table talking corporate. Listen to him. I heard you. I heard you. I could see him sitting at McDonald's. I heard
Procter
you. I
Gambling.
heard you. He's already
Dr.
on the
Colgate
plane
Or
to
Kimberly
Madrid.
Clark, as you pointed out yesterday.
But
Abby,
Michael
please,
Shu
hold
has
on. I'm sorry,
Mike's
love. I can't do
reinvented that
nothing for
company.
you right
He has
now.
reinvented
Nice
that
pop
company.
and volume.
And it's almost at its all-time high. And it's got a good yield. That's what I'm
reading something. I'm listening and reading. I can do two things at once. I hear everything you're saying. Michael Shu, the da.
He does not even know if the shoe fits.
He's already in the Madrid airport.
He's thinking DSW.
If the
He's
shoe
like, you know,
fits, wear it. I heard you, the whole thing.
Yeah, you're thinking Florsheim doesn't trade. All right.
But Deckers does.
Ooh, Deckers is, well, that could be another one that I'm worried about.
Really?
Look, I'm just a little.
Netflix, nice pullback right there, guys.
I
That
just
was a
need something
really
else
nice
to buy other
pullback.
than NVIDIA.
Well, I'll give you Broadcom because it's up another 2%.
Oh, my chapter source is Broadcom, NVIDIA, Apple, and
Apple's up
Microsoft.
again.
So, like,
after
hey,
what's been a great
I could take a
week for
vacation with
Apple.
those.
Adding.
Own it, don't trade it, David.
Own it, don't
NVIDIA,
trade it.
those are two.
I know Apple and NVIDIA. Own it, don't trade it.
Yes, you care. But he wants RH and Nucor, own it, don't trade it. Okay, fine.
You want to talk about GameStop?
All right,
and Keith
Netflix
Gill?
is
'Cause
breaking
that's what I
out,
was-
guys.
He has-
Netflix
he
broke
can't-
out.
You know what?
Look
He's
at
now
this
the
daily
man. He
chart.
has so much money, he's become the man.
Look at the daily chart. I knew this was going to happen because it has room. Come on, baby. Has room to 675. What have we done already? 652. Oh no. 652. 653 to 665.
Record highs on Thursday.
Come on. I am watching Netflix. Okay, I think Netflix does have some room here. So nice breakout, nice pennant off the 20-day. I just think you have nothing stopping you once you break out to get to like 168 or so, but you're already almost there, unfortunately. So this price here on the daily chart is 668. So you might have a little more room. And this is what Mega Cap Tech has done, guys. This is what it's done. So maybe look for that. Alright, that's an idea there. If anybody's looking for trade ideas. Yeah, if we can get up through there, I'd look for a move to 668. Okay. Hello,
AMC
okay.
shares moving higher, up 5%.
Not good. Somewhat disastrous. Not good. You want to know Netflix is up 36% this year. Well, that's what you wanted to own.
But there is a story today about Amazon starting to make inroads on advertising. And that's what we need. Amazon, Netflix. I mean, what happened to 360?
655.
There's also some pieces that the political cycle's not giving media
I don't like the volume.
that they got in 18.
They want a buck for that.
This is the last go round where I think where the traditional broadcasters are going to really have these deals. When the NFL renews many
Fucking
years
dick
from now,
bags.
NBA, obviously they're signing the NBA deals along with, but can you imagine any? I mean, they're not going to be able to stop them. It's going to be all Amazon, Apple, Netflix, which is moving slowly but surely into live sports.
Well, one of the reasons why these keep adding
All right, Tesla broke yesterday's low. Tesla broke yesterday's low. I should have just kept watching that. There's a bit of resistance there on Coinbase too.
Too large. Yeah, you could. It's hard when the consumer likes the service.
They love them.
It's not a political winner.
No, I just think that these companies can keep rolling because there's no one can touch them.
And well, we've talked about this many times, and we'll continue to. They now are in a position to drive the AI world because they have the balance sheets to be able to do it.
They can buy the chips, which
at
cost
least
fortune.
at this point, a place where you can play as a smaller player because you need enormous allocations of capital to build
But we
these
had
data
this
centers,
conversation
to
with,
power the cloud, to do all
we
this
did it
stuff.
the other day with retail and inventory management. I mean, it's permeating every sector, Jim.
I've never seen it. But I shouldn't say that. There were times when Steve Roy was the
Look at the QQQ. Breaking out, guys. Breaking out.
Adobe last night, and you say to yourself, you know what? They can compete. That's what you would think. Broadcom, you know what? Yeah, they can compete because that's what you have to have. You have to have companies that can compete, and they have to have such technological edge or such shrewd financial edge, which is hot cans.
It's 9:46. We have some data getting ready to come out.
$800 billion market value. Basically, it's not exactly a small company. It's the largest in the world.
I just think that you're running into this situation where you have companies that are just nation states and they do whatever the heck they want. Buy whatever they want. If they wanted to buy the NVDA,
Fucking arm, yo. What a piece of shit. What a fucking dirtbag move, bro. I swear to God, I could call... Like, it's just frustrating and infuriating when you know you have... when you have orders out there. You gotta be fucking kidding me, you fucking dirtbag piece of fucking shit motherfuckers. I'm okay with it going fucking to nothing, but the fact that we had orders get filled above where we were and we didn't get our orders taken, it just shows you that it's a bunch of dirtbag shit going on. Seriously. And it's nothing short of that. Fucking dirtbag.
As we go to break, watch bonds. As we said, we're watching 4-2 on the 10.
Alright, GameStop's above 30 bucks, guys. GameStop is above 30 bucks. Alright, looks like Coinbase is pulling back. The volume is kind of low. Tesla got back above. But it looks like it's trying to reject that pre-market low right there on 183. Maybe a possible short there at yesterday's low on Tesla. I mean, I don't want to fight the overall markets, but Tesla kind of just doesn't really want to do what the overall markets do. Kind of just does its own thing. Oh, that's right. We gotta wait for 10 o'clock anyway. Because, you know, you don't want to put it on and then get shaken out of your position. Let's go ahead and...
At 88 years old, we still
BBL Jerizzi.
of new eyes, helping you discover untapped possibilities and relentlessly working working with you to make them real.
Today might be a good day for
New World Ideas, Morgan Stanley.
for small caps, for small cap names that aren't really correlated with the overall markets. Shopify on a nice run.
Questions inspire. They dream. They dare to disrupt. The right question.
Adobe's pulling back. Amazon. Look at Google today. Google's got something going on here. Looks like it has room to 178.50. I'm not sure why it's doing this, but 178.50 is where I would look for Google to get to if anybody's in that. That's right, I forgot about Meta. I forgot about it. Alright, 178.50 on Google is your resistance level. Not sure what that was either.
Tribal Brands, ticker KAPL, shares halted on a circuit breaker, up 402%.
Liquid IV. We have many truths to speak. Our truths are vast. They are unique. They are always evolving. Most of all, our truths are universal. Pride is universal.
Watch MicroStrategy today.
If that wasn't the dumbest fucking commercial I've ever heard. Pride is universal. Yeah, and? Don't nobody give a shit what you like. Stop thinking everybody worrying about you. Oh, and I'm just talking shit because I'm mad at the market today for taking the Friday off. BBL Jersey. I'm still keeping my eye on GameStop. Just so we're all clear. I can only look at so many things at once. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? Microsoft is on one again?
Is it me or is work not working? At least, not the way it could work. Your people are buried in busy work. You might be thinking, can AI make it work? It can. The ServiceNow platform.
Doesn't it sort of feel like Meta, or not Meta, but Apple and Microsoft are having this little market cap battle, racing to just like be bigger than each other, right? That's just what it feels like to me.
10 a.m. Eastern Time, Michigan Consumer Sentiment.
Oh, you're at 3 trillion? I'm gonna go to 3.2.
Data.
Oh, you want to go to 3.2? Then try to go to 3.4, because when you go to 3.4, I'm gonna just go to 3.6. So you might as well go to 3.8 right now. Look at Meta. These charts are awful. I feel like today's going to be a bad day, guys. I'm not just going to swing for the fences. Well, not really that I'm not going to swing for the fences. I'm just not going to shoot from the hip today. If I don't see anything, I don't see anything. I'm not going to worry about trying to go after just randomly anything. Alright, we're going to get this number here in 5 minutes. We're going to get this number here in 5 minutes.
We belong to the National Association of Jewelry Appraisers and know your jewelry's true value.
That can be thousands of dollars just sitting in your drawer of safe deposit box.
I'm Craig Whitten, and I help people jewelry and watches. Time for Jim and Stop trading.
There is one bull market, and that's cybersecurity. And Zscaler, which is a very good company to do zero trust, symbol ZS, is actually up. And I only mention this because I'm not a big believer. So again, you can have a bull market without big broadening, but you do need more sectors.
Zscaler has room to 170, 188. Zscaler has room to 188. Robinhood is up at resistance right now. Turkey, come here. You okay? Alright, I found some relative strength. Ford to the downside, guys. Ford broke the 200-day moving average. It's pulling back. Looks like it has room to 1150.
We do, Andy. We're the replacement window division of Andersen, one of the largest
Kinda.
window manufacturers in North America. So we can usually offer our customers larger discounts.
But anyway, be careful because it is... We're about to get that number. Arms breaking out again.
Our windows are manufactured
Again.
to fit your specific window openings. Being custom built also means if you have any
We officially have a new closing price during the market hours of 9:30 to 4. So a new intraday high has been put in on ARM. And be careful trading this stock, especially with options. Alright. I know some of you guys may already know this, but we got dicked over yesterday, taking profits at the end of the day, and they did not fill us. They actually filled orders above where our orders were. And it was like, wait, what? So, I don't know. Make sure you know where your basket of orders go to. Because they may just get shoved over to the left-hand side where nobody wants them. Just make sure you're using a broker that actually, works with, just make sure you understand to use, that different brokers, it could come down to whether or not you have the broker that you use, whether you're profitable or not. Just because you trade correctly doesn't mean that you can't still get screwed. Like, this is bullshit. We should have already been out of this trade for damn near 50%, but they didn't want to fill us. But yet they would fill us $2 higher a contract. Coin looks like it's rolling over. NVDA bounced.
And today is just one of them.
Got a nice bounce here with semiconductors again.
Investments.
What's new? That this you know that song "If I Ruled the World" by Nas? That is semiconductors. If I ruled the world, it'd be my son. It's a lot of money in semis right now, man. A lot of money. It's actually pretty crazy. Like, I'm actually really curious on what the future is gonna like, or even right now, not even the future.
Index for June coming in at 65.6
What
versus the estimate of 72.1. Consumer expectations index
I hate when this guy talks.
67.6 versus the estimate
I just
of
want to
70.
slap the shit out of him. Like, he just does this like chewing shit on the mic.
The University of
Motherfucker,
Michigan
yo.
inflation expectations coming in at 3.3% versus
Tesla pulling
3.3%
back.
prior.
Alright. I don't. You got a little bit of downside here in the overall markets, but nothing really. I didn't think you would. I didn't think you would get much. Alright, Coinbase. Getting a little froggy here.
Plunging after posting a much wider than expected loss. We're going to take a closer look at the quarter in a moment. And then Nucor shares are also falling. The company missing profit estimates, warning about its outlook. More on that stock and the state of industrials ahead on the show.
Meantime, let's get some Umish out a couple of moments ago. Rick Santelli's got it. Morning, Rick.
Come on, man, you stupid piece of shit. You're so frustrated today, bro. It's just one of those days.
Based on the survey. Our June preliminary read for the headline number, 65.6, a big miss. It's the lowest level since November of 23 with regard to headline confidence, and it follows 69.1, but which was solid. Now, if we look at current conditions, also a big miss. Expecting a number over 72. Our last number was a whisker under 70, 62.5. Weakest going all the way back to December.
Alright, so you just cracked above 131 on NVDA.
Also looking for a number in the camp of 72, 67.6. That is the weakest going back to, well, D's of last year. Now, the important inflation metric. 1-year inflation, 3.3%, which is exactly what it was last month.
165.
Back to 3.2. These back-to-back 3.3s are the hottest since November last year, when we were at 4.5%. And finally, the 5 to 10-year metric expected to be 3%.
It's a nice break and retest on AMD, but there's no volume there. Feels like there's no volume on that.
Now, granted, these inflation numbers aren't super high, but
Alright.
Arcadium Lithium, ticker ALTM, watching shares after Hunterbrook issues a short report on the stock.
remember, since the jobs report 1 week ago, the 10-year has built momentum by trading under previous days' low yields every session, including today. Sarah, back to you.
Low yield week. I knew you'd have the specifics, Rick. Thank you. Rick Santelli. The other bond yields that I want to point out today, which are story of the week, but not improving sentiment, or what's happening in France. We've seen the carnage in the French stock market, lost about $200 billion in market value. That's the size of Greece's economy this week. And there's the chart that everybody's watching right now, having a little deja vu watching the European bond spreads. But here's the French-German spread. There's the differential, right, between what's considered riskier now versus safer. It's not sovereign debt level crisis levels, as Matt Maley of Miller Tabak pointed
We just don't know what the market is reflecting at this point. The other big international news of the night came from the Bank of Japan, which didn't do anything on rates. It wasn't expected to, excuse me, but it just punted on higher interest rates and on tapering its bond buying program. According to the Bank of Japan governor, depending on the economic and price data that become available at the time, of course, there's a possibility we could decide to raise interest rates and adjust the degree of monetary policy support in July. So super dovish. And now what's happening in the currency market? All sorts of crazy things, because this is when the market then tests the resolve of the Bank of Japan. Dollar shoots up, Japanese yen weakens. We go back to these high levels on the dollar yen. 157 is where we are, and they might have to spend so much money to intervene that they should have just tapered to begin with. So there's all sorts of interesting global market moves right now that we're paying attention to.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. And of course, currency being a key. Good time to travel to Japan.
Great time to travel to Japan.
Or even Europe.
The dollar, though, is strong overall. I mean, it's had a strong sort of run on the back of higher interest rates. It's had a strong run this week. And
well, this week is kind of, I mean, yeah, rates are down, as you point out.
Political risk. Those are the two stories,
right.
the European political risk. We're going to get a lot more inflation data next week out of Europe, because now that's very much in focus. We'll get retail sales in the U.S. here on Tuesday, but we're also going to get European inflation, and we're going to get UK inflation. And it's all important because, David, now we're in this global race of divergence of central banks cutting interest rates. Will
they... Man, shut the hell up, bro. Don't nobody give a fuck. Now we know why they did not fill us yesterday on that order. What a fucking piece of shits, man. I wonder if I could turn it in and be like, yeah, can I get some answers here on why we got a basket of orders that aren't being filled and that are just completely being skipped and going to a higher price? You know what I mean? Gary Gensler would love that one. Alright, Apple's starting to get a little volatile here. I can't really see. Some of these charts are a little messy here. Just, it's hard to see.
Consumer goods in some areas.
Add it to the PPI, add it to the CPI this week, and you really did get three good confirmations of the disinflation story. And now the question is one more month of good data going to be enough for the Fed? That's going to be the debate, because the market does not believe the Fed dots. The market says 2 cuts, Fed says 1 cut. We'll see who wins that battle. Yeah. It's usually the market. But for the last quote, I love, you know, Gary Friedman, everyone's favorite macro strategist, CEO of Restoration Hardware, always with an opinion on rates. And clearly he's in a category, home furnishing, that has been hit harder than many on the back of higher interest rates and higher mortgage rates. But listen to what he says about what the Fed should do.
I think there's a lot of pressure on the Fed. I think the Fed is going to be massively data dependent, which means the Fed will be behind the curve.
I just didn't get there in time.
And so they were behind the curve on seeing inflation. I think they'll be behind the curve as it relates to assessing is inflation under control. And I think they'll be behind the curve as it relates to it's time to cut interest rates.
Now, I said that he feels it harder than most because of the housing market and the exposure there, but there is this question now, are they going to be behind the curve if they are too
Levis
patient
pulling back.
as the economic data deteriorates, which is why, starting with retail sales on Tuesday, it's going to be important to see how it all shapes up.
Dow down 300 on those UMich numbers a few moments ago. S&P and NASDAQ under pressure as well. Coming off a fourth day of record closes, though, and tech is on pace for the best week since November. Let's talk a bit more about where the markets go from here. Joining us today is Yardeni Research President Ed Yardeni. Ed, I know you've been watching all of this closely. Is the market not going to take a moment to celebrate slowing growth?
Well, the slowing growth issue is still not a done deal. We certainly had very strong payroll employment, and the payroll employment suggests that wages and salaries and personal income during May also were up sharply, and that should be visible in retail sales. So let's see how some of these numbers came out. I was somewhat taken aback by the consumer sentiment numbers that you folks just covered. But people have been pessimistic for a while, and the economy has been good. The labor market's been strong. And, as I said, the stock market is at an all-time record high.
That said, 3 weeks of increasing initial claims. We've been watching JOLTS, of course. There's even chatter about this Philly Fed look at benchmarks and whether 13 states have been overstating the labor market. Are you worried that there might be a turn of the page here?
Carl, don't you get the feeling that people are just looking for trouble? I mean, I've never seen so much slicing and dicing of the data looking for bad news when the good news is right there at the top. No, I mean, initial claims are up 3 weeks in a row. So what? They were up in a similar fashion last summer, and the data are seasonally adjusted, but there could be some funky things going on around summer vacations and Memorial Day holidays. And I think we're going to see these claims come back down to something like 220,000 to 200,000. Labor market looks fine. I mean, the National Federation of Independent Businesses came out with their survey for May, and it indicated that job openings actually rose and hirings actually rose. So I guess take your pick, pick your poison. But I some people are drinking the Kool-Aid. I prefer Coke.
Have you at least removed one of the concerns you wrote about in recent months, and that is the threat of a melt-up?
Sure looks like a melt-up to me. I mean, it looks like an early phase of a melt-up. Look, Carl, you're a young man, but I remember the agricultural revolution, and that's when the economy was all about agriculture in the 1800s, and there was great productivity in that sector. Then we went into the 1900s and had the Industrial Revolution. Now we're in the digital revolution, and the digital economy is less interest rate sensitive. It creates a lot more cash. Capital spending is extremely strong. And I think that's the way we have to look at it. So that's what the stock market is saying. I think the stock market started to discount artificial intelligence on November 30th, 2022, when OpenAI introduced ChatGPT. Apple just came up with some software that'll make their phones compatible with all that, and the stocks are absolutely hot. So the digital economy is going up in the stock market, and the industrial economy, not so much.
Ed, what about political risk? That appears to be front and center today. In Europe, we felt it all week, not necessarily in the U.S. stock market, and maybe it's not an issue for us here, but there's going to be an election here too. So I wonder what kind of wrench the political instability and uncertainty will throw in the markets, and then the analysis of what election outcomes are going to mean for economies.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest risk right now is politics in general. Geopolitical risk is certainly front and center in my mind. And now you've also got domestic political risk in Europe and in the United States. Both candidates for the White House are threatening to impose massive tariffs on China, for example. And when I talk to people about the roaring 2020 scenario for this decade, they remind me that the 1920s ended badly, and it ended badly because of Smoot-Hawley tariff, because of protectionism. So I think you're right. I think those. This is not a worry-free bull market, but then they never are. There's always something to worry about. But the good news is that our domestic politics is starting to look just downright stable compared to things kind of coming unglued in Europe. And maybe that's some of the reasons why the bond yield is doing well and money continues to come into our markets.
I hesitate to go here, Ed, but Journal does have a piece about Trump's tariff and tax policy, even though they say it's loosely defined and a lot of it's contradictory depending on who you talk to in the campaign. But do you think the market's beginning to price in inflationary aspects of deportations or tariffs?
Yeah, I think at this point the market's just going to wait to see how this thing plays out. So I think
you guys
to
just
your
hear
question
that?
about a melt up, we
guys
could
just hear that,
continue to
right?
see
Y'all
technology
heard
stocks
that, right?
melting up, industrials doing
the whole
very
few
well,
people that are
financials
here.
doing very well.
So I want you to ask yourself next time when they say anything about Biden, if they also come in and say, even though they're contrary to what they say, even though blah 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 blah, there's always that but with Trump. So next time we get it with Biden, make sure that they say that with the other guy and whoever else they talk about, because that's that shit.
Microsoft going back. The most valuable company. Apple's up almost 25% in the past 3 months. Closer look at just how much higher the tech giant can go from here.
Plus, Elon Musk gets shareholder approval for that mega pay package, but there still could be some legal hurdles ahead. We're going to discuss that with a former Delaware Supreme Court justice.
And the great tax debate. We were just talking about former President Trump proposing some new plans during his trip to D.C. yesterday on how to handle the 2017 tax cuts that do expire next year. Big show still ahead on Squawking the Street. Stay with us.
To the minute 5 in the period. Forsling down low and a goal. Tipped in out in front by Sam Reinhart. And a one down low and a goal. Minute 5 in the period. Forsling down. Forsling down. Forsling down low and a goal. Tipped in out in front by Sam Reinhart.
Filter.com.
I just want to start off by saying, hot damn, I love you guys. Yeah.
That was Elon Musk thanking shareholders for greenlighting that, $56 billion pay package, maybe worth a bit less than that right now. Of course, the company also is going to reincorporate in Texas. That's where it's headquartered. Our next guest, though, says Musk and Tesla do still face some legal hurdles around that compensation package. Former Justice of the Delaware Supreme Court, Carolyn Berger, joins us now. Carolyn, good to have you back. help us try to make sense
Thank
of
you.
this. So do that. Does it needs to be ratified by the Delaware Chancery Court, I guess? Just give me your take here in terms of what you expect and explain to our viewers what comes next for this.
Okay, what's happened so far makes it sound as if it's all done. The stockholders approved it, and there was a new proxy statement, so we're good. But that's only part of the story, because that new vote doesn't do anything until a court, in this case the Court of Chancery, says that, okay, that cures the problems that I found with the original vote and the original proxy statement, and even with the original process of setting the compensation package. The trial court was pretty negative about just about everything, and there's a judgment out there that says that the Tesla directors breached their fiduciary duty, and that the stock options and the stock purchases all have to be rescinded. So that's where things stand. What will happen now is that I strongly suspect Tesla and the other defendants will go into the Court of Chancery and almost, perhaps even next week, move to reopen the decision, reopen the judgment, on the basis that there has been a significant new development, namely a new stockholder vote, which they will say is based upon absolutely full information and cannot be challenged because it doesn't suffer the same infirmities as the first one. Of course, on the other side, I understand there's already talk about how this stockholder vote was also
Right.
imperfect or
Right.
flawed.
So, all right,
and so
yeah. So then, what are your expectations in terms of the court, the Chancery Court, and the chances it would reverse itself in terms of the decision that brought us here in the first place?
Okay, my own view is that the court is not going to reverse itself. And the basis for that is that
All right,
the
guys,
judge
I
was...
have a play. I have a play. Let's get some likes. Let's get them likes up. I got to play. I got to play. And it's not GameStop. I got to play. Alright, let's do this. I don't know what happened today. I had the perfect opportunity and I did not perform. I don't know if it's because it's Friday or what it is. We don't really have a chat going or anything, so I do get a little tired here, falling asleep. You know, I would like to have a few people to, like, you know, engage with. But today is a fuck you day. Alright? Fuck you. Fuck you. That's the type of day it is. Because that's crazy. I'm still in ARM right now. But, again, I don't care. I'm going to let that thing go to 0. But, I am looking at GameStop. I am looking at GameStop. Let's see if we can get, where do we want to do? Where do we want to go? Nope, I don't want to edit properties. I don't. That's not what I want to do. I'm so tired of clicking. I'm so tired of all that shit. Actually, watch this level here at $28. Watch $28. Be very careful. Be very careful. I'm watching $28. Let's see what they want for... See if you get a pop up here to VWAP. See what happens if you can get a pop. I think you get back above here, and I think you go back up to test 29.27. Volume just fell off right there. Let's see if this thing pops. I'm going to keep my eyes on it. Like, look at this. Like, you... Are you okay? You okay, sweetheart?
I worry in a general sense, certainly about the federal courts, but the Delaware courts have more than 100 years of history of being faithful to the law. And
I can't believe Tesla broke 180. So we talked about earlier this morning how Tesla
that is not going to impact the result. So I think the decision in Delaware is going to be a pure legal decision, as it has been up till now.
Carolyn, always appreciate your helping us work through these issues. Thank you.
let's see here. So this is technically support down here at 180, 179. Just a frustrating day for me. I don't know what happened. I couldn't seem to really find anything that I thought was a nice or worth my time. You could see Tesla back down here at 176 to 172. So watch out for that because there's still a little ways to go. And what is this? It's down 1.7%. It just feels like it could just get stuck right there between 178 now. 175. Well, a 176 that is. Maybe you have a move to 176. That's that's going to have to be up to your personal decision whether or not you want to take that. But 176 on Tesla. Keep an eye on this this volume here. Keep an eye on this volume. It is kind of changing. That was a wick though, so there was more selling pressure than anything else there. But selling is on the buy side. So you have Netflix, ARM, all going to the upside. ARM, Netflix. I'm not sure what was the other one. What's Apple doing? Apple's just chopping around like a little piece of shit. It's just again. Oh, NVDA. NVDA was going. I'm just frustrated because I don't know. I just felt like, I guess frustration from yesterday, not being able to, just knowing that I had an order out and the market specifically not filling my order and obviously other people's orders, but they went ahead and filled it at a higher price. It's kind of just didn't make sense to me because again, that was like a 40% gain to add on top of the 200% gain that we already had and the other green trades that we had. Coinbase. All right, so Coinbase is below this level. It's still at yesterday's low. It's not really moving. The volume is light. I don't know. I'm just kind of frustrated, I guess, today. But I am looking right now. Let's go ahead and try to get short GameStop. Undo. You could also look for a break of this level. If you get Coinbase to break, look for 240 on Coinbase. All right, you do have some room down here. Really, it's like to 240. So, so there's that. Now we're underneath that level, but it's just like such low volume that I don't really trust it. I don't want to correct the bar. Why would I correct the bar? So you guys can see here. So we have VWAP sitting here, support. 243.
David, Nucor is slashing its second quarter guidance. It's about 26% below analyst consensus. Its steel business is expected to see a sequential decline
Let's do it.
to lower selling prices, weak volume.
Let's do
Pricing
it.
power has been a concern in the market, and it's one of the reasons the stock has underperformed. It comes just days after Nucor announced its acquisition of Brightech, a manufacturer of high-performance commercial doors for buildings, for about $565 million. And it also follows the release of the
Kyle
World
Brands,
Steel
ticker
Survey, which you mentioned last
KAPL,
hour, that
shares
showed the most
halted.
cautious demand in 3 years.
Down
When
the
asked about
downside,
inventory plans
still
into
up
the third quarter,
265%
just 12%
for the session.
of buyers
All right, let's do it.
stock, down from the prior survey's 21%.
I think it's time.
Analysts citing weaker economy, excess capacity.
I'll actually tell you guys what. Oh my gosh, it might pop here.
U.S. manufacturing sector contracted in May for the second consecutive month.
See if GameStop holds. Watch and see if GameStop holds up here, or at least tries to consolidate and just kind of like stays within this area. We get back up there to 28.75. I will take a short. If we can waste about 20 minutes or so in this area. This is still support. I want you guys to realize $28 is support until it isn't. Right now, it's still holding it.
CNBC Crypto World is sponsored by Crypto.com, trusted by over 80 million users worldwide. They ignored your potential, mocked your ambition.
What's everyone else trading today?
Every swing and block, your game plan never changed. Some still call it luck. Let them. Because you know what it's always been. Inevitable.
Just a frustrating day today, and I do apologize. Like, seriously, I do want to apologize today for the stream and everything. It's not a usual stream, and I just gonna, you know, it's just a frustrating day. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Is it's just really frustrating. I still have a limit order out for ARM. We'll see what happens there. We still have all day long. Maybe that's what I need to look at as the overall markets. Maybe I need to just go ahead and trade the SPY. Alright, so I am looking at GameStop. I am looking at the overall markets. I've already missed Tesla. I've missed that. Unfortunately. Netflix, they all ran up, went to those new highs, and are pulling back now. It seems like. Let's look at NVDA. I think NVIDIA is just overdone. I really do. I don't know how NVIDIA just keeps climbing. Like, if you look at the chart and you know, look to really read the chart for what it is, NVIDIA is the one that says, hey, I'm ready for a pullback. It's starting to get the volume. It keeps making it higher highs on less and less and less. Like, look at the volume, guys. Like, you can see it here. Oh my god. Bro! Do you guys see why I'm frustrated? I'm sick and tired of having to click. It's because each stock is so different than the next, because not every stock is just ran to fucking Mars. Look, like, what the fuck, bro? I don't smoke, but I seriously might have to go smoke a cigarette. So you keep making new highs on lower volume. You have RSI making lower highs as well, and a lot of the other intraday indicators say, hey, NVIDIA is the one that looks like it's really ready for a pullback. I want to try Coinbase so bad, but I'm not sure if I should. I just feel like I might get snaked on it. I don't know. There's just something about it that I don't trust. Those fucking things are 2 cents now. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I mean, technically, I could spend a couple pennies, and if I do get it back, I kind of like. I not only won't have a break even, but I'll actually have a profit on it of the amount that I spent. So there is two ways I could play it, but. Come on, man. I know you guys don't want to just hear me fucking get frustrated, but this is how it is sometimes, man. Not everything is. Man, it's all. Yo, are you serious? Fuck you, GameStop. Go fucking suck a dick. So, I guess it didn't bounce. It's just sold off. Just sold off.
She had some thoughts about the next few months that I'll get to in a second, Sarah, that are kind of interesting. Cleveland Fed President, the first Fed official to speak after this week's meeting, saying she welcomed progress on inflation and suggested the economy may be back on track to the declines in inflation we saw last year.
We've been working hard to get inflation down. We've been restrictive on our monetary policy. We've seen really good progress over the last couple of years on inflation. We're not there yet, but you have to look at the whole group of data and be happy that we're starting to see inflation move back down again after stalling a bit in the first part of the year.
Comments coming after import prices surprised to the downside. The third positive inflation beat out of 3 inflation reports this week. As inflation falls, the real or inflation-adjusted funds rate actually rises, so the Fed becomes more restrictive without even moving rates. So Mester said the Fed will be moving before it achieves its 2% target.
All right, so 28 is now turning into resistance.
Have that confidence that inflation is moving down on a path to 2%. We're not gonna. It would be inappropriate to keep rates at current levels until.
Like, I want to get short so bad, GameStop.
July is too soon for the Fed to cut, but they become increasingly confident in that September cut. Now
I just think this is the wrong time.
This week it's up 20 points higher than after last.
Like, I need a bounce. Look how far you are away from VWAP. You're at yesterday's or Friday's VWAP part.
Now it's 76%. She retires, as Sarah said, Mester does, at the end of this month after a 10-year tenure as Cleveland Fed president and 39 years at the Fed overall. She said the good inflation data was a good way to go out on, but she still said she needs to see a couple more months or a few more months, was her exact language, of improvement before cutting. And that will be listed here for successor Beth Hammack, who takes over in July, feels the same way. Sarah?
I'm kind of going to miss her pragmatism. I feel like she always explained things in a really practical way and had a good handle on it. So Steve, I guess the risk now that people are worried about is that they stay too long and that the Fed's own forecast and their bias doesn't necessarily match up with the disinflation data.
Yeah, and I'm actually watching, Sarah. You remember we had this trade. It was the Fed makes a mistake trade. And you can see that in the long end. If you look at the 10-year, for example, the 10-year...
Fuck it, let's do it.
The yield would go lower.
Let's do it.
When the Fed talked more hawkish, because
We get a bounce up here. I'm gonna look to get in.
was more convinced that there would be a recession that would
Gonna look to get in.
I think that could start to creep back in. The market is much more... What's the right way to say it? It's extrapolating much further from the recent data than the Fed is. But then again, the Fed extrapolated a lot from the first 3 months of data than the market did. So, and there's a lot of people here, I listen to you reading these same people. There's a lot of victory laps going on right now among those who said that the January, February data was the aberration. Those guys are doing victory laps right now, and they're saying, look, we had it right, and what's happening now is more in tune with what's happening in the economy when it comes to inflation.
Yeah, and the Fed can pivot quickly in terms of their language and what they're hinting. So I guess they too cannot claim victory and have to be wary of doing that
Right.
so soon. All right, thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Bill.
Broadcom and Williams-Sonoma announcing stock
Wait.
list of companies that have done the same this year. Bob Sines taking a closer look at what's behind the moves. Good morning, Bob.
to you. You know, it all started with Walmart. They announced a 3-for-1 stock split. That was way back in January. And from there, it's really picked up steam. Yesterday, Williams-Sonoma announced a 2-for-1 split. And on Wednesday, Broadcom announced a 10-for-1 split. They joined NVIDIA, Chipotle, Lam Research, and a growing list of other ones. Remember, stock splits are far less common today than they were 20 or 30 years ago. During the tech and internet bubble of the late 1990s, stock splits were common, but after the dot-com bubble, stock splits declined dramatically. And after the great financial crisis in 2008, 2009, stock splits practically ceased to exist, and they didn't really recover even after the market started recovering in 2010. The likely reason they didn't recover is that the institutional base for stock ownership has
I
come
don't
down
understand.
the market. Institutions are the big buyer. They invest by dollar value, not by the shares that they are trying to buy into. But recently, there are some signs of a subtle shift going on. Now, some of this may be because the price of some stocks have reached, frankly, absurd levels. There's 10 companies in the S&P 500 with stock prices over 1,000. But I think more importantly, some companies appear to be a lot more interested in appealing to retail investors than they used to be. So NVIDIA and Walmart and Williams-Sonoma, they all said that they wanted to make stock ownership more accessible to employees and to investors in general. So here's an interesting question. Does splitting a stock affect the price? Well, in theory, no. The value of the company remains the same. But it's not that simple. There are often very subtle changes in trading that may be beneficial. For example, trading volumes almost invariably go up. Liquidity improves, and splits usually increase the shareholder base. That was the option.
32, 39-ish, and then you have... Okay. I don't know. I'll just stop. I thought, because like I'm seeing some indifferences on this options chain, and I don't like it, because I feel like there's some snake shit going on the past couple days, and I'm seeing it. Like, it's real snaky.
Now, there's other high-priced stocks with a retail focus that include Costco and Supermicro Computers.
I just don't like it. Just charge me what you want to charge me, and let that be that. Like, I don't need you to play around and stuff on, like, prices. Alright, so GameStop, we'll put this right here. Let me auto zoom. Let me auto tune so we can see a little bit more of it. So yes, I'm looking for bounces. I told you guys in the 28.75 area to try and get in on this. ARM is being a little hoe. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about ARM. It's just it's a fucking tragic to have a nearly 50% position not get taken because the market does not want to fill your orders. It's almost like you know, when when people get mad, like it's just sick. It's fucked up. There's no reason why there should be orders above me and orders below me. The orders above me get filled and I don't get filled, and the orders below me didn't get filled. It don't make any sense at all.
I oversee approximately 20 people, and my memory just has to be sharp. And I realized my memory was just changing. I did my own research, and I decided to give Prevagen a try. My memory became much sharper. I remembered more. I've been taking Prevagen for 4 years now. It's a life changer.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Think equity. Financing growth. Think equity.
Okay, so Tesla's hanging on to this 100-day back below 180. Coinbase hanging out right here at 245. Maybe you get a pullback into 240. We'll have to wait and see.
Think equity. Funding innovation and growth. Think equity.
Frustrating day. I kind of knew this was already going to happen before the day started, weirdly enough. It's just one of those days, I guess, because I didn't see anything or something. Just, I could sense it. Just, something didn't feel right. Some days are like that, and that's why I say I do apologize. There ain't even nobody here. Watch Coinbase down there, guys. Watch Coinbase down there. We can get a nice little trade going here if we can get this thing to pull back. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. You can give up. I'm not giving up. I'm gonna get my shit. Even if I gotta cuss a little bit. And fuck. You fat fudge. Sickle. I'm on one today, y'all. I'm telling you. I'm on one today. It's just frustrating because I was... Auto zoom. Okay, auto zoom. And just make it so I can fucking see the chart. That's all I ask. But no, you don't want to do that because you know the longer I click, the more trades I don't take. The more I take, the more it fucks me up. Or just anybody in general. Alright, so it is bouncing here. See if Coinbase does try to recover. Coinbase is recovering just a bit here now. Data box my dick.
Coming back from the break, a closer look at some competing tax plans, including the ideas that former President Trump announced yesterday in his trip down to D.C.
Yeah, maybe we look for pops back into 250. That'll be about 250. There's like no volume in Coinbase. There's like seriously no volume. BTC USD. BTC USD. Who do we want? BTC USD. When do we want it? BTC USD. Who do we want? BTC USD. A U.S. bank, we know how good it feels to go belly up on your loans, and we come in and take your house, and you're like, damn. Well, they don't have to worry about eating, where they gonna live. We're always there on your road to retirement or on the road to bankruptcy. We're on the road with you, no matter where the destination takes you. You're like, what the hell is this dude talking about? I'm talking about the bank commercial that is on right now.
Make now the future at GoDaddy.com/arrow. Are you interested in safeguarding your investments with gold?
You know what I also forgot about? I forgot about CrowdStrike, guys. Forgot about CrowdStrike. I forgot about striking the crowd. If I gotta hear this commercial one more time. It's pretty crazy, yo. There's a couple people that killed DMX. Really, it was DMX who killed DMX, but there were a couple influential people that, you know, I mean, kind of helped him say, here, sip on the old jack. And then one thing leads to another. Just come on. Just come on with us. You say hi to the crowd. Yeah, say hi to the people. Fucking murderers. It's all good. DMX did it to himself. It's probably where he wanted to be. He's in peace now. Alright, Zscaler pulled back down here at this gap fill. If we look, let's check out the overall markets. Today's just one of those days. It's a really bad day. Really, just a bad day. It's like, it's not bad, but it's just a bad day. It's just one of those type of days. Like, where it's not like bad, like damn, that shit's bad, but it's just like, it's an irritable bad type of day. It's not like the police is showing up at the front door, or like, it was just one of those bad days, you know? It started off bad, then on your way to work, shit it just didn't stop. It's not one of those, it's just, end of the week type stuff. No sleep, working all week, and you know. That's it. I'm going quiet. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. We get something in the chat. That's the next time y'all hear from me.
Touch that right now, and then on top of that, it's going to be 54.40. So those are going to be the two areas, or the three areas, that I'm kind of focusing on. Also, when you looked at the options flow yesterday, we did have bearish options flow coming into the day's session as well. If we break the 5400 on some pretty decent volume, then look at 5375. That's actually what got most of the volume yesterday on the long side for puts.
All right, well, we're hanging in there, trying to buy the dip here as we speak, basically. So we'll see if it gets anywhere. Thanks, KG. Thanks, KH. And it's one right after the other, GHG. All right, coming up, Trading 360 with Diane King Hall. I will see you this afternoon for Market on Close. Have a great day. Good luck.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Get Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
I keep forgetting about
and
Marvell.
Shift your perspective.
That's one stock I always forget about.
Real-time example trades, a full hour.
That Exxon short would have worked out really well.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All right, I don't want to.
I'm Nicole Petalini, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in.
Oh my gosh,
I watched my mother
can still go
through
higher,
being
bro.
a
This is crazy. Guys, GameStop can still go. It can still go higher, believe it or not. This is actually insane. This is actually insane. Unless there's like news or something that's getting ready to come out. I'm going to put a quick stop here on this. I'm going to give it a shot. I would not suggest this because I think GameStop continues to go a little bit higher. So I'm gonna take a position on GameStop and to the downside and see if we can pull it back a little bit. But I think you get a I think this level up here at $29. I think this 29 level gets hit. I don't know how I have all these intraday levels. I gotta hurry up and just put on.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes a future where you grew a dream into a reality. The all-new GoDaddy Arrow. Put your business online in minutes with the power.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good look or good look for anybody that's trying to go short on GameStop. That's not a good look. That's not what I want to see. You know, there's a few things that I look at. I guess if I had to leave it down to one at that. It's already.
American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age. At Mizuho Americas, we know this course. And this one. And this one. And definitely this one. We know them well because we're experts in banking and global markets. Mizuho Americas, a name worth knowing.
All the times about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Fuck, I knew it. It's getting volatile right now. You guys can see. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, good. It did not film me. Did not film me. God, I got nervous there. I think we could see a pop here. Let's see. Shit's popping off right now.
Then Elon Musk going big as well, winning shareholder approval for his multi-billion-dollar pay package. We're going to speak with one investor who voted against.
You can see it getting volatile here.
Coastal homes disappearing into the ocean. A look at the literal rising risks in real estate. For now, market looking at some concerns in Europe and maybe some slowing growth here at home. S&P's back to 54.17, Dow's down 200 on the back of a couple of.
So I have it up. I'm not in anything. I am not in anything just yet.
For sure, Carl, and it feeds into, I think, what the current focal point of market unease is, which is the idea that we have some slowing beyond what we were expecting in parts of the economy. Now, it's really been the rule for the month to date. You know, Treasury yields peak.
I think you get a quick. I don't know. I think GameStop goes a little bit higher, guys. I do. I think it goes a little bit higher. Okay, the volume kind of just shut up right there. It just stopped. Volume just kind of stopped right there. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. How's everybody doing today? I know I said you guys wouldn't hear back from me until we had a comment.
Pretty benign economic setup. Maybe you're seeing some fraying around the edges of that story. And meantime, everyone's very uneasy about the makeup of the market right now. I mean, we're down 1/3% in the S&P.
Just watch, guys. Be patient. Don't get snuck. Gotta learn how to hunt and not be hunted.
Expensive mega cap growth stocks animated by AI excitement.
I just want to inject a little political risk into the equation because I do feel like after the slide in French stocks and the big jump in yields and French bond yields, there's a concern. I'm not sure how relevant it is for U.S. equity investors, Mike, but how do you assess risk?
No, I think that's actually very important as a theme because there have been at least 3 days this week.
You gotta be kidding me.
You had to absorb that kind of overseas selling.
Guys, I just can't take it. If you want to take it, rock out with your out. You know what I'm saying? You might put in a little double bottom here. I can't get jiggy with it. I can't get jiggy with it.
The U.S. story, indexes have been able to firm up, and you've had very small moves if you had any decline at all. So we'll see if that dynamic changes if we get to a certain threshold where concern sort of persists beyond just, overnight trading into our morning trade.
All right, Mike, thank you. Mike Santoli. Well, hot off a rate decision and fresh inflation data this week, the Fed's strategy remains front and center as the S&P and the NASDAQ continue to make new highs this week, with the S&P now sitting at 29 record closes this year, given a little back this morning. Morgan Stanley's Private Wealth Managing Director, Sherry Paul, says the market can go higher and joins us here at Post 9. Welcome, Sherry. Good to have you. Did anything change for you this week, given all the inflation reports and the Fed?
Not much. When I was here in January, I sort of talked about how I thought things were going to be better than people had thought. And there were two.
So the SPY bouncing here, ARM still pulling back into yesterday's high. Tesla just stuck on the 100-day in that $80 level. Still watching GameStop here. Like I said, I had a feeling that this thing would bounce. What are you guys thinking? If there's even anybody here, what are your guys' thoughts on what are y'all's thoughts on this? You guys think we can get down to yesterday's open, or break yesterday's low, or get down to yesterday's low, even if it's later on in the day?
Higher, but I'm still saying it. I said it last year. I'm going to say it this year again. We're only going to see 2 rate cuts this year. That's going to happen September and December. And I think once they start cutting, that's the biggest question. Because when they start cutting, they're not going to stop cutting.
So you say we should be cutting now, but we know the Fed has consistently said it's looking for this 2% target. They have reiterated that message time and time again. Powell said that conference after conference, data-dependent Fed. What's the thesis behind why now?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I always believe in what they do and not what they say, because if you look at the dot plot, they're telling you, and by 2026, we're going to be down to about 3.5%. So they already know they're going to be cutting. It's just a matter of when. And I think they don't want to do too many cuts, especially not an intermediate cut. But no, I think we're going to start cutting probably at the end of the year, and we'll probably start there, and we'll continue throughout next year.
Why do you think 2 this year? Because I think when we look at the, for instance, the CME Fed Watch tool, yes, the odds are in for September, but then it gets tricky when you get around the election. What makes you think that there is the possibility for 2 this year?
Well, believe it or not, I'm that old, but I remember 1995 when
I'm old enough to remember that too.
when Greenspan, he would continue to see those, and you know what happened in 95? He started to cut very quickly, and the markets took off from there. And nobody wants to see a failing market. Everybody wants to see it pushing up. Everybody wants to see happiness, and we're not seeing that right now. And you're absolutely right, Diane, that the markets are also being held hostage by the election. We don't have a clue. Trump has not picked a VP yet. There's a lot of things that are unknowns right now. And markets don't like that. They don't like unknowns, right? They really like knowing what's going on. And we're not seeing that. We're seeing an uneasy Fed. We're seeing an uneasy buyers. We see GME and AMC all the time. There's no real consistency in the market right now, except for options. Options are hot right now.
And okay, there is one consistency. You actually kind of alluded to this earlier, and we see that in terms of the standout being the tech sector. NVIDIA. So what's your thoughts on, especially when you see all this kind of concentration in that area?
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record like everybody else, but I love NVIDIA. I've been saying that for a long time. I love AI. I think what's coming is very quick, especially here in the fintech space. They have chipsets for Blackwell and Grace Hopper and Grace Blackwell are really moving the markets here. You can double the chipsets up. They've got great integration with Taiwan Semi. I mean, these problems that we are seeing in the markets are going to be alluded to by the AI. It's really pushing us up, and we're only in the first inning of AI. Wait till we talk to the machines and on a level that's asking questions about what stock should I be buying, and the machine tells us, right? That's coming, and I think that we're just like the internet at the beginning. This is literally the first inning, and NVIDIA is positioned to go even higher. Look, I think we're going to $200 a share after the 10-for-1 stock split. We go higher.
Yeah, and when our AI avatars take the place of us and are here instead of us being physically present. All right, let's talk about a pick that you have that's kind of different. I was surprised by this. You are looking at National Grid. What's behind this? What's your thinking?
Absolutely. National Grid, NGG, is very simple. It is a huge company in the UK, and 2 things they're doing. They're putting $77 billion into the Northeast here in New York and Massachusetts for renewable energy. I mean, we have nat gas, we've got LNG, liquefied natural gas, but they have renewable gas. This is really cool. Plant waste, things of that nature, they're going to start putting that into the systems here and actually spending $77 billion. And Oppenheimer gave them a raise to a buy because
they paid off their debts. They've actually raised the money. They're good to go, and they're now sitting there pretty tightly now. And they've had a nice dip. So I like buying dips. I like buying things when they're cheap. And I think NGG, that's where I'm buying it here.
Who doesn't like buying a dip? But okay, final thoughts on the state of the market or the road ahead, what you're looking towards next week or the balance of the month?
So I still think the answer still is tech, as I said last time. We're still going to push higher. The Dow is going to still probably mumble on a little bit for the next few weeks. Why? Because we're all in the Hamptons and we're all hanging out in Florida and Friday, right? So yeah, of course. But I think once we start seeing the election getting a little tighter and starting to see things a little clearer, I think you'll see I guess the retail investor will start to make moves before the institutional investors will.
All right, interesting stuff on Friday Chat there, Steve Orr, with analysis on both Fed, markets, and more. Stephen Orr, Quasar Markets, thanks so much for joining us. We've got much more to come here on Trading 360. Next up, we've got the big three stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Vin Lichtenstein goes through the technicals, and Scott Bauer takes us through the trades for Tesla, AMD, and Palo Alto. That is coming up next here on Trading 360 on Schwab Network. Stick around.
Missed out on today's market headlines? Get caught up and catch the wrap at schwabnetwork.com. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for the big 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Vin Lichtenstein will take us through the charts. And here to take us through the trades is Scott Bauer, CEO, Prosper Trading Academy. All right, from the NYSE to the SIBO, it's great to have both of you into this segment. Before we get into these stocks, Scott, I want to get your take on this week's market action.
You know what? It's great for the traders, that's for sure. It's been a lot of volume here. And the market action, while decidedly bullish, there's still some caution out there. There's no question about it. But it's really hard to fight this trend. I think the one thing for investors is it's very difficult as this eco data keeps coming out. It's very difficult to really discern whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, meaning, is the Fed going to like it? Is it going to, help them make a decision as to potentially cutting earlier or how much? But I got to be honest with you, with everything coming at the market right now, the fact that we're still at or near all-time highs, it's hard to fight this trend.
Did anybody take that?
All right, hard to fight the trend, but let's talk about your first trade that we're watching, Tesla. under some pressure now after ticking a little bit higher earlier in the session.
It's not that
Tell
I
us
didn't
about
have
it.
faith in it. I just was
Absolutely, in
kind
the
of waiting for a
180-ish
little bit
area,
of a
which is where we're
price.
at right now, and it is a little bit lower. That is so super important. If it can maintain that, and I know we just ticked right below it, but if it can maintain that level in the near term, that is a bullish sign. You know, the run up to the decision about Elon Musk's pay package, that's gone
ton
now.
of volume.
So now the stock needs to trade not only on its technicals but its fundamentals. So if it can hold this 180 level, I really think Tesla has an opportunity to run back to 200 and in a pretty short time frame. You know, it could kind of be like an NVIDIA and an Apple that we've seen that move recently. The stock needed a catalyst. This could be it. Now, as you know, traders have to do, I've got to talk about the other side of it also. If it can't hold this 180 here, boy, it's right back to the 50-day moving average. But I really think, though, this again, talking about trend, this has the potential to get back to that 200 level.
All right, well, watching that 180 level, let's take a look at the chart. Ben, can you walk us through it?
Absolutely. Diane, Scott, good to see you guys both. And I completely agree with that 180 area that Scott's trying to bring our attention to, as well as if that breaks down that lower extreme that you mentioned. Let's get into the charts. I'll show you exactly why. I wanted to begin with an hourly candle chart, and then we'll work our way up into that bigger picture and pull up that 50-day moving average that he mentioned as well. I've got lots to show you here. First and foremost, the move that we saw into the end of April. Tesla got charged up in a big way, right? All the way into the beginning of May. But since then, it's just been kind of idle, kind of hanging out here sideways. Scott mentioned the 180 level, and my eye was immediately drawn to that. Why? Because it's the middle of the range that we've been in after liftoff again earlier this spring. You can also see every $20, the market's now found an area where it's kind of paused and just sort of established one of these areas of balance right now. Again, 180 being the key area. The other thing I've been watching, Diane, is I've been keeping an eye on this. After a really elongated, very mature balance area like this, a test of the middle of the range, if that holds, you get a nice little catalyst, a bit of a trampoline type effect to lift off that, open up a door for a retest of those upper extremes. Let's move away from the hourly candle chart. I wanted to show you what's going on. A little bit of a bigger picture here. Now, Scott did throw out two separate scenarios in terms of if and then, or also keep an eye on. And I like that a lot because we are seeing a bullish pattern playing out here over the long term, but we're lagging a little bit. Hanging out at this 180 area, we got to get above 250 before we can kind of turn this around. But higher lows coming into play, unfortunately, also a series of lower highs. So we're kind of coming to a pinnacle here. Again, I like the 180 level, but I think the bulls ultimately, those longer term ones, want to see us above 250. Scott mentioned that 50-day moving average. We got to hold it. 172 being that next area below. Should we get below that 180 level? You can also see how we're still below the 200. But I wanted to point to, again, how RSI starting to kind of show some enthusiasm here, I guess is the best way of putting it. This is going to be a stock to watch next week and into the second half of the year for that matter, especially if we get a little bit of support here right now and get to see some more strength coming back into play.
All right, one to watch for the balance of the year. Scott, any final thoughts on Tesla before we move to AMD?
Yeah, Ben just mentioned that the higher lows and the lower highs. So, you know, we're seeing this consolidate in here. That typically is the precursor for a big move one way or the other.
All right, and then let's talk about your next trade, AMD. It's under a little bit of pressure today.
Yes, and I do have some concerns about AMD, and really it's because the stock failed to participate, you know, with their peers in this recent run-up, you know, today notwithstanding. So, you know, while it has not collapsed just yet, the stock remains under the 50-day moving average, and I think we're going to see AMD kind of retrace back to the 200-day moving average near term. That, to me, is going to be the make or break point. If the stock somehow loses that key point there, there's a chance we can really break down to about the 120 area prior to earnings. But very concerning that it did not participate recently with its peers.
I did notice that this week. That was interesting to note because there had been this talk about it kind of possibly being the number 2 player to NVIDIA. Ben, what do you see in the chart for AMD?
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about it being a laggard. If anything, I feel like that stacks up for opportunity presenting itself for those bulls that have seen a bit of a longer-term trend playing out in AMD, and I'm seeing it as well. Let's start off again. Similar pattern as we looked at with Tesla, similar time frame. Wanted to begin with an hourly candle. In this instance, you can see that we've rallied from 141 all the way up to recently just shy of that 175 level. Most of the conviction occurs on the left side of the screen, but you can also see a couple areas where we've kind of stalled out and gone into a bit more sideways consolidation pattern. In this instance, the next big hurdle for the bulls is that 166 level. Yeah, this price decay we've seen is not what they were looking for, that's for sure, but potentially establishing a bit of a bottom here, and take a look. That would hold the key area that we wanted to see, because every time you establish a new area of balance, in this instance higher, you're constantly referencing that last area relative to the one that you're currently forming, just to sort of solidify the fact that we're still seeing strength, and then to kind of really encourage that, you know, really establish the fact that this bullish assumption that we're trending higher is a valid one. You want to see another area of value form at a higher level, simply put. But moving away from the hourly candle chart here, again, 166 being the next big level to the upside. Just wanted to point to that longer-term trend higher, which we have seen a well-defined trend. We're going all the way back to the 2019 low here, guys, around 20 bucks, if you remember, to briefly back above 227 in March. Currently in a balance that's forming around 190. So stock has some hurdles, right? I can understand the concern here, but still appears to be in a bullish pattern to me across multiple time frames.
I think you could look for a bounce here.
Okay, still appears to be in a bullish pattern. Scott, any final thought on AMD before we move on to your last trade?
You might have
That's what makes a market. Exactly. You've got someone with a bullish pattern, someone with potentially watching for the downside and some concern. So this one I would sit out. AMD, if I wanted to be in the space, there's a couple other stocks I like a little bit better.
All right, let's talk about your final trade, Palo Alto. What are you looking at there?
So you look at this chart, this is a fun one to look at. Because of what happened a couple of earnings ago, we see that big, massive gap on the upside, and it's trying to make its way up there. And honestly, the shorts I think are really at kind of their last line of defense here, if you will. If the stock can start grinding and tick its way above around 325 or so, we might see a run up towards that gap, 365, 370. If it can't get above that 325 here, we could see a roll back to 300. So I think that's a really critical level. Technically, either one can happen. Something I want to point out about Palo Alto, though, is option volatility, implied volatility, is pretty inexpensive right now, relatively speaking. This sets up a perfect opportunity to put on a what's known as like a strangle swap or a double calendar, where you're looking for a move in either direction out maybe a month from now, and you could take advantage of a move in either direction.
All right. Taking advantage of a move in either direction. Ben, what do the charts tell us about Palo Alto?
Well, I'm going to just start off with the 1-minute candle chart. It's a bit of a mess, right? Here you can see, as we take a look at some of the price activity we've seen as of recent short-term kind of
Tesla can get above
picture.
180.
Just a bit of a rally off the 315 level. We're talking all the way up to, well, 322. But this one, again, not a lot of conviction here. Relative to some of the other charts we've looked at, right, you don't see a lot of that well-defined staircase type pattern. You don't see an easily identifiable trend, no bottom left, top right, or top left, bottom right type example here. So, Diane, what do I always say? When in doubt?
Zoom out.
There you go. Let's do just that. All right.
I love it.
Here you can see we got a nice little staircase pattern playing out here on this daily candle chart. So we had to go quite a bit out here to take a look. But remember a minute ago we were talking about AMD and some of the hurdles we had to get above. I think it was 166, 190 I said. The hurdle for Palo Alto is going to be 325, as Scott was just talking about, a key area. And look at this. We're attempting to get back up above that here this week, right? So this is a big area right now. Let's keep an eye on that, because I would say build momentum through the middle of a range that we've been in. What do? You open up the door for retest to that
also.
upper extreme. We're talking 380. One more chart for you with just a little bit more time on it. And again, just trying to establish which way is trend going. Here, it's easily identifiable. Now you got that bottom left, top right pattern that's just screaming. Well-defined trend up off that 2015 low around 40 bucks, just shy of 381 back in February. Currently in a balance around that 325 level again that Scott identified. Hey, the way I see it, as long as we hold above 240, a lot can happen within this range, but we're still establishing a bullish pattern here. Bulls want to see us take out 380, but not only take out 380, guys, find value at a new higher level. That's where they can really declare a victory.
It'd be interesting to watch if that can occur. Any final thoughts, Scott, on Palo Alto?
I love what Ben said. He follows the when in doubt, zoom out, and when I'm in doubt, I sit it out. But Palo Alto, again, I think because of where option premium is right now, it really gives you that opportunity to play either side at a very cheap cost. So that's what I'm looking to do. If I had to choose one side or the other, I'd say this thing is going to fill the gap up above.
I love both of you guys' catchphrases. When in doubt, sit it out. When in doubt, zoom out. All right, I'm going to be employing all of that. Nice takeaways from both of you all. Scott Bauer, Prosper Trading Academy, and our very own Ben Lichtenstein. Thank you both. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight AI and its potential in the biopharma space. We'll take a look at a few stocks you should be watching for the AI expansion. That's next on Trading 360. Stick around.
Ben just started taking over, guys. BENN. I'm not sure why. Hold on.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds.
Banks are running.
Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
What up, gang? Sorry,
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce.
Yeah. Sound like he was preying on somebody. I don't know, guys. Girls, ladies, gents. I'm trying my best not to give up. I forgot about Apple.
Meantime, let's get a news update with our Pippa Stevens again. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Carl. Well, Russia proposed conditions today for peace talks with Ukraine. State news reported that President Vladimir Putin offered a ceasefire if Ukraine withdraws troops from 4 regions annexed by Moscow and drops its NATO bid. Ukraine called the conditions manipulative and absurd.
There's like nothing moving. What's up, Peanut? You know, we sensed this pretty early that there was going to be a low volume type of day. There's just nothing moving. I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what to do. What would be cool, just be cool if somebody could throw out some news or something like, yo, Elon, where you at? Tweet something. Google, Amazon, somebody, anyone. Can we get something? Can we get a little help over here for the Friday traders that are just trying to make a little bit of bread? You know what I mean? They're trying to just scrape off a little bit more going into the weekend. We need your help. We can actually go through and see what's trending. I didn't look at SMCI. I didn't look at that. That's actually a good one. I go check that out. Because usually if semiconductors pull back, SMCI has actually been pretty nice to give you some follow through. Nah. It is below prior day's close. That's more than most of them can say, you know. Like Micron, let's pull that up, MU. I just don't, I mean, I know where the volume is. It's on like yeah, Micron's below yesterday's close too. Video. Watch Apple. I'm still watching Apple because I'm curious if it'll break this level or not.
This stock is one of the greatest wealth creators in the history of capitalism, and while most stocks were plummeting in 2022, it went up. So don't delay. Visit the website.
That bounce was on very low volume.
There are new treatments on the horizon that could dramatically prolong the lives of those with liver cancer. Meet Can-Fight Biopharma on the NYSE, stock symbol CANF. Can-Fight Biopharma is now in a pivotal phase 3 clinical.
This is what I want. This is exactly what I want to see. Well, to an extent. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much going on today, man. Unfortunately. GameStop gets back to like $29. I think I would love to take that to the downside. I will say you got to be careful. Don't go too crazy on your size because it still, in my opinion, can go higher. I think it's still got a little meat left to go higher. That sounded weird. That sounded real weird, bro. Talking about meat and shit. Yes, I think you can go a little bit higher here. So, if you just consolidate today, look, I would actually look to see if you can get a pop on GameStop. Because I seriously think, well, this actually, looking at it here, I think you could come in Monday with a gap up on GameStop. I think that would not surprise me at all if there was like a small gap up on GameStop Monday when we come in Monday. So today might just consolidate. Maybe you see 25, maybe, but.
You that it frustrates and worries me and many of our franchisees when I hear about an $18 Big Mac meal being sold, even if it was at one location in the U.S. out of more than 13,700. More worrying, though, is when people believe that this is the rule and not the exception, or when folks start to suggest that the prices of a Big Mac have risen 100% since
in the future, but where I think we will see the fastest impact will be in the R&D spend, which has been on the rise due to increasing competition, but also rising costs to bring new products to market. We think what Gen AI offers is the promise to discover new molecule candidates more quickly, but also more accurately, with the potential to lower the error margins, which in return will save time and costs to bring new therapies to markets. Especially in an environment where biopharmaceutical companies spend roughly between 14 to 31% of their revenues in R&D to advance and develop new therapies. We think the promise of AI can speed up timelines and also improve accuracy and precision.
All right, Sal, thank you so much. That's Sal Hardy, CFRA Research, with insight on the proliferation of AI, in particular Gen AI and biopharma. Thank you, Sal. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sillis joins us to take a look at Zscaler after an upgrade from JP Morgan Chase. He'll give us the details and example trade. That's coming up next here on Trading 360.
Here I am fucking talking about I was just talking about how I didn't like having to gamble on Moderna coming into gap downs, like trying to gamble on putting a swing trade on in hopes that, oh, Moderna just keeps, you know, you got to get understanding that you got to get in it. And it's been gapping down overnight, and take it either in the morning or end of the day or whenever it gets to your entry point, and hold on for that gap down in the, whether it was, you know, the same night or, you know, the next night. So it's kind of, Moderna's been frustrating me because I've been wanting to get like one of those days where it's just like, boom, like, you know, it just kind of just gets that sell trigger. But you're having some support here. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see this thing bounce. And that could be back to the 50-day moving average. So this will be a. I'm just still watching it because I still think it's an idea. Bro, click. Frustration Friday. Frustrating Friday. That's today. Frustrating Friday. I swear to God, I could slap every single market maker in the NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, the AMX, all over Philadelphia, or the Philly Exchange. It wasn't the Phillies, it was the NASDAQ yesterday, I think, or the NYSE, I should say, that didn't fill my orders yesterday. That shit was a joke, bro. That shit was a joke. Yeah, fucking order sitting at 29 cents. There's I see orders sitting at 27 cents, and yet they go ahead and fill somebody at 30 cents. Man, get the fuck out of here. Fucking dickheads. They knew what they were doing. So just because they ain't give me no trade today, I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm not forgetting that one. Maybe I'll let Morgan Stanley know and let them all know that, hey, you know, Gary Gensler would love to hear about this one. What y'all got going on? What, you just like sliding orders to the side and picking and choosing? You just, like, this is your basket of don't fills. These are the don't fill limit orders. Come on now. You couldn't bundle them together and come to some kind of agreement. I mean, technically, right? They're supposed to be orders. You're supposed to, people are saying, all right, I'm going to buy this. And the market maker doesn't say, Well, I'm just going to give you a random order. Here you go. Yeah, I got some orders here at 28, 27, 26, 29, but I'm going to give you the 31s. What? You should have just been able to just run through those and just give them all to them at like 29, 30 cents. Meet in the middle. Buy them all. Get a couple pennies in between. Charge them 31 cents. I don't know. Like, it's just crazy to me. I don't understand. I really don't. I think it's a joke. I think it just gets sent somewhere and it just sits there in the real institutional order flow. So when you guys have brokers like I forget what the one's called, but the Chinese one that everybody likes to use. Oh my god, I forget what it's called. But anyway, any of them, Robinhood, even E-Trade and Thinkorswim. Trying to think. I forget what the broker's called, but brokers are so important, guys. I would even for anybody that's got like $1,000, 5,000, you got 10,000, go to Interactive Brokers. Even if you got $100, but I don't know if it would be worth it. I would go to Interactive Brokers if you at least know what you're doing. I mean, if you know what you're doing, I would imagine you would have a few dollars already in your belt from the years of doing this if you're consistently profitable. But looks like Coinbase is really wanting that 240. What are they still going for? 60.76. Last order was filled at 75. I'm gonna go back. I'll put the screen up. Yeah, look. I figured the call was to know where to go. You know, kind of know how I didn't know that, but like just by looking at the indicators and the options chain, it really showed you that Tesla was going to go down further. Let's go look here and we'll see. I might just go ahead and take it because Tesla's only down a little bit, right? It's like 1%. Yeah, 2%. I think we could get an extension here on Tesla. 175, 175, 175, 170. So that's 178. So that's your support level there. Fuck. 175. Okay, right here. 176. Okay, ARM is back below yesterday's high. But the thing is with ARM, it has a minor support level there at 156. I mean, you might be able to take this thing down 1% or so and try to, get it down there to the low 150s. That might be an option. That's a failed break higher. Make sure you understand what the volume is, it looks like. And then we'll look at GameStop real quick as well. Volume is still pretty serious. That's crazy. Like, ARM just came out of nowhere and was like the celebrity. Just like, was like, oh, I wasn't expecting this. Made one live stream and I'm in Hollywood 2 weeks later. But we knew. We talked about ARM. We were like, yo, ARM's actually... It may be an expensive stock and it may not be worth buying up here. It may be overvalued, but the valuation is... how do we say this? It's a little expensive, but it's still like one of those stocks where without it, what do you have? Who's going to replace it? They're the best at what they do. At least, I mean, and honestly, if you want me to be honest with you, ARM is the only company that I know is pretty much a blueprint developer of processors and GPUs and CPUs. you know, I'm sure there's other companies out there, but this is the leader of the of their sector. So, without ARM, technically, there's no TSM, and without ASML, there is no TSM either. There's no Qualcomm without these people. And there it goes. There's the flush. But you have a minor level here that's intact, and we showed it yesterday. Because going into the close, this is where we were trying to get filled at. This is where I was telling you guys yesterday that, you know, I had an order at 29, 28. It was like 29 cents. There was somebody below me at 27 cents, and they went and filled all the orders at 30 cents. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That shit was like 50, it was like 50%. It was like 55 to 45% trade. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. It was a small trade, but still. You guys are gonna hear me say that to the day I die. Those motherfuckers. That fucking piece of shit. Gary Gensler come knocking on our door for trading GameStop, but damn. I'd be damned if he ain't for the people. Thought that's what the SEC was for. You got a basket of orders, you fucking fill them in accordance to the price. This is the best price someone is willing to sell. This is the best price someone is willing to buy. You meet in the goddamn middle. You don't just jump the gun and say, yeah, I'm just going to take advantage of you, and you, and you. Like, I'm sure it was a retail trader that just got shat on. He looked down and he said, 30 cents, what? The bid ask is 25.29, 25.27. How did you fill me at 30? Right? Straight, just throwing their whole account in the trash and taking their money. Fucking took a dump right on them. While telling George, yo, George, I got another one. Yeah, stupid fuck, he'll never learn. I swear he's here every week. What's his number? 443-0024. Yeah, I'm gonna get him. I send him over to you next week. You can have his orders. Yeah, we're gonna have a good weekend this week. Hamptons. A new house at the Hamptons. I think 024469 got me that. I might even be able to put a pool in the back if you keep going this way. If you keep going like this. I swear to God, that's what I feel like goes on in the at the exchanges. Oh, I got a million buy order here from Goldman Sachs. Here, Johnny, hook them up. Tell them we're gonna give them a deal. All right, let's see here. Look, is Tesla still going? It is. There's your 176, guys. 176. Coinbase is getting some follow through as well. So there's still, I mean, everything is still trending lower. Did anybody take that short up there on the Qs? Man, I swear to God, bro.
I think we just put our head in the sand. Values weren't going down until the last 10 years, and it's still been kind of quiet reduction.
Attorney Chris Farley is working with Nantucket homeowners to help reduce their property taxes as
Come on.
and their values erode. Some homes
Did any of you guys trade HIMS at all this week, or have bought it or in it? Let's go. We got some nice volume there too. Let's make sure we don't have any bond auctions on. I don't think we ever have bond auctions on Fridays. Gas rig count.
In the last 6 months, this has eroded.
Goolsby Cook G7 Summit.
and these protective tubes, so we're not supposed to be seeing this.
This should have been covered.
On one beach, it's erosion. On another, the rising ocean has pushed sand so far as to bury.
Oh wow.
This was not like this last
Look at this, guys, and I don't care. Well, I do, but I don't.
These things are not usable anymore.
Look at this.
Wires and septic systems get exposed, the town has to
Town is their land value, and the house on the other side of that is 250,000.
All three homes sit on the same cliff that is quickly losing ground.
In the last 6 months, this has eroded, I would say, 12, 15 feet of sand is gone.
And these protective tubes, so we're not supposed to be seeing this.
This should have been covered.
On one beach, it's another, the rising ocean has pushed sand so far as to bury the
there is
homes.
an IPO today.
This was not like this last fall. This has happened this quickly.
All this sand coming up here like a snow dune.
See that? That was their septic. These things are not usable anymore. Once utility wires and
not
septic
true.
systems get exposed, the town has to condemn the property.
Homeowner John Conforti watched our interview from his front steps. He's owned his home for 42 years.
We all say one more year.
Without beach erosion, how much would John's home sell for?
Right now, if it wasn't at erosion risk, 2.5.
And now?
I don't know if you could sell it. Maybe 5, maybe 500, maybe. But you'd have to have some buyer willing to lose it.
As more and more homes lose their value and see their property taxes reduced, the local economy could take a hit, meaning taxes for everyone could then go up. Nantucket residents are voting on which parts of the island need the most help and who will pay for it. While in Montauk, experts are reassessing coastal resilience plans made nearly a decade ago after Superstorm Sandy because they're already outdated due to climate change. Back to you guys.
Well, what's so interesting, Diana, is that you've been reporting on this and warning about this for years.
It's not just
but
because things move.
I feel like we haven't really seen a big price discount because of it. And it sounds like that's what's happening. And how much worse do you think it could get?
Right now.
I mean, it can only
It's
get
not
worse. You're
matching.
seeing these values come down little by little, house by house, as it gets at risk. But it's just going to spread. You're seeing what's happening in Florida this week with the flooding there, and also the issues
was
with getting
fine with just
insurance,
the
which is causing
eyebrows.
home values to come down because the insurance costs more or because you can't get it. I'd like to say it's going to get better. It's not. It's just going to get worse.
All right, Diana Olek, thank you very much on our
She's
Rising
looking a
Risk
little
series.
weird,
After
bro.
the break, how Amazon Prime Video is disrupting the digital ad market. That story coming up next. Stay with us.
Anyway, it's none of my damn business. All right, ARM gets bounce backs to 158. It's just a poop day for me. I'm just gonna keep GameStop on watch. Tesla's still. Bro, why are you yelling? We're right here. Yes, no camera week because it does not work. It is what it is. Fuck it. Like, I don't know what you guys want me to do. It keeps freezing. It's not even on right now. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm worried about making money right now. I'm not worried about a damn camera. It's alright. Fuck, I forgot where I was going at. Alright, GameStop. So GameStop is, let's see here. I still want to try to get down to 25, but I think we need a bounce back here. Unless we can start to break. I might have to step outside. Just one of them days. I might have to step outside. Just one of them days. Bounce back. We broke 28. We broke it. 27. Let's see here. I'm still waiting for this because I think we can still get a really nice trade here. We might even be able to pull out like 100%. I wouldn't mind trying to get this thing in the money. The volume has kind of changed a little bit here. I think it is going to bounce. Let's look and see what the calls are going for. I know they don't want to bring it up, but yeah, the calls are so expensive. 30 bucks. They're not bad right now. 30 cents for a $30 call. Shit, I could do that. I don't know if you get there quick enough, but
And I think there's a fear around software in general, just the growth is depressed right now. And so there's this focus on margins. And so these companies are managing through it pretty well. In the case of Adobe, Keith, I think, is right again. But Adobe already is a trusted partner, and they have been for years already, in fact, for decades. And so I see it extending its leadership position because of that. And, yes, there are competitors, but Adobe's always had competitors. So they've managed through this environment before, and I think that they're going to come out, in pretty good positioning on the other side of it.
Yeah, Dan, we've noticed that as well, and kind of talked about that, where software hasn't been shown as much love, especially when you kind of compare it to the chip space, because those are seen as the picks and shovels in this AI acceleration. All right, we'll have to put a pin in our conversation. Happy Friday, guys. That's Dan Romanoff, Morningstar, Keith Kirkpatrick, Research Lead, Futurum Group. Thanks to both of you. Thank you all as well for joining us here on Trading 360. Download the free Schwab Network app, available in the Apple App Store, and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you again at 2 p.m. Eastern for the watch list. Stick around, though. Fast Market is up next.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
So let's go see what we have today. Did I mention Carl Quintanilla is a little bitch? Yeah, Carl Quintanilla is a little bitch. Let's see here. So GM pullback in consumer discretionary stocks is a buying opportunity. Damn. She look kind of like the color there. What's going on? Dude, is this thing falling again? Sorry guys, I don't mean to jump back and forth, but these things are jumping right now here. Hold on. That's because the spreads are, no, they're tight. That's a penny wide. Wait. What's that? Is GameStop. That's what. You see what I'm saying? Like, where is there a 27 cent bid and ask? Oh, is it the call side? It is. It's gotta be. The $30 calls. Yeah, it was the $30 calls there, 28.26. Watch this level here. You might be able to get 27 on the downside, but if you guys notice here, if you look at like the RSI and stuff, you see how it's putting in like a lower high and then like a lower low each time, like the size of the move. So this thing, and you can see it here as well, and it's like so people may try to get short this thing right now. I think I don't know what to do, guys. Like, I want to take the 25s, but I need it up at a higher price. 15. That 15.5 hours, like, I'm going to stick to my guns here and think that this is a failed break. Like, you might have a little more room down, but I don't think it's worth messing with unless you have to pay, unless you want to swing trade it. But I would watch out for a bounce back to VWAP today. And I'm really wanting to see what they're going to do with the overall market too, because I think you could still, I mean, we had low volume all day long, but I think you could still see a nice little move. They put everybody to sleep, and we might be able to get a nice little move here on the overall markets, or maybe not. Look, we haven't even moved on the SPY. So we opened up at 540.91, and we're at 541.28. So it's been 2.5 hours, and we've moved, what did I say? Like, did we move 30 cents or so? Look. Look. We literally have not moved. 541.18, 541.23. So we've moved 4 cents in 3 hours. 2 hours, I mean. 10:30, 11:30. Yeah, 2.5 hours. Like, some bullshit, man. Why they doing these Funk Fridays type shit? Like, I don't understand it. It's bullshit. Like, we're here trying to, like, we JP Morgan had a nice move forward. These all have volume. I don't know if they have anything behind them, like news related wise. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Shopify's still going up, guys. He said go ahead and bulk buy calls and harvest volatility. There is no volatility. Kevin's good at what he does, though. I will say that. I'm going to grab a drink and I'll be right back.
He's going to fight.
You look, Kevin on here, listen to this guy.
Feeling for the foreseeable future here with Microsoft, but you have sold covered calls in that name.
Scott, we sold covered calls on the entire position of Apple. And this is something where we knew that the developer conference would be a news event, whether it was going to move to the upside or the downside. And we looked at it with a 14% move in 2 days. So Monday, Tuesday into Wednesday. That's the biggest 2-day move, excluding the COVID crash. And we looked at it and said, all right, can we write calls here and harvest volatility? And we did. We wrote a 3-week option at a $240 strike. So we've got $30 of upside, not too shabby. We brought in $1 of premium, and that annualizes out at an 8% capital return on principal. And if you get an 8% option premium, that's not a bad trade, Scott.
Yeah, so Brid, what about this week for Apple, the week in which Apple reemerged as a player, so to speak, in this market? You know, for all of the trials and tribulations that the stock has had over the last, handful of years at this point, here we are back. It had a new record high this week, and what now?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tim Cook saw that Jensen Huang at NVIDIA had a bigger market cap for a minute and said, hold on there, lots of respect for you, but we're just getting started here. And I think when you have well over 1 billion iPhone users, and even if each of those additions are incremental, you still have so many people that haven't even remotely upgraded to a 13, 14, or 15. And so I think the market's saying we will get an upgrade cycle. I would say I don't know how quickly that's going to manifest itself. So I love what Kevin did about selling those calls and capturing some of that premium, because I do think a lot now has been priced in. And now over the next 1, 2, 3 quarters, Apple's going to have to deliver actually what the market is expecting.
A lot's already priced in. Gee, I heard that a lot about NVIDIA. And I'm not just looking at you, Jim, because you suggested it was priced in before. But look, a lot of people thought that WWDC was already priced in to Apple, okay?
Sure.
Now, it turned out that it wasn't.
Factually
because
correct.
we have a feeling that it's going to lead to this upgrade cycle, and the stock's just had this incredible week. Can you still buy it here? Can you buy Apple after this 9% move this week?
I would not. I would not. And I don't want to sound like a Philistine here, but I applaud Kevin for his move here. Look, I understand that Apple is Apple, but it added something like $300 billion in market cap this year. And Bryn's right. This will probably incentivize an upgrade cycle that might have been a little bit lackluster, but for the Apple Intelligence moniker here. Still, I don't think that upgrade cycle is going to be anywhere near worth $300 billion. AI is real. Artificial intelligence is real. The path to monetization for a lot of companies, not all companies, but a lot of companies, is unclear. And I will tell you that the path to monetization for Apple, I don't think is worth the $300 billion market cap. Now, I will say this, you know, Scott, you always love being able to tease me, and I'm almost certainly giving grist to the mill here. You're almost certainly going to be able to tease me on this because sometimes sentiment outweighs valuation. And that is likely the case here. But from a fundamental analytical point of view, I'm with Kevin on this.
NASDAQ is up 3% on the week, Rob. It's been the outperformer. I feel like some of that is due to when you reintroduce some level of uncertainty into the market, you go right back to the stocks that have worked, right? And I feel like we have this moment of somewhat uncertainty again in that, you know, we've come off a Fed meeting in which the market feels like it's siding with the hawkish perspective this go round, whereas last Fed meeting it was like, wow, what if the Fed chair is more hawkish than we think? Now, he wasn't, and the market loved it and then rallied to new highs. I feel like the market's reaction this time around is less to the Fed chair and more to the statement and the outlook, which cut the number of cuts from 3 to 1, which has led to a little bit of uneasiness. You had some of the economic data, like consumer sentiment today was bad. And it leads to, well, is the Fed going to stay too high too long? Is that going to introduce a mistake that's going to hurt the economy? Yields come down, stocks are unsettled today in some respects. So what do? We go back to names like NVIDIA, and we go to the NASDAQ 100, the Qs. And that's why on a day where the Dow's down 1/3%, tech may very well go positive as a sector, or as a NASDAQ could, as we're having this conversation.
There's definitely been a safe haven trade, to your point, with technology. I think that you have other things happening in the world that are destabilizing, too, in the Eurozone. And so you've seen bunds, you've seen treasuries, you've seen Swiss francs. A lot of those things are rallying, you know, on this flight to quality trade that you're talking about. And my sense of all this is there is momentum, there is growth. You've got to respect that. And any dip that is not met with a growth scare is a dip to buy. A dip that is met with a growth scare is a dip to buy, but maybe later, and it might last longer.
Well, we had a growth scare, you know, 6-7 days ago. Remember, yields were going down and stocks were going down. And then we had this recovery where the S&P was hitting a new closing high. Again, towards the later part of the week.
Narrowly.
It doesn't even matter, though, narrowly or not. The fact is that you had a growth scare, and then you had stocks rallying again to new highs, including the NASDAQ. As Tony Pasquarello of Goldman Sachs is like, okay, well, where are you going to go from here? Secular winners remain the weapon of choice. What is he talking about? Mega cap tech, okay?
That is exactly right. You actually have had tech outperform the market by 3 times this month. The narrowness is unbelievable. You have 6 other sectors in the S&P that are actually down for the month. So you haven't seen this broadening out that typically comes with interest rates pulling in a little bit. We haven't seen that at all.
Why? Because interest rates pulling in were because of worries about the economy.
Growth scare. That is exactly right. So I think the way to play this is you have to be a dip buyer as long as growth estimates stay intact. Right now we've seen no decreases in growth estimates for 25. And so our view is until you see that, and remember, that's what you saw coming out of 21 into 22 that led to this massive retrenchment in tech. The other thing that you have to pay attention to is markets, specifically growth and technology, have not been this expensive since the tech bubble. Period, full stop. Now, a lot of this is fundamentally underpinned, but remember, back then it was fundamentally underpinned early as well, and then it got excessive. So, listen, we're not negative. We're respecting the trend. We're respecting growth. We think moves like Kevin has made are intelligent moves to protect risk at the margin. But thoughtful portfolio design is important. And let me tell you something. We own Apple. It's one of our largest holdings. We own Microsoft, one of our largest holdings. But they're still neutral to the indices. And why are they neutral to the indices? Because of the prices you need to pay for them. In addition, we have a lot of embedded gains in these. We've owned them for a long time. So selling covered calls is actually a really good strategy, provided you get a volatility pickup.
A strategy that, you know, Bryn employs as well. Bryn, the Pasquarello playbook, secular winners, the weapon of choice, mega cap tech. He says, I suspect it's going to be a noisy summer, so there's good discipline in reducing overall exposures. That's an interesting thing to kick around the desk. But he likes playing this hand, he says. And at the top of the list of the best hands to play, the cards that are going to work best, long the highest conviction, highest quality names. All roads lead back to mega cap tech. I mean, it's inescapable.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And I think also you have this earnings stability and consistency that you know you're going to get out of an Amazon, a Meta, an Apple, a Google, et cetera. And I think that earnings durability, the growth is a question, by the way. The growth has to come. There will be a moment, I'm 100% sure, when all of this CapEx, someone says, well, how much ROI are you actually making on this CapEx? But I don't think that's going to be this year. It doesn't seem that way, but that will come.
How would you be able to answer that?
And that will be
right?
Yeah.
It's a key question. You're right.
Well, you can answer it right now. You can right now. NVIDIA is the pure play because they're the recipient of all the CapEx, and that's where I think people continue to say, "Hey, NVIDIA is a pretty inexpensive stock," because I know these other trillion-dollar companies are going to continue to spend billions over here. And but that's where this feels comfortable from the durability, I would think, of the earnings. And I think that the cyclical trade is, to me, of question because do we have durability and understanding of those earnings? Because especially if the yield curve continues to invert, growth continues at a GDP level to come down, that's why I think people pivot back to the big mega cap names where there's certainty around those earnings.
Jim, your cyclical, trade. I know we're thinking of you. What, 1.5% down this week on industrials, or today, excuse me, basically for the week as well. Largest inflows into tech, according to Bank of America's flow show since March.
Yep.
A little more than $2 billion. Plays to exactly what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
and I mean, Bryn just really put it really well. The cyclical trade is in question because of the question about the durability of the earnings growth there. It's a reasonable question to ask, and every investor has to make an answer. I think it is durable. I think that we've got good GDP growth, and although little cracks forming here and there in the economy and the labor market, still looks pretty strong overall, such that these cyclicals should keep performing. Now, when I say performing, I mean their actual operations. The share prices stink. Okay, that means one of two things is going to happen, all right? If I'm right, and I'm making a stance here, you don't have to agree with me, but if I'm right that the economy is durable, either these shares are going to perform well, or across the board there's going to continue to be these buybacks by the companies at incredibly depressed price. And I'm talking about Citigroup, I'm talking about General Motors, I'm talking about Delta Airlines, I'm talking about Wynn Resorts. The operational results are fantastic. If they continue, then the share buybacks will simply concentrate how much of these wonderful earnings I own. Let me summarize by saying this. If you disagree and you think the economy is going down the tank, do not own these stocks.
But see, here's the thing. It doesn't have to be so binary as you present it. Well, if you think the economy is going down the tank, don't own the stocks, because I think many people believe that the economy is durable, and yet this month, financials, you just cited financials.
Yep.
Industrials, you just cited industrials. Materials are down. Energy, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
All the sectors that I named over a month are down at least 3%. So it's not so much tied to the literal view that you put forth. These stocks are not working right now.
Factually correct. Factually correct. You get no disagreement from me. What I'm saying is, as an investor, heavily weighted in these stocks.
That's why I want your view.
So let me be super clear. Where I take comfort from is, and I hear you on not being binary, but if the economy really isn't going into the tank, maybe you're getting a growth slowdown, and the cash flows at these companies are going to be maintained, they're going to buy back shares, and I like that. What I would not like, what would be a disaster, frankly, is to see all these companies buying back shares. We go into a recession, and oh my goodness, they needed that cash to fund their operations. I just don't see that happening.
You know, when you look at what you talked about earlier in the show, which is University of Michigan, and how it's declining quite dramatically, retail sales is next week.
Holy shit, we might be able to make, I still might be able to come out on top of these, on these puts. That was a sick move right there for anybody that was able to catch it.
It feels like an old-fashioned at 9 in the morning.
That rejection up there at that all-time high, I didn't even think about it. I didn't look at it. I wasn't really. It was just one of those days for me. So, my fault, gang. My
Last
fault,
week,
everybody.
Scott, so we were just talking about the consumer trading down, the value within TJ Maxx, which we believe very strongly in. But to Rob's point and to Steve's point, like to Jim's point, Jim's point.
Oh, that's a top
Scratch the record there. Used to see him sit behind me. So we look at this and we say, okay, if we're going to be in a period of time where markets aren't moving, writing covered calls just like we did with Apple makes a whole lot of sense. These are a stalled period. We're in a digestive period of trading in a range-bound market. Call writing, as Bryn will tell you, will work. I'm so sorry.
He forgives you a little bit. Let's talk. I want to hit some moves that you guys, or at least that we just hit some of those moves, but moves in the market today that I think need to be discussed with the group. So, Bryn, nobody better to talk about Tesla with than you, and the shareholders approving the pay package of Musk. Now we're focused on deliveries, obviously, as we always are, and results. So, if you get this out of the way, now you may still have the legal issues that remain, but this part of the story gets solved. What does it mean for the stock from here?
I mean, if you look at the stock technically, I like to look at technicals and fundamentals. Technically, the stock looks to be building a base between 170 and 180. The stock really had been broken all year. It stopped falling and is basing out here. I think that we get this actual story that EV sales are weak, but really what we need to see is what's going to be happening in China. I think once we get China is the axe in this name, it's the axe in EV sales at 60%. And so if they can continue to make inroads, that's going to be a key for the story. On covered calls, if you want to look at Tesla, like right now, where is it, 178? You could sell the September 200 calls and you would collect $11.70, which is a 6.5% yield. That's not annualized. That's a 6.5% yield over the next 3 months. You still have an 11% upside. And so I think this company has huge volatility. Take advantage of that with part of your position, or if you wanted to buy it, sell those September 200 calls, and you have a really nice return if it gets called away. If not, you got a 6.5% yield, and you can do it again.
Okay, interesting options trade you put forth. What about Adobe, guys? Rob, you own the stock. It's our chart of the day today because on the back of the earnings, this stock, like many in the software space, have not done well of late. So maybe this reverses it. The earnings report on pace now for the best day since March of 2020.
Great day. It's up 14%, still
Bro,
down 11%
I might actually
year to
be
date.
able
And
to
I think
get out of this
the
arm
company
trade
today
unscathed.
is
Can you
starting to
believe it?
dispel
Wait,
the
never
bear
mind.
case that they're not monetizing
yeah,
AI
look.
and that they will be disrupted
why
by a lot
is
of
this-
these companies. Our view is that they would not be
Is
disrupted.
anybody
they
here
have
right
an
now?
incredibly
Can you guys
loyal
comment in
user
the chat
base.
if there's one person here that knows, at least thinks they know anything about trading? No. I have a serious inquiry. have another question. How does my order... Oh, because it was 2 different days. Am I still at... Am I still... at... Okay, I'm at... 20. Let's see if I can find my order. Yo. I don't even see my order, bro. They're hiding my order. That's bullshit. Wait. I thought I seen it. Come on, man. This is fucking bullshit, bro. I don't know what kind of scam they got going on here, but there's definitely a scam of sorts going on.
Does that matter at all to either of these stocks? Are you called by JP Morgan? So if Amazon becomes the largest retailer in the U.S. this year, does that mean the stock is going to do meaningfully better than what Walmart will do as a result of that?
Okay, right. Thank you for putting in that context. I don't look at this as a pair trade. I don't look at this as long Amazon, short Walmart. Some people may, but look, Amazon is far more than retail as well, but obviously it's a retail juggernaut. It's also got Amazon Web Services. It's got logistics. It's got a lot of other shots on goal. I think actually the multiple going forward on Amazon is attractive. I know it's roughly 40 times forward, but I think they're going to out-earn that, and you're going to see that's a low 30s.
Let me actually see if I can throw out some orders here.
By the same token, I don't think, Rob was talking about a somewhat compromised consumer. That plays
Wait.
Hold
Hold up.
I'm not that jazzed up about it. Kevin can make the case, but I don't look at it as a pair trade.
Well, I think it's interesting when you look at the performances of both names that year to date, Kev, you're
Walmart. Some people may, but look, Amazon is far more than retail as well, but obviously it's a retail juggernaut. It's also got Amazon Web Services. It's got logistics. It's got a lot of other shots on goal. I think actually the multiple going forward on Amazon is attractive. I know it's roughly 40 times forward, but I think they're going to out-earn that, and you're going to see that's a low 30s, actually maybe high 20s multiple. I mean, we'll see on that. But by the same token, I don't think, Rob was talking about a somewhat compromised consumer. That plays very well to Walmart. So I don't own Walmart. I'm not that jazzed up about it. Kevin can make the case, but I don't look at it as a pair trade.
Well, I think it's interesting when you look at the performances of both names that year to date, Kev, your Walmart is up 27%, Amazon's up 21%. They've obviously both done well. They've both outpaced the market. What about this call and your view on Walmart?
So Jim's right. It's not an either or trade. I mean, if I'm an investor that has the ability to own both, I absolutely would. We're a dividend shop, so
Sure.
we're going to lean into Walmart because of the dividend. I was hoping and praying that Amazon would announce a dividend so it could get into our board. But this is a scenario where the market cap's less relevant. It's about the forward earnings, and I think that with respect to Walmart, they've gotten back to a margin level that they saw before COVID. If we do go into an economic slowdown, they benefit from the consumer trading down a little bit. And they are doing the best that they can to compete with Walmart in terms of online and advertising. I like both stocks here, Scott.
How about Roblox, Bryn? Initiated outperformed today at Macquarie. Price target's 46 bucks. Building blocks of the metaverse. Those are the words that Macquarie uses today to describe this name.
I mean, we've gotten 2 upgrades in 2 days on Roblox, so it's been nice. So I think what you've been seeing, if you listen to the earnings call and what they mentioned, is that this company consistently over the past 7 quarters has had double-digit bookings growth, and year over year they've had 22% revenue and bookings growth. So the point is that this is a sticky company from that CAGR. And I think that the overreaction we saw when earnings came out, when it was down almost 30% in a day, it went from 42 to 30. I added to it at 31. I think it's going to fill that gap and go back up to 42. But it's just, this is, to me, within the gaming, you have Asia, you have India, you have a really growing base internationally. And I think this Macquarie is seeing that and say, hey, this is a sticky name in the gaming universe.
Jimmy, B of A says you may want to get ahead of 2 key events for Citi this month. The Investor Day on June 18th, that's next week, and the stress test results on June 26th. So then you could start talking about capital return again, and that part of the story. Their price target's 75 bucks. It's at 59. What do we think?
Well, it's no surprise. I totally agree.
But you can agree, but think that
But here's why.
75 is maybe a little aggressive or not.
Well, here's why I don't think it's aggressive, is because tangible book value per share on the stock is in the high 80s, roughly $88 a share. I submit to you and to everybody watching that there is no good reason why Citi trades at a discount to tangible book value. I'm not suggesting it should trade at a multiple like JP Morgan. It's not JP Morgan, but it should trade at tangible book value, which would put it in the high 80s. The CCAR results could, Scott, to your point, increase the capital return, although the share buybacks are pretty prolific right now, and the dividend's pretty nice, but still, it could increase the share buybacks even more. And I love that they're buying back shares well below tangible book value. I am long and strong on Citigroup.
Why the bad week, Rob, for financials? It's as I said earlier, it's the worst performing sector. You've got JPM, Wells, MasterCard you can throw in there, but what about the banks?
I think a lot of people were hoping that the yield curve would start to steepen and take pressure off net interest margins, pulling money from money funds and back into deposits, and that's just not happened. And so the yield curve remains more inverted, and the Fed is theoretically staying higher for longer, and so that's put a lot of pressure on the banks. That's why we're sticking with the highest quality of the group. We don't think you're going to get the support of the Fed for a little bit. A bank like JP Morgan has done a little better because they've been their banking related results have been extremely good. Wells has lagged a little bit. We did trim Wells, Scott, if you remember, on the show by about half the position. It's down 15% since we trimmed it. Wish we would have sold more.
When does someone on this desk buy PayPal once again, Bryn? Because the stock's down 8.5% week to date from, darling to outcast. Feel like everybody loved this name. During the pandemic, I want to say that this stock had a larger market cap than Bank of America. And here we are, how the once mighty have fallen. When does somebody say enough's enough and I like this name and now I'm ready to buy it? And I'll ask you that question.
Yeah, I mean, Venmo, let's talk about, Venmo is such a juggernaut, right? Which, don't forget, that's PayPal owns that. I think it's got high free cash flow. It's got solid earnings. It's like there's no interest in the stock, and that's where it's so important. You can have strong fundamentals, strong earnings, free cash flow, but if there's no buyers, it's not going to go higher. I think that people think this is somewhat of a commodity. And so I think the Apple news just puts another, nail in that coffin, that people view this business as commoditized. I mean, it's cheap, but I don't want to buy a name that I think that no one else is buying, because ultimately flows are what make a stock go higher.
Okay. Let's get the headlines now with Pippa Stevens. Hi, Pippa.
Hunter Biden will drop his lawsuit against Rudy Giuliani and Giuliani's former lawyer, Robert Costello, according to a court filing Thursday. The lawsuit alleged that both men violated computer fraud and data access laws by manipulating data from Biden's devices or storage platforms. A judge still needs to review before the agreement is finalized. In a blow to protections for transgender students, a federal judge temporarily blocked the Biden administration's Title IX rule in 4 states. The judge found the rule overstepped the Education Department's authority, calling it an abuse of power. The rules are set to take effect in August and would require schools to allow transgender students to use bathrooms and locker rooms that align with their gender identity. And millions of residents remain under a flood watch today across South Florida. The area has seen 4 straight days of historic rainfall, some receiving up to 18 to 25 inches that left entire neighborhoods underwater and forced flight cancellations at airports. But there is respite coming, with rain forecasts subsiding over the weekend. Scott?
Thank you, Pippa Stevens. Up next, stock split science. Bob Pisani on what really happens to a share price when a stock splits, and who could be next. Halftime's back. Just 2. All right, welcome to Splitsville. Stock splits, they're booming with NVIDIA, Broadcom, Chipotle, and Walmart all announcing splits this year. So what really happens to a stock when it does split, and who could be next? Bob Pisani, of course, with our stock split science. What can you tell us, Bob?
Well, good to see you, Scott. You know, this all started with Walmart. They announced the 3-for-1 stock split way back in January, and from there it picked up steam. Remember yesterday, Williams-Sonoma announced 2-for-1 split, and on Wednesday, of course, Broadcom 10-for-1 split. NVIDIA now, Chipotle, Lam Research, a nice long list of companies here. It's starting to look like a trend. Stock splits are far less common than 20 or 30 years ago. So remember the tech and internet bubble of the late 1990s? Stock splits were common. But after the dot-com bubble, stock splits declined dramatically. And after the great financial crisis, that was, remember, 2008, 2009, stock splits practically ceased altogether. And they never really recovered, even after the market recovered in 2010. So the reason behind this is that the institutional base for stock ownership has come to dominate the market, not retail investors. So institutional investors invest by dollar value, not by share price. But recently, there's some signs of a subtle shift here. Some of it may be because the price of some of these stocks have reached absurd levels, frankly. There's 10 companies in the S&P with prices over $10,000. But more importantly, recently, some companies appear to be more interested in appealing to retail investors. NVIDIA, Walmart, Williams-Sonoma, they all said specifically they wanted to make stock ownership more accessible to employees and other investors. So here's a big question. Does splitting a stock affect the price? Well, in theory, you all know, no. The value of the company remains the same. It's not that simple, though. There are often some very subtle changes in trading that may be beneficial. So, for example, trading volumes always go up. That's usually good for a stock. Liquidity improves. That means you could trade the stock without moving the price. That's good. And splits generally do increase the shareholder basis. So all of this may have a subtle but beneficial effect on the stock. So are there any other candidates out there? Here's the key. If these companies with a retail focus suddenly are a lot more sensitive to their prices and want to appeal to retail investors, there's obvious candidates out there. So there's a couple of holdouts. I call them the over 1,000 club in the S&P 500. It's small, getting smaller, but they're there. Booking Holdings, for example, AutoZone, and Deckers Outdoors. There's three obvious choices. But there's other high-priced stocks with a retail focus that are out there that could be candidates. Costco, for example. Supermicro Computer is another one. Remember, they recently joined the S&P 500. And Scott, if a lot of companies come to believe it's going to be beneficial to them, you could have companies like ServiceNow. That's a $700 stock potentially. Ulta Beauty's $400. Spotify's $300. So there's potential candidates out there. I see a subtle shift. I haven't seen any movement in stock splits in decades, and now all of a sudden, in the last few months, some movement. I think it's worth taking note of.
Yeah, good stuff, Bob. I appreciate that report. That's our Bob Pisani. Let's kick it around. What do you think, Kev, to sort of your strategy and how you think about splits?
I mean, for Bryn and I, splits are music to our ears because we need 100 shares of a position to be able to sell a covered call. So when you saw Walmart have a stock split like that, it allowed us to write a call on half of the position. As Bob was talking, I was thinking, man, if Microsoft would split or United Healthcare, we don't own Eli Lilly, but it's an expensive stock. I think it's something that in the old days we would see a position get to $100 a share and almost like clockwork it would shift back to 50, and that hasn't happened since the great financial crisis. So we welcome it with open arms.
How about you, Bryn? You want to comment too?
Yeah, I mean, I think that ultimately it's like companies that stock split are doing well. Companies that do a reverse split are doing terrible. And so it's just an indication of the health of the company and the momentum and et cetera, because companies that are not doing well never split. And so people say it doesn't matter, but it does matter because it's showing you and you're being rewarded that, hey, this company's done really well, let's split it. And I will say also on the options, I think the 10-for-1 split on NVIDIA was huge, right? At $1,200 to buy 100 shares, right? That's expensive.
Watch Tesla,
now,
guys. Tesla's got. Wait, look at
130,
Coinbase. I knew it,
It's so much
motherfucker.
easier for investors to buy that and then sell calls because of the lower price.
When Bob was.
Hold up, we got shit going on here. Watch Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin's going, and Bitcoin has a little bit more room down to 65. Let's see if we can get some. Let's see if we can get a bounce back real quick.
The sights and the sounds and the smells of Ireland.
Oh man, fuck! I should not have walked outside. I just had to take a walk outside real quick. I don't know what's going on here. If the overall markets are sawing off either, too. Let's see. I'll throw up the SPY. They waited for everybody to fall asleep. The volume isn't like that serious, though. Although it could get pretty real. It's just crazy because it's like we don't have. I think 65's it. I think 65 is it. Yeah, it's already starting to bounce off the 20-day Tesla. It's also bouncing off the 100, and yes, let's go, baby, let's go. Shit. That 180 is going to be tough, but I would love to try and get another test back to VWAP. Man, there's just no volume.
This is the real deal. I thought you were a hack.
Shit, here I am talking and I don't have the mic on. I think I'm going to go for it, guys. Alright, I'm going to go for Tesla here.
$147 the target. That's a 33% upside. We got ownership in a couple places. Kevin, right? Is your name?
Yeah, I love the call. I don't know if we can be that aggressive on our price target, but this is a stock that's completely underperformed week to date, month to date, year to date, the past 52 weeks. So I would follow them into this trade. Tremendous commitment to shareholders, 3.6% dividend. They raise the dividend like crazy. It's a story all about cash flow.
Energy, the best performing sector this week. Bank of America sees opportunity, though, in some of the names. ConocoPhillips reinstated buy, $147 the target. That's a 33% upside. We got ownership in a couple places. Kevin, right? This your name?
Yeah, I love the call. I don't know if we can be that aggressive on our price target, but this is a stock that's completely underperformed week to date, month to date, year to date, the past 52 weeks. So I would follow them into this trade. Tremendous commitment to shareholders, 3.6% dividend. They raise the dividend like crazy. It's a story for cash flow, all about cash flow.
Bryn, they don't love Diamondback so much. They reinstated at neutral. $200, 201's the price target. It's not much upside.
Yeah, it's had a big run, right? I'm sure that's probably the commentary around that. I just think the whole space as a whole, there's been so much M&A in this space, which to me is so positive. I think you're going to continue to see M&A in the space. I mean, you had Chevron, Hess, Exxon Pioneer, Oxy, Crown Rock, et cetera. And to me, it's like you have good price appreciation. The complex is up around 5.5% price only. You know, halfway through the year, you get another 5.5%. You've got 4 to 7% distribution yields. I think it's a really great space that has a secular tailwind that's also inexpensive with a high free cash flow yield.
All right, they like EOG reinstated by 151, Devon reinstated by 64 bucks. Mike Santoli, he's next with his midday word. Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here at Post 9 for his midday word. You feel like the market is really fixated on this 3 cuts to 1 cut and the summary of economic projections. That's sort of leading the day from the Fed meeting forward.
I think there's a little bit of a hangover from that, mainly I think in muddying to some degree the Fed's reaction function to whatever data we get. I don't think that it really repriced the market in any dramatic way. I think it just sapped conviction from exactly how the Fed might react as things come through. And the fact that we've gotten really friendly inflation numbers, and it seems like, well, did that really get incorporated into the dot plot? I mean, it's crazy. We have to kind of get our hands dirty with to figure out exactly what they meant to say and what the implications are. All that being said, I still am struck by the story of the last couple of weeks, which is yields down a lot. The rest of the market, besides megacap, not really being able to seize on it. You have a kind of stretched S&P 500 modestly relative to the trend, and yet below the surface, everything is kind of falling away. It's the only conversation anyone's having about this market, which is Brett's not confirming, it's too narrow, you have this real kind of fixation on one part of the market and not others. I almost wonder if we're finally coming all the way full circle on that and saying people are too bearish, because most stocks aren't working. You'd expect to be at all-time highs and have people be really giddy, and they're not.
Yeah, no, good points. We'll expand on that when I see you at 3 o'clock on Closing Bell. That's Mike Santoli. Up next, Rooney's Risk Roundup. Kate Rooney is live at Post 9 with us. She's going to break down the big week for Bitcoin. Of course, the latest in the GameStop saga as well. Stick around. We're coming right back. Welcome back. Kate Rooney has joined us now at Post 9. We're calling this Rooney's Risk Roundup. Do you like that?
You heard it here first.
I mean, you cover a couple of critical areas here, right?
Yeah.
Bitcoin's on pace for its worst week since April 19th. So let's start there.
Yeah, well, let's start with crypto. I mean, you guys were talking about the NASDAQ earlier having such a blowout week. You would think that Bitcoin has had this tight correlation with tech stocks. You haven't seen that reflected. So folks I've been talking to are talking about kind of the mechanics here. There is this basis trade going on where traders out there will buy the ETFs that launched in January and then sell futures and are trying to kind of capture that arbitrage and that spread. So that's one of the mechanics of kind of keeping a lid on prices there. And then you've got dollar strength. So a lot of the institutional Bitcoin traders are actually macro funds. They're not necessarily the tech funds out there. So you're not necessarily seeing the overlap and the positive effect that the NASDAQ is getting. So dollar strength equals Bitcoin weakness. That's kind of the mechanics behind this. Although you are seeing Ether outperform. There was some news yesterday. Gary Gensler kind of put a timeline on the official approval of ETFs. So you're seeing kind of that price being front run a little bit.
All right, so we were over 70 for Bitcoin. Now we're back at 65. And now we have more GameStop news as well to discuss.
Speaking of risk.
Yes, exactly. That's why we wanted you to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you tell us here?
Yeah, so Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, as I'm sure we've all talked about, we know that name well, appears to have increased his position in GameStop. That, what we think, is based on selling call options. So again, this is based on a screenshot that he's putting onto Reddit, so we haven't verified it, but his position as a whole has increased to 9 million shares from 5 million shares. So the going theory, and folks I'm talking to, so it does look like he sold 120,000 shares worth of call options. So in order to fund that trade, he had to sell call options. The expiration date was next week. That appears to be what's going on here. You're seeing a lot of other pockets, in the meme stock area. It's not just GameStop. Obviously, that is the big one that we talk about, and Keith Gill is sort of driving that, but you're seeing the spillover effect even into penny stocks, some of these micro cap names that we are not necessarily talking about on CNBC, but as a whole, penny stocks are having a moment. So talk about a sign of risk taking. There is just a lot of froth out there. There are definitely traders out there, individual retail investors that are looking to these pockets of the market to put on some risk, and then also you've got the hedge funds getting in, kind of chasing that retail sentiment.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you for that.
Thanks,
Kate
Scott.
Rooney, it's good to see you here at Post 9. We'll step away. We'll do final trades next. We'll see on Closing Bell, 3 o'clock Eastern, with Shannon Sakosha, Josh Brown, Dan Greenhouse, and John Spallanzani. Finish out the week. Take it right to the finish today, and I hope you'll join me for that. Bryn, what's your final trade?
This is my don't get greedy trade. You can buy NVIDIA, sell the October 146 strikes, and collect 7.6% for less than 4 months.
Okay, thank you. Farmer Jim.
Vertex, this is just an obvious biopharma with a great chart and great science behind it.
Kevin Simpson.
ConocoPhillips, I think Bank of America got it right today. The acquisition of Marathon Oil will be aggregate over time, and you get paid while you wait.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for being here. Rob Sechin.
AbbVie, attractive valuation, wonderful pipeline, and a great yield.
All right, we have come way off the lows for stocks. Dow's only down about 72, was down more than 300 earlier. S&P 500 trying to do the same, and we're watching the NASDAQ, of course, and Apple. Best week in a long time. NASDAQ 100's positive. NVDA is in the green. See how it finishes. And I'll see you at 3 o'clock on the closing bell. The exchange is now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead. The Fed's Loretta Mester says it's important not to wait too long to cut rates. But one of our guests says the bifurcation she's seeing in the economy all but guarantees will be higher for longer. And she's here to make her case. Plus, investors dumped value and bought growth stocks last week, echoing, a decade-long trade. But our market guest is sticking with the value trade. He's bringing names. 3 of them, he says, are well-positioned to pay dividends literally and figuratively from here. And from rate buydowns to rebates, the EV winter has pushed suppliers to offer heavy incentives to stoke EV demand. But Barclays says they might have gone too far. That analyst joins us with the story and the trades. Before all that, though, let's start with today's markets. And Bob Pisani for the latest. Bob, what are you seeing?
Well, Kelly, we are off of the lows of the day, but not by much. And the Dow is again lagging. And this is really a very persistent trend that we've seen in the last week or so. Let's take a look at the major indexes. Again, maybe 6 points off of the lows for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, for the S&P 500, I mean. And we've been moving up much more notably on the Dow Industrials. We were down several hundred points and coming off of that. But again, you see that the Dow is lagging. Lagging the NASDAQ, lagging the S&P 500, and this is because the Dow doesn't have as much technology in it as the S&P and the NASDAQ, and that's really what's been moving. Let's just show you the sectors here, because what's shocking this week is the rather poor breadth. After a tremendous March and April and largely May, breadth has been decidedly kind of crummy in the last couple of weeks. It's 4-to-1 declining to advancing stocks here at the New York Stock Exchange today. Declining bond yields, they're good for the market generally, but not for everything. So it puts pressure on commodity stocks, puts pressure on energy stocks. Even consumer staple stocks don't have as much pricing power. They've been rather poor, although they've done a little bit better today, as you can see. And bank stocks, well, they've had a tough time for a number of weeks here. Tech today, big cap tech doing okay. Most of the major names are up. Apple's down about 1%. Meta and Amazon are down a little bit, but overall, this is still a tech-driven market, as you can see. And of course, a lot of talk about stock splits, Broadcom, NVIDIA, all involved in that. Consumer staples are finally bouncing. They have just had a lousy year, a lousy month, frankly, but they're doing a little bit better today. And again, this goes to this growth and pricing pressures. When you have deflation, much more difficult to raise prices. There's been some pushback on higher prices, even in the restaurant business, where value meals are sort of making a comeback. Also not doing, having a tough time today. The worst performers on the S&P 500 are the cruise lines. Carnival, Norwegian. There was some comments, analyst comments here today that based on cruise prices in early June, there was modestly softer pricing. And these stocks have had some run-ups. They've been up and down, but some run-ups recently. You can see the effect that's having on them today. Finally, just on industrials, which were really big darlings for months on end, particularly towards the end of last year. Dover, Eaton, Ingersoll Rand, all big, even quasi-AI plays have been weak recently, and there's some very modest growth concerns around these. So a lot swirling here. There is the overall, Kelly, AI paradigm that is powering the stock market, but below that, you have issues of what the implications are for deflation, as well as the implications for somewhat slower growth. Back to you.
Absolutely, Bob. Thank you. We appreciate it, Bob Pisani. Now, outgoing Cleveland Fed president and FOMC voter Loretta Mester is wrapping up a nearly 40-year career at the Fed, but not before sitting down one last time with our Steve Leisman to share some interesting thoughts about the Fed's path forward. And Steve is here with those highlights.
I'm glad Bob did the bad news, because I'm going to do the good news. It was a good week, Kelly, if you were if you were an inflation dove, and if you're a U.S. bondholder and you're long. This morning, import prices provided the third better than expected inflation report this week in a row. And outgoing Fed President Loretta Mester sitting down with us in a first on CNBC interview. She welcomed the progress.
We've been working hard to get inflation down. We've been restrictive on our monetary policy. We've seen really good progress over the last couple of years on inflation. We're not there yet, but you have to look at the whole, group of data and be happy that we're starting to see inflation move back down again after stalling a bit in the first part of the year.
Her comments came after import prices surprised to the downside, and Messer suggested rate cuts could come before the Fed hits that 2% inflation target. It has been a very volatile 7 days in the bond market. Look at this chart here. 2-year yield note, it surges a week ago on the strong jobs number, falls sharply Wednesday. That's in the middle of your screen there on the good CPI number, comes back on the hawkish Fed in the afternoon. Then yields plunge again with the negative wholesale inflation report. We're down 21 basis points in case you're keeping score there for the week at least. Markets, they still think July is too soon for the Fed to cut, just a 14% probability there, but they become increasingly confident in September after the inflation data this week, raising the cut probability to 71%, 20 points higher than after the Friday jobs report. And then you can see the probability of two cuts this year now trading at 76%. Mester retires at the end of this month, a 10-year tenure as Cleveland Fed president, 39 years overall at the Fed. She said the good inflation data, good way to go out, but she still said she'd see a few more months of better data if she were to cut. She'll be gone. The question is whether or not Beth Hammack, her replacement, takes office July 1, if she has the same opinion.
Bond expert, if I'm not mistaken. Beth.
Bond expert, internal financial plumbing expert.
Even better.
I don't know if she can fix the leak in my under my kitchen sink, but I think she could fix a leak in the financial system.
That's probably, I don't want to say this, but it's probably more important. So I think we'll take that at this point.
I don't know, that leak is real pain.
Depends on whose house.
But the question is, I mean, she helped guide Goldman, I think, through the worst of times in 08 and 09.
Well, we'll see what that expertise does bring to bear. Steve, stick around. Our next guest says the bifurcation in the economy right now will keep inflation and rates higher for longer, and says a soft landing is off the table, folks. Let's bring in Nancy Lazar. She's chief global economist at Piper Sandler. Nancy, it's good to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Where do you think we should start? What's been the most significant development in your mind in markets over the past week and the economy?
Well, certainly we did have a good month, good track of inflation readings this week, the three that Steve just mentioned. And the question is, why are we seeing this low in inflation readings? And 1 month, by the way, doesn't make a trend. I would agree. We need to see several more months. We would highlight that you are squeezing significantly the low-end consumer. You are starting to squeeze the middle-income consumer. If you look at the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey that came out this morning for the first part of June,
it was bad.
Middle-income, it's very bad. But importantly, it's the three pieces that were bad. Both the low-end and middle-income consumer confidence dropped sharply and are in recession territory. So that comes back and helps explain why you're seeing weakness in retail sales. There's a huge debate right now that higher interest rates are helping consumer spending, but then why are retail sales flat? Retail sales have been flat all year. Now, you are seeing strength in consumer spending on services, and maybe that is that upper income consumer that's doing that. But on balance, you are starting to see the economy deteriorate, and the question is why.
So, Nancy, before we dive into that, just a moment on the consumer sentiment. Mark Zandi was on the other day, and he said you can't trust University of Michigan. He called it a flawed survey. Says the Conference Board has been more around the 100 number that's its average, his long-term running historical average. Do you think there's just something fluky, whether it's politics or something else going on?
I just want to insert before Nancy answers. There's been a change in the methodology at Michigan that raises some questions about the last 3 months. They've gone increasingly to a web-based source rather than a cell phone-based source.
Interesting.
It's a reason just to be a little careful, but I don't think, as Nancy's saying, it's a reason to discard a potential signal it may be sending. Pardon me for interrupting, Nancy.
No, that's okay. I mean, they said in their release this morning that indeed they tested both web-based and their normal way, and they have the same conclusions. So
okay, I didn't see that.
Good for them that they did that.
Exactly. They're different surveys. The University of Michigan is heavily focused on prices, on inflation. Conference Board is much more so on jobs. We're not in a recession right now, but what the U of Mich survey is telling us, quite frankly, is why the administration is having such a hard time. Price levels are very elevated, and that's squeezing that lower and middle income consumer. Indeed, inflation expectations in this report still remain somewhat elevated. And if you ask consumers, reason your personal finances are getting hit is because of high price levels. Yes, it's very, very, very high as it was in the late 70s, early 80s, when we know the rate of inflation.
And
So
your colleague Jake was on earlier this week, and look, he points out we are talking about levels, but even if you talk about price increases, the needs-based increase is running at a 6% year-on-year average versus 0 for discretionary. So let's pivot and talk about if you do think this is pointing towards an economic downturn. I'll give you another devil's argument for it. Dean Mackey was on yesterday saying consumer balance sheets are still in good shape, and he doesn't think that that's going to be the kind of thing where we see a very near-term downturn as a result of that.
So our theme is the economy's been bifurcated. And when you have a bifurcated economy, at the end of the day, you keep inflation and interest rates higher for longer because those areas of strength, high-income consumers, what's going on in AI, keep capital spending stronger for longer, again, keeps the economy moving ahead. But we've had 2 times in the past when we've had bifurcation, 1979 and 2006, 2007. And so these periods of high rates, high inflation squeeze that lower income consumer. Now we would argue that middle income consumer. And we know both of those ended poorly. We're not talking anything as extreme as that. But our base case is we will have a recession. It's been bifurcated up to now, but our base case is we'll have a recession, but not until the 4th quarter. Conference Board is telling you right now we're not in a recession. Classically, once you go into a recession, both Conference Board and U of Mich go down. And I would agree, right now we're not, but there are growing signs. We're deteriorating. If you look at unemployment claims, the unemployment rate, the work week, et cetera, there are plenty of signs that the consumer is getting squeezed, which is why retail sales have been flat.
I am not going to make the following points only because it's the weekend and I want to go out on a good note. But I would point out, Nancy, and I'm sure you have an answer for this. I don't know if we have time for it, but we are approaching, I believe, come June or July, a full year of wages running stronger than inflation.
Nice.
So real wages have been rising. There's also a bit of data that shows those on the low end of the income spectrum have actually done better in this go round in terms of the cycle on wages than those at higher ends of the spectrum. So all of that. Now, of course, if that were the final determinative factor, then we would never have a recession. So, I mean, but I'm just saying there is some, what do you want to say, runway, it would appear. People are downbeat, and we did a lot of work on this, Kelly. Even though they're downbeat like it's a recession and that's where their sentiment is, their spending has been relatively upbeat. Now, we will get the retail sales next week, and our CNBC NRF monitor, admittedly it is new, showed a pretty good bounce back in April.
I remember that, yeah.
We will see if that's the case, and I'll be the first to say, look, we need to be careful about this because it's a relatively new indicator, but it is using actual spending data.
Nancy, a haiku-esque last word?
Well, I would look at real retail sales. Again, they've been flat January, February, March, April, same level. Unit auto sales have been flat, sub 16 million units for over a year. If you look at company news, our economic data are obviously company data. If you look at Signet and RH, and I have a whole bunch of companies that are saying, ouch, they're seeing weaker unit sales, and they're seeing, Signet anyway, said they were going to see declining prices. And so right now the economy is bifurcated. There are areas of strength, particularly on the AI side, but we do see things deteriorating as we go into the end of the year.
More, would you say a sonnet? Or maybe more of a Shakespearean, you know, what do we call it?
It was economic poetry to me. I read Nancy all the time. They have a great shop over there at Piper Sandler. One of their guys just went over to the New York Fed, so they're people to take seriously.
All right. Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate it today. And Steve Leisman, have a great weekend.
Nancy for 20 years, I think.
Despite the Fed's mantra of higher for longer, investors are still betting on cuts. According to BofA Global Research, growth stock funds saw inflows of nearly $2 billion this week, while value funds saw the opposite, outflows of 2.6. Growth traditionally outperforms value in a low-rate environment. That's exactly what happened after the softer-than-expected CPI data renewed rate cut hopes this year. The S&P Value Index falling, while the Growth Index is up about 2% since Wednesday. My next guest is still sticking with value, but says the Fed has to start easing now now. Let's bring in Vahan Janjigian. He's Chief Investment Officer at Greenwich Wealth Management. It's great to have you back. Welcome. How are you?
Thanks, Kelly. It's great to see you again. Thanks for having me back.
I wanted to kind of wave the red meat at the bull here a little bit by quoting the declines in value. Michael Kantrowitz was pointing out earlier this week that value factors have done quite poorly. But if you define value as really quality, that quality is outperforming more than ever. So anyway, the podium is yours.
Well, I think we're in a market that's dominated by momentum, and we're seeing the stocks that are going up continue to go up, whereas the stocks that are not going up are not doing anything. And right now, the market is really being dominated by a small handful of stocks, especially NVIDIA. You know, it's very hard to find a market index that does not include NVIDIA that has done better than the QQQ, for example. So, you know, this is a difficult market for value investors. But, you know, you mentioned a decline in interest rates being good for growth stocks. I think a decline in interest rates would also be good for dividend-paying stocks because it makes the present value of those future expected dividends greater, and it also makes them more competitive against bonds.
So is NVIDIA a value stock?
I don't think so. It was a value stock at one point. In fact, in 2022, I was a buyer of NVIDIA because I concluded it was undervalued. And I not only bought NVIDIA, I also bought Google and Amazon and Meta. Those three stocks I've held on to because they're no longer, I mean, they're still a good value in my opinion. NVIDIA, however, appears to me to be very overvalued, especially on a price to sales basis. And, you know, the other reason I sold NVIDIA is because I have a lot of exposure to ETFs, including SMH, QQQ, and FPY. NVIDIA is now 25% of the SMH. So even though I sold the stock, I still have a lot of exposure to it.
So why, and maybe I'm overstating, Vahan, I think of you as a value guy, but maybe that's putting it too strongly. I was going to ask why you have exposure to the triple Qs. That's like the ultimate, it's not meme stock territory, but that's close.
Okay, because I'm not Roaring Kitty. I don't put all my money in one stock. I want diversification. I want to have exposure to all sectors in all industries. So I own QQQ, I own SPY, I own DIA, and I also own SMH. And I also own a bunch of other ETFs, and I also own individual stocks in other areas. So I'm a financial advisor. I have to manage money responsibly. I can't give my clients too much exposure to one stock.
Yeah, and so that's what brings us to some of those individual names you mentioned, which now people go, you know, IBM, Verizon, Pfizer, you know, get us excited.
Yeah, these are stocks that are out of favor, and I like to buy things that are cheap. And if nobody wants them, I get interested. You know, all three of these stocks, by the way, pay very generous dividends, and all three of them have been increasing the dividend every single year for a long period of time. So, you know, eventually I think they will come back in favor. You know, these are not the kinds of stocks that are going to double in value every time you blink, but I think they'll do well over the long term.
Kind of a quirky last question for you. Michael Hartnett at BofA was out with a note this weekend talking about what he's calling the cash bubble. And we were just talking about this divide between how consumers feel about the economy and their ability still to spend, generally speaking. Is there, and the Journal had an article about this recently as well, that Americans are making a lot of money off of their cash. And I'm just curious, that dynamic, people say, oh, there's 7 trillion over the number is of cash on the sidelines. Well, is that cash happy to be on the sidelines and you know, compounding in value? Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and I'm one of those people. I do have client money in treasury bills, in short-term treasury bills. I mean, if you have a situation where you can get well over 5% on bills that are 1 year or lower, you should take advantage of that. Now, of course, not everybody's making money on this because there are a lot of Americans who don't have cash available, but those that do are sitting back and generating quite a bit of income from those treasury bills right now.
Yeah, and I just think it's a significant part of what's going on here. Vahan, always a pleasure. Thank you for your time today. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Kelly.
Vahan Janjigian. Coming up, EV makers are in the midst of a brutal pricing battle, and it could reshape the auto industry sooner than you think. We'll tell you which names are discounting the most right now and what it means for their bottom lines in the long run. Plus, it's been 6 months since Amazon rolled out ads on Prime Video, effectively disrupting the market. Ahead, we'll take a deep dive into what it means for Netflix and the rest of the media landscape. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Chinese automakers are surpassing U.S. manufacturers for the first time last year. According to a new report, Chinese brands sold 13.4 million new cars, while American brands sold nearly 12 million globally. And leading the Chinese sales is Buffett favorite BYD. It's outperforming Ford, Stellantis, and Tesla so far this year. Speaking of EVs, the demand slowdown in general has sparked all kinds of incentives, from price cuts to leasing offers. And my next guest says companies could be paying for those leases down the line. Joining us is Dan Levy, Senior Autos Analyst at Barclays. Dan, how significant are these discounts?
Hi, Kelly. Thank you so much for having me. Yes. What we're noticing is that automakers are trying to push discounts because the EV demand is soft. You saw early on a lot of outright price cuts, a lot of this spurred by Tesla, but I think one of the observations has been that the elasticity of demand is probably not what some were hoping for. And so they're resorting to other ways to discount, and leases are a key way. You get the full $7,500 tax credit. In addition to that, there are more subtle ways to embed discounts. So we are seeing some increased discounts, but it's occurring in more what we'll call subtle ways.
So Tesla, for instance, has a $299 a month lease for a refreshed Model 3. What are some of the other competitors offering, the American ones?
Yeah, I think the ones that have stuck out to us, we're seeing, for instance, GM, that, some of the deals we were seeing on, for instance, a Blazer EV, where you can get somewhere in the $200 range, call it, $250 for a Blazer EV. Lyric, I believe, was $400. And you're seeing this with Ford as well. Rivian is pushing this as well, but those are obviously more expensive. Those are going to be something with at least $600 to $700 per month. But the point is that it is a way to push the volume. And again, fully capitalizing on that $7,500 tax credit.
Yeah. So as you write, we're increasingly concerned about the profitability of these aggressive lease offerings and believe they're effectively delaying EV losses with some of the new schemes. What's the implication for stocks like GM or Tesla?
Well, the implication for Tesla is obviously it's a sign of, soft demand, and the fundamentals are a clear challenge for them right now. What you are seeing is that some of these discounts actually are, in a way, protecting the residuals for the time being, although they pay for it later on. For companies like GM or Ford, even if they are increasing discounts on the EVs, the key thing to remember is that they are still at their core ICE vehicle manufacturers. And so that, yes, even if the EV demand is weak, there is a strong ICE profit stream to support the numbers. And so at least there is the offset from that.
And I mean, you're talking about the legacy automakers discounting or offering incentives that amount to over 25% of list price, whereas Tesla, by comparison, is only 3% for most of the models, Model Y maybe 13%. But in other words, it's the legacy players who are having a much harder time moving these vehicles.
Well, I think that's the challenge here, right, is that it does tell you that Tesla is still the dominant player in the U.S. market. They hold roughly 50% of the U.S. EV market share. I think that the legacy players, Ford, GM, others, are catching up, but it is still a gap. And I think that speaks to the discount gap that we're seeing. The other thing I'll just point out is it tells you the challenges on the cost front. Tesla is able to offer these more affordable offerings because they have a superior cost structure on EVs. Because the legacy automakers are more challenged from a cost standpoint, they have to price higher, and so it limits what pricing they can offer, and that's why they're perhaps at somewhat of a competitive disadvantage for the time being.
Great point. And now imagine on top of this, if we had Chinese EVs in this country to worry about, which still seems like it's a ways down the road. Dan, thanks for your time for now. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Dan Levy with Barclays. Speaking of EVs, now that Elon Musk's pay controversy is probably in the rearview mirror, KKM Financial's Jeff Kilberg has a bullish way to trade Tesla using options. He calls it a high beta stock that offers traders an electrifying opportunity. And to find out what that is, just scan your QR code there or go to cnbc.com/ProPick. And coming up, it's the first of its kind, a $4 billion next-generation nuclear power plant being built by a company founded by Bill Gates. There you see him at the groundbreaking in in Wyoming this week. Later on, we'll speak with the company's CEO about what makes this plant unique and what it means for the energy transition in America. And as we head to break, check out shares of Penn Entertainment, plunging almost 10% as analysts from Truist say a sale of the company is not coming anytime soon, despite calls from an activist investor. Stay with us. Welcome back to the as we close out the week. Dow well off its lows of down 341 today. We're only down 89. The S&P still down. Look at the 10-year Treasury now below 422. A lot of global developments here. Inflation reports this week, including import prices this morning, are pushing that figure lower. Meanwhile, let's talk about Apple, up 8% since Monday. Week in a row, its best streak since November. But this trading action today is a it tries to maintain its place alongside Microsoft as one of the top two holdings in the XLK over here, the Tech Spider ETF, ahead of its June rebalance. Now, this shuffle, this rebalance, won't happen until next week, but it's based on the market cap values as of today's close. So this gets really important. Number one, Microsoft. Two, NVDA. Number three, as of today, at these numbers, would be Apple. Each fund 22 doesn't work there. Each of the top two would be 22% of the portfolio. Number three stock would be less than 6%, which is currently NVIDIA. It's just behind the top two. UBS tops Apple. As it is currently, it would boost the chip maker the XLK. So the fund would have to buy more than $10 billion worth of NVIDIA shares. We can perhaps sell some Apple. And for context, that's about a fifth of last Friday's total trading volume. Weight could drop to just 4.5%. Shout out to our CNBC Pro colleagues. All of these numbers. If your head is spinning, but you want to get the full story, head on over to CNBC. Tyler Matheson for the CNBC News Update. Tyler?
My head is spinning. Meantime, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones' personal assets will be sold. A federal judge ordered the liquidation today to help pay his $1.5 billion false claims that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a hoax. The judge has yet to decide on the parent company should. Meta will not be launching its AI models in Europe. Irish regulators told it to delay its plan to collect data from users over concerns that the plan would be using the data. Meta says it would be using information that is publicly available and licensed. And that show women go through changes in their brains to prepare them for motherhood. New dads go through similar changes. Spain showed brain images in the brain that shows that in images of 40 fathers found areas that play a role in problem solving and emotional processing. Researchers suggest the change bond with their children. The brains in Spain.
It's like brain.
See you in a bit.
Tyler, thanks. Coming up, one Manhattan-based private equity firm is going across the country to find opportunity in the heart of Silicon Valley. They closed on more loans since January. The state of the property market next, and CNBC is celebrating Pride Month throughout. Chief People Officer David Ard.
I grew up at a time where we were supposed to feel ashamed. We were not supposed to live our lives openly. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do. We have equal rights and equal protections. These things have never been more important, and the progress that we've made is extraordinarily important.
Welcome back to The Exchange. My next guest generally operates in New York, but recently set his sights west. His firm just closed a $23 million
So I just seen another video that literally is doing the same thing that I just said I watched yesterday from BBC, and that's CNN. So, like, this is the rhetoric, and it's just like, this is why none of these people will get any credit from me. And it's not because it's like I'm riding coattails of other people, like fake news this, fake news that, but when you know, like, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Right here. Russian Navy pounded near home while flexing muscle abroad. Okay, well, that's a straight up lie. That's a lie.
Inflict maximum harm. That's what former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev is urging his country to do to the United States to avenge the U.S. Treasury Department's new sanctions on Russia. Now, these sanctions have sent fear and anxiety through Russia's financial system. State
Rising events in the world. Cannes Lions, where industry leaders mingle with media execs, celebrities, and influencers.
Comes as Putin is sending a nuclear-powered sub and other warships to Havana, just 90 miles off the Florida coast. But what is so striking about Russia's massive show of force that we can all see right now off
So
the
it's a
US
show
coast
of force.
is the truth, the reality of Putin's Navy, a fleet that's been decimated since the beginning of the war with Ukraine. Fred Pleitgen is out.
Are not designed based maritime about one eventually appear vulnerable. Russians might be gaining ground in other areas. They feel that they've really hurt Moscow's Black Sea fleet and essentially rendered it ineffective. And the Ukrainians say they will continue to develop those sea drones to hurt Vladimir Putin's naval forces even more. Aaron?
All right, Fred, thank you very much.
Patrick, if everybody is
Listen to this.
downplaying this, why did the Russians send this armada? It almost looks like an armada.
Well, first off, it starts with everyone's downplaying this. Well, everyone as in who? The news networks? Because this isn't downplaying it. This is actually trying to get people, like, worried, and there's just a lot of rhetoric in this. And listen to what this guy right here. And we're going to pause it every time he says some dumb shit, where he goes to make you think a certain way. He's painting a picture and he makes you think a certain way, but then kind of stops, stutters, and it kind of falls back off of it. I'm going to show you what I mean here.
Armada to Havana.
Because what I'm getting at is, like, they do this. They've been doing this for many years. Okay? And I really don't give a shit nonetheless. All right? I don't care about this, that, and the third, Ukraine, this, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not my job to try and fix the problem. And I'm not worried about them being there. I've always said, lace up the boots. Like, just stop trying to, like, if you want to fix the problem, you'd really go fix it. So anyway.
Well, let me show you a little bit
Well, let me show you.
Armada, because yes, it's true what Cubans say, that other militaries send ships on friendly visits, but not like this. There has never been a nuclear submarine, I'm told, docked in the port of Havana, as you have behind me there, the submarine Kazan. Really just
But you've never had a nuclear submarine.
Breathtaking sight when it came in to the harbor yesterday. To see such a massive weapon of war. To the other side of it, on the other side of the pier, that is a Gorshkov, Jim. And I should highlight this because this is one of the most modern
There's
ships
the V,
the Russian
so
Navy.
you know it's
Vladimir
Russian.
Putin
There's the
has.
V there on
and,
the
and let me
side.
tell you a little bit about this. It can send hypersonic missiles. It has tested hypersonic missiles. Those fly at a speed of about 6,000 miles per hour. It's not believed that the U.S. has any weapon system that can counter those hypersonic missiles. Jim, for point of reference, I'm in Havana, you're in Washington, D.C. You're only a little bit over 1,000 miles away from where I am right now. So while these are a peaceful visit, we are told they've left the nuclear warheads.
So this is a peaceful visit. They've left the nuclear warheads at home.
At home, the Cuban Ministry of Defense says the vehicles, the vessels behind me, are anything but peaceful. Vladimir Putin is sending a message. He's sending it very public.
So we go from it's a peaceful. They've been doing this for years. But then again, this is sending a message. So which one is it?
And they've been put not in a secret military port here in Cuba, but in one of the most visible places there is, right in front of our offices, which makes it very convenient. So certainly in Washington, they're watching this very, very closely.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick, as the son of a Cuban refugee.
See him try to say it right there again. Certainly, stops and then changes his sentence.
Refugee who came to this country right before the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, I just kind of wonder what the reception is in Havana, and what do folks think? Are we seeing echoes of all of that, echoes of that chapter in our history, or do folks just sort of shrug their shoulders and say, okay, the Russians are in town?
I mean, it's a peaceful visit, right? Like, what is it?
You know, it's interesting because certainly the Russians have come here throughout the years, sometimes secretly, sometimes more publicly, but never like this before.
But never like it. Then how did they come before? How else would you come? That's my question, is how else would you come? So what I'm getting at is the only people trying to make a big deal about this, and you see it, and you've seen it with BBC, is the news stations.
And certainly among
Listen
certain,
to him talk.
a certain class of Cubans, there's a nostalgia for the way the economy was better under the Russians. Let's face it, most Cubans have relatives in Florida. Most Cubans receive remittances from those relatives. They follow U.S. music, U.S. baseball. There is an affinity, a much greater affinity with the country that is closer to them. So for many, many Cubans that I know, they look at this and they feel it's a return to the not-so-great days of the past.
Interesting. All right, Patrick Ottman, we'll stay in touch with you. Fascinating developments there in Havana. Always appreciate your wonder what the reception is in Havana, and what do folks think? Are we seeing echo refugee who came?
When he stuttered
which
here,
makes it very convenient.
when he
so,
goes on to
certainly
paint the picture.
in Washington, they're watching this very, very closely.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick.
There is right in front of our offices, which makes it very convenient. So.
It's pretty convenient that the offices are on a shipping yard. Where else would they go? It's just funny. I watched it from BBC. The first time I watched it, it's like I seen it and I seen him stuttering, and then would change his sentence, like. I don't know. I just had to play it. Because it's. Is it peaceful or is it not peaceful? Like, who? Wait, the person even questioning. You're the only people that's questioning it. Okay. So, but anyway, let's go to the market. It's fucking just a whole lot of nothing today, guys. A whole lot of nothing. I'm still trying to see if I can get a GameStop short. I'm gonna try and get a GameStop short if we can get some volume in here. Part of me is thinking about the cues here. You have this previous high that you just reclaimed. And do we break out and extend higher into the end of the day? You know, you just have to look and see what the likes of NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta. TSM is still up today. I mean, semiconductors are just on a roll, guys. It's actually fascinating to see that you just swing trade semiconductors and you're a winner. It's actually pretty crazy. You haven't heard much talk about gold lately, weirdly enough. We were supposed to be in this crazy bull market cycle with gold, and here we are, semiconductors, you know. You know what? Let me see here. Let me see something. No, I don't want to fucking chat. Did you guys see Bitcoin also pulled back? Which I didn't think was going to happen in the manner that it did, but it did it on low volume, which is what I figured it would. Wait, why am I... Bro.
It still seems to me the biggest problem with trying to roll out nuclear more broadly, and of course, as we get more aware of the drawbacks of renewables with the intermittency issue,
64.
the idea of rolling out more nuclear power is very attractive, but even this plant's price tag is $4 billion, if I'm not mistaken,
64.
with DOE contributing up to $2 billion of that. I mean, these are just massively, massively expensive.
Oh man, it was a little late, but come to find out, which we did catch, Ford. It had a lot of volume today. I just didn't really see anything that had news or any setups today. I kind of like felt from the morning that like these setups, there were just really nice setups coming into the week from last week that today was probably going to be one of these days. You know, I just hate for it to like, it's not that it ends, but you guys know what I mean. It's like the markets need time to cool down. We have some data next week, some inflation data out of other countries next week. I don't know exactly what we have next week. You have a let's see, retail. Oh, we have retail sales next week. That's going to be interesting to see. Retail sales. It'll be interesting to see if they go positive, and if they do go positive, or if we continue to stay negative. So retail sales, I'm not really worried about Redbook. Industrial production, that's another one. That's going to be another good one. So we have recessionary data next week. All right. For anybody that's new here, if you don't know, outside of 2 quarters of negative GDP, okay, aside from 2 quarters of negative GDP, retail sales, industrial production, non-farm payroll is the other secondary. That is the secondary source of a recession that they use. Retail sales, industrial production, non-farm payroll.
I mean, if Biden wins, have the Inflation Reduction Act or other things like that supported nuclear plants? If Trump wins, is there a risk of these
So
nowhere for a period of time, or
we have that,
elsewhere for impact?
and we'll get our obvious jobless claims and building permits. I really don't. Not worried about that. We know that area is kind of slowing up. That was a big jump. I mean, if you continue like this, we might be getting to the threes, lining up into fall time, like we said. Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing, and what do we have next Friday? Speak. All right, so that's kind of nice that it's on Tuesday. That'll give us. So the market will just be moving on really the retail sales and industrial production next week, aside from whatever type of news we get, if we have any news. So let's see. So we'll see what type of week we have next week. It's a slow day today. Qs are up at highs, trying to hold. It looks like they're dipping back in. So we'll see what happens. I'll watch 478 here. The S&Ps did not make a new high. I mean, the Qs were very close. They pretty much went up and touched up there at 479. Previous high was 478.95. I think we got to like 478.94, 93. So watch what I would do is watch the SPY to see if we break this level here. GLD has a nice setup here, by the way. If you guys haven't seen this, look at the hourly chart here, the support area you have here. You could actually say that support was like 214 to 216, but 216 was the top end of that support level, and you're back testing it right now. You have a bit of volume with it today. Not really. See if you reclaim that, and if you can't reclaim it, then maybe you could look for another pullback back down to 212, 214, 212. Nice little $2 $3 to $4 to $6 trade there. You know, whatever it gives you. You guys can see here, 215, 216. Yeah, 26. No. Hold on. Hold up. Yeah, look at the hourly chart. See, it's so weird looking at different time frames on this because that looks really nice. I like that on the hourly chart. If you do start closing up here, and you know that is your support. Okay, I see what's going on here. So there's your support. I don't know. So you can look. It's all in the eyes of the beholder too. At the end of the day, because I could say that this was resistance, support, breakout, pulled the breakout back. You failed to hold it and just made lower highs. But yeah, we could say this is the level. I don't know. It's weird because then you have this double top here. So it's an area. The resistance and support is 216 to 214. So you could keep an eye on that if you want. But I wouldn't try to it's not like it's a trade or anything for today, but think about it for next week. It might just start consolidating. That's probably what it's going to do, isn't it? It is pretty crazy though that we finally broke out to new highs here on gold. That's a double bottom there at 210. It may start to extend itself. It could. Just keep an eye on the dollar. I haven't even looked at the dollar in a while, and that's really what matters, because the dollar's been in a consolidation, and that's why everything else has been doing that. Has been consolidating. So you guys can see here for 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 months now. The dollar, we just been sitting here. 103 to 105. 103, 105. I was really hoping we could get this thing like back down and moving, but let me bring up a 4-hour chart here. It's just weird. Okay, so you know what? I'm wrong. We've been sitting here for 2 years. The dollar's been sitting here. So I guess they're just pinning it in this whole area from 106 to 102. I was hoping that this was like it and we would start to get another pullback, but alright, so again, Q's right here at previous highs. GameStop, look, GameStop broke out. That's what we wanted. That's exactly what we were waiting. I told you guys I was waiting for GameStop. GameStop there, Apple. Oh, no. Let's see if we can get something going here. Looks like Tesla wants to pull back too. It's coming through the 100-day on low volume. So Tesla, GameStop, remember Coinbase, Bitcoin and stuff was pulling back just a little bit ago. Coinbase found support there at that 20-day and then ended up having a failed bounce back there. You have room down to 235, so it's another $4 left on that trade there if you can get it. Let's go look. Let's have a look. Let me make sure we have stuff going on here. Banks had a nice. So remember this week, I have noticed for the past 3 to 4 weeks, banks have been doing really good, and like names like CCJ. Like if you look back the past few Fridays, they've been killing it. Like next week and going forward through the rest of the year, I was surprised yesterday that we didn't get like a take profit type of sell off. But through the next year, if you don't take notice to what days have continuation type days in the overall markets, because usually in the beginning of this year, see we're in the middle, we're in that June July area where we're in the middle of the year. 2023 If you go back to 2023, 2022 to 2023, really it was 2023 when I was tracking it, you saw just about every Thursday, guys. And we were on this live stream just saying, yo, it's Thursday. I think every Thursday outside of maybe one Thursday a month is when you just got a 1.5% to 2% type of move off of a gap up in the SPY. Take notice to it, because earlier this year it was like Monday and Thursday and or Friday. Just keep an eye on it. Take notice when we have a nice day, whether it's due to something or not. Take notice to what days. Okay, again, banks last week, the week before. If we go back and look at Fridays on JP Morgan, there are these long. Let's see. This is a nice move, right? That's a nice little rally. So Friday, Thursday. The markets were closed last Friday, I think. Or was it Monday? I can't remember. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Look, Friday, you see that? See that move for last Friday? Today, boom. Got those long, all right? We're noticing something here, right? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, and look what you have again. What do you have? Friday. Boom. All right, so take notice to the sectors and the days. Just say, okay, I'm noticing a trend here. And listen, these are trends that I've just noticed. You know what? How we hit Goldman Sachs? We hit Goldman Sachs because Thursday and Friday. Thursday they were flat. The market was down. That Friday they started to ramp up. So Monday and Tuesday I said, okay, let's get it. Right? And you know where that was? That was right there on that breakout. That was right here. If I could get to the days, that was right there. We were in 406. We got in at like 406 to 404 was our stop loss. Or 402 it was? Yeah, 402 was our stop loss. That was a Friday. I'm pretty sure that was the Friday. But anyway, I'd have to look. But yeah, so... see, it looks red on the day, but it's above prior day's close, so it closed the day green, right? That's what's going on here, right? It's a bit confusing. There's a close from prior day. It closed up, so on the day, that day, it was technically green, right, from prior day's close, but it was red on the day. So coming in that Monday, we got long that huge breakout, because we've seen the divergence from the overall markets.
to make money.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Let's check on stocks right now. The industrials are down about 1/3% or 114 points. They were much lower earlier in the session. S&P 500 essentially flat, as is NASDAQ, though it is slightly in positive territory. Bond yields also falling rather dramatically. We hit 4.2 on the 10-year. Let's bring in Rick Santelli to talk a little more about that. Hey, Rick.
Hi, Tyler. Indeed. You know, this morning we had University of Michigan sentiment. What was interesting here is not only did confidence drop, but counterintuitively, inflation metrics rose. Now, it is a survey, a little more qualitative than some of our data this week, but worth paying attention to. And as for what Tyler pointed out, we're only a couple of basis points lower on the day. It's on the week. Look at a 1 week of 10-year. As it currently sits at 421 yield, it's down 22 basis points on the week. Twos are down 20 basis points on the week. And as you open that chart up towards the end of March for 10s, we haven't seen these closing levels since the end of March, 2.5 months. And the dollar index, in a counterintuitive fashion as well, seems to be doing more to the upside on the relative value currency trade because it's on pace for the highest close in 5 weeks. Now, we know that next week we do have one day that's a holiday, but we also have retail sales, and many, of course, analysts and sources of mine think that will be quite an important number given some of the more confusing metrics. But one thing's for sure, this week, some of the inflation numbers outside of Michigan definitely eased back, especially on a month-over-month basis. Kelly, back to you.
Rick, thank you. Rick Santelli. Natural gas prices are down today and down 60% in 2 years, meanwhile, but that doesn't necessarily translate to utility savings yet. Pippa Stevens is here to explain. What's going on, Pippa?
Yeah, so consumers should not expect any type of relief this summer on their electric utility bill. They're actually forecast to go up by 8%. And so even though nat gas is under $3, you have to remember that the fuel cost is only one part of your utility bill. The other side is the things like the wires, the transmission, all of that costs money to actually get that power to your home. And that's the portion of the bill that the utility is allowed to earn a regulated return on. So you see here we have this graphic. So on that blue line, you can see that electricity prices have been going higher. And in the last 5 years, they're up about 19% on an annual basis, from $13.85 in 2019 to about $16.42 last year. So there's definitely some sticker shock there. However, if you look at the orange line, that's when you adjust for inflation. So looking at that, it's actually come down a little bit. However, the latest CPI report this week showed that in May, electricity was actually outpacing overall inflation, up 5.9% compared to 3.3% on CPI overall. And that really rarely happens. And part of that is because a lot of the rate hikes were delayed coming out of the pandemic. And then we had that big spike in fuel costs after Russia invaded. And those are all pass-through costs. But the utility doesn't want to give that to you all at once. And so a lot of consumers across the country are still paying for that.
What do people say about the ultimate, over the next decade, trajectory of electric prices, given that we're using more devices all the time, given that there are all these high-demand installations, the data centers and so on, given that we're going to charge more cars no matter so are the companies going to be able to keep up with demand, or are they going to have to price their product much higher?
Well, I think one thing is that the portion of your wallet, the spend towards electricity, is definitely going to go up. If you switch to 2 EVs from 2 ICE cars, your gas costs, of course, go down, but your electricity is going to go up. And so you'll definitely be spending more on that. I think on the actual demand front, I think that is still remains to be seen. I mean, we're now seeing projections of just how much data centers are going to require, and nobody really knows at this point. I think that's one of the hard things. It's really hard to forecast looking beyond 2030. However, I think the base is that we are definitely going to see this big increase in demand, and we have to build a lot more generation to meet up, and then also make sure we maximize our existing infrastructure. You know, we can do things like, replace voltage lines so that they're higher voltage, things like that, quick fixes that some people say that utilities are not fast enough to do simply because they earn a higher rate of return on that new generation. Yes, so it's very confusing to try to, figure out how do you make sure, and how to make sure the costs.
Very complicated industry, obviously, and government regulation of some rates makes it even more complicated. Pippa, thank you. Let's get to Bertha Coombs, CNBC News Update. Bertha.
Tyler, the GOP-controlled House today passed the National Defense Authorization Act, which includes provisions targeting abortion and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at the Pentagon. The final bill will require compromise with the Senate, though, and Democrats on the other side of the Capitol called this version dead on arrival. The National Transportation Safety Board opened a probe today into a Southwest Airlines flight on a Boeing 737 MAX in May that experienced a so-called Dutch roll. That's when the tail slides and the plane rocks from wingtip to wingtip. According to the FAA, there were no injuries and pilots did regain control, but the plane did suffer substantial damage. And Kate, the Princess of Wales, or Catherine, the Princess of Wales, is set to make a public appearance for the first time since revealing her unspecified cancer diagnosis earlier this year. In a written message released today along with this new photo, the princess says she's still undergoing treatment, has good days and bad, but will attend the Trooping of Color on Saturday, part of a celebration of the birthday of King Charles. She also says that she's grappling with being patient with uncertainty, something a lot of us know when you deal with these kinds of illnesses. Back over to you.
Very true. Thank you very much, Bertha. Coming up, while tech has been soaring, we've seen weakness in the industrial space. We'll discuss that and maybe a few other things. 3 Stock Lunch is coming up.
It's time for today's 3 Stock Lunch. Our trader is Brian Van